Commonwealth, last and richest of the Empire trilogy, is a powerful and ambitious reappropriation of the whole tradition of political theory for the left. Clarifying Foucault's ambiguous notion of biopower, deepening the author's own proposal for the notion of multitude, it offers an exhilarating summa of the forms and possibilities of resistance today. It is a politically as well as an intellectually invigorating achievement. Frederick Jameson, Duke University. When Empire appeared in 2000, it defined the political and economic challenges of the era of globalization and, thrillingly, found in them possibilities for new and more democratic forms of social organization. Now, with Commonwealth, Michael Hardt and Antonio Negri conclude the trilogy begun with Empire and continued in Multitude, proposing an ethics of freedom for living in our common world and articulating a possible constitution for our Commonwealth. Drawing on scenarios from around the globe and elucidating the themes that unite them, Hardt and Negri focus on the logic of institutions and the models of governance adequate to our understanding of a global commonwealth. They argue for the idea of the common to replace the opposition of private and public and the politics predicated on that opposition. Ultimately, they articulate the theoretical basis for what they call governing the revolution. Though this book functions as an extension and a completion of a sustained line of Hardt, people only ever have the degree of freedom that their audacity wins from fear. Stendhal, v. de Napoleon. Power to the peaceful. Michael Franti. Bomb the world. War, suffering, misery, and exploitation increasingly characterize our globalizing world. There are so many reasons to seek refuge in a realm outside, some place separate from the discipline and control of today's emerging empire, or even some transcendent or transcendental principles and values that can guide our lives and ground our political action. One primary effect of globalization, however, is the creation of a common world, a world that, for better or worse, we all share, a world that has no outside. Along with nihilists, we have to recognize that, regardless of how brilliantly and trenchantly we critique it, we are destined to live in this world, not only subject to its powers of domination but also contaminated by its corruptions. Abandon all dreams of political purity and higher values that would allow us to remain outside. Such a nihilist recognition, however, should be only a tool, a point of passage toward constructing an alternative project. In this book we articulate an ethical project, an ethics of democratic political action within and against empire. We investigate what the movements and practices of the multitude have been and what they can become in order to discover the social relations and institutional forms of a possible global democracy. Becoming Prince is the process of the multitude learning the art of self-rule and inventing lasting democratic forms of social organization. A democracy of the multitude is imaginable and possible only because we all share and participate in the common. By the common we mean, first of all, the commonwealth of the material world, the air, the water, the fruits of the soil, and all nature's bounty, which in classic European political texts is often claimed to be the inheritance of humanity as a whole, to be shared together. We consider the common also, and more significantly those results of social production that are necessary for social interaction and further production, such as knowledges, languages, codes, information, effects, and so forth. This notion of the common does not position humanity separate from nature, as either its exploiter or its custodian, but focuses rather on the practices of interaction, care, and cohabitation in a common world, promoting the beneficial and limiting the detrimental forms of the common. In the era of globalization, issues of the maintenance, production, and distribution of the common in both these senses and in both ecological and socio-economic frameworks become increasingly central. One with the blinders of today's dominant ideologies, however, it is difficult to see the common, even though it is all around us. Neoliberal government policies throughout the world have sought in recent decades to privatize the common, making cultural products, for example, information, ideas, and even species of animals and plants, into private property. We argue, in chorus with many others, that such privatization should be resisted. The standard view, however, assumes that the only alternative to the private is the public, that is, what is managed and regulated by states and other governmental authorities, as if the common were irrelevant or extinct. It is true, of course, that through a long process of enclosures the Earth's surface has been almost completely divided up between public and private property, so that common land regimes, such as those of indigenous civilizations of the Americas or medieval Europe, have been destroyed. And yet so much of our world is open to access of all and developed through active participation. Language, for example, like affects and gestures, is for the most part common, and indeed if language were made either private or public, that is, if large portions of our words, phrases, or parts of speech were subject to private ownership or public authority, then language would lose its powers of expression, creativity, and communication. Such an example is meant not to calm readers, as if to say that the crises created by private and public controls are not as bad as they seem, but rather to help readers begin to retrain their vision, recognizing the common that exists and what it can do. That is the first step in a project to win back and expand the common and its powers. The seemingly exclusive alternative between the private and the public corresponds to an equally pernicious political alternative between capitalism and socialism. It is often assumed that the only cure for the ills of capitalist society is public regulation and Keynesian and/or socialist economic management, and, conversely, socialist maladies are presumed to be treatable only by private property and capitalist control. Socialism and capitalism, however, even though they have at times been mingled together and at others occasioned bitter conflicts, are both regimes of property that exclude the the political project of instituting the common, which we develop in this book, cuts diagonally across these false alternatives, neither private nor public, neither capitalist nor socialist, and opens a new space for politics. Contemporary forms of capitalist production and accumulation, in fact, despite their continuing drive to privatize resources and wealth, paradoxically make possible and even require expansions of the common. Capital, of course, is not a pure form of command but a social relation, and it depends for its survival and development on productive subjectivities that are internal but antagonistic to it. Through processes of globalization, capital not only brings together all the earth under its command but also creates, invests, and exploits social life in its entirety, ordering life according to the hierarchies of economic value. In the newly dominant forms of production that involve information, codes, knowledge, images, and effects, for example, producers increasingly require a high degree of freedom as well as open access to the common, especially in its social forms, such as communications networks, information banks, and cultural circuits. Innovation in Internet technologies, for example, depends directly on access to common code and information resources as well as the ability to connect and interact with others in unrestricted networks. More generally, all forms of production in decentralized networks, whether or not computer technologies are involved, demand freedom and access to the common. Furthermore, the content of what is produced, including ideas, images, and effects, is easily reproduced and thus tends toward being common, strongly resisting all legal and economic efforts to privatize it or bring it under public control. The transition is already in process. Contemporary capitalist production, by addressing its own needs, is opening up the possibility of and creating the basis for a social and economic order grounded in the common. The ultimate core of biopolitical production, we can see stepping back to a higher level of abstraction, is not the production of objects for subjects, as commodity production is often understood, but the production of subjectivity itself. This is the terrain from which our ethical and political project must set out. But how can an ethical production be established on the shifting ground of the production of subjectivity, which constantly transforms fixed values and subjects? Gilles Deleuze, reflecting on Michel Foucault's notion of the dispositif, the material, social, affective, and cognitive mechanisms or apparatuses of the production of subjectivity, claims, we belong to the dispositifs and act within them. If we are to act within them, however, the ethical horizon has to be reoriented from identity to becoming. At issue is not what we are but rather what we are and the process of becoming that is the other, are becoming other too. A key scene of political action today, seen from this vantage point, involves the struggle over the control or autonomy of the production of subjectivity. The multitude makes itself by composing and the common the singular subjectivities that result from this process. We often find that our political vocabulary is insufficient for grasping the new conditions and possibilities of the contemporary world. Sometimes we invent new terms to face this challenge, but more often we seek to resurrect and reanimate old political concepts that have fallen out of use, both because they carry powerful histories and because they disrupt the conventional understandings of our present world and pose it in a new light. Two such concepts that play particularly significant roles in this book are poverty and love. The poor was a widespread political concept in Europe, at least from the Middle Ages to the 17th century, but although we will do our best to learn from some of those histories, we are more interested in what the poor has become today. Thinking in terms of poverty has the healthy effect, first of all, of questioning traditional class designations and forcing us to investigate with fresh eyes how class composition has changed and look at people's wide range of productive activities inside and outside wage relations. Seen in this way, second, the poor is defined by not lack but possibility. The poor, migrants, and precarious workers, that is, those without stable employment, are often conceived as excluded, but really, though subordinated, they are completely within the global rhythms of biopolitical production. Economic statistics can grasp the condition of poverty in negative terms but not the forms of life, languages, movements, or capacities for innovation they generate. Our challenge will be to find ways to translate the productivity and possibility of the poor into power. Walter Benjamin, with his typical elegance and intelligence, grasps the changing concept of poverty already in the 1930s. Helo, Cates the shift, in a nihilistic key, in the experience of those who have witnessed destruction, specifically the destruction wrought by the First World War, which casts us in a common condition. Benjamin sees, born out of the ruins of the past, the potential for a new, positive form of barbarism. What does poverty of experience do for the barbarian? It forces him to start from scratch, to make a new start, to make a little go a long way, to begin with a little and build up further. 3. The barbaric productivity of the poor sets out to make a omen world. Love provides another path for investigating the power and productivity of the common. Love is a means to escape the solitude of individualism but not, as contemporary ideology tells us, only to be isolated again in the private life of the couple or the family. To arrive at a political concept of love that recognizes it as centered on the production of the common and the production of social life, we have to break away from most of the contemporary meanings of the term by bringing back and working with some older notions. Socrates, for example, reports in the Symposium that, according to Diotima, his instructor in love, love is born of poverty and invention. As he tries to elaborate what she taught him, he claims that love tends naturally toward the ideal realm to achieve beauty and wealth, thus fulfilling desire. French and Italian feminists argue, however, that Plato has Diotima all wrong. She guides us not toward the sublimation of poverty and desire in the fullness of beauty and wealth, but toward the power of becoming defined by differences. For Diotima's notion of love gives us a new definition of wealth that extends our notion of the common and points toward a process of liberation. 5. Since poverty and love might appear too weak to overthrow the current ruling powers and develop a project of the common, we will need to emphasize the element of force that animates them. This is in part an intellectual force. Immanuel Kant, for example, conceives of enlightenment in terms of a force that can banish the fanatical visions that result in the death of philosophy and, moreover, can win out over every policing of thought. Jacques Derrida, following this enlightened Kant, brings reason back to the force of doubt and recognizes the revolutionary passion of reason as emerging from the margins of history. 6. We too believe that such intellectual force is required to overcome dogmatism and nihilism, but we insist on the need to complement it with physical force and political action. Love needs force to conquer the ruling powers and dismantle their corrupt institutions before it can create a new world of Commonwealth. The ethical project we develop in this book sets out on the path of the political construction of the multitude with empire. The multitude is a set of singularities that poverty and love compose in the reproduction of the common, but more is required to describe the dynamics and dispositives of the becoming prince of the multitude. We will not pull out of our hats new transcendentals or new definitions of the will to power to impose on the multitude. The becoming prince of the multitude is a project that relies entirely on the immanence of decision-making within the multitude. We will have to discover the passage from revolt to revolutionary institution that the multitude can set in motion. The title of this book, Commonwealth, we mean to indicate a return to some of the themes of classic treatises of government, exploring the institutional structure and political constitution of society. We also want to emphasize, once we recognize the relation between the two terms that compose this concept, the need to institute and manage a world of commonwealth, focusing on and expanding our capacities for collective production and self-government. The first half of the book is a philosophical and historical exploration that focuses successively on the Republic, modernity, and capital as three frameworks that obstruct and corrupt the development of the common. On each of these terrains, however, we also discover alternatives that emerge in the multitude of the poor and the circuits of alter-modernity. The second half of the book is a political and economic analysis of the contemporary terrain of the common. We explore the global governance structures of empire and the apparatuses of capitalist command to gauge the current state and potential of the multitude. Our analysis ends with a reflection on the contemporary possibilities for revolution and the institutional processes it would require. At the end of each part of the book is a section that takes up from a different and more philosophical perspective a central issue raised in the body of the text. The function of these sections is similar to that of the scholia in Spinoza's Ethics. These together with the intermezzo can also be read consecutively as one continuous investigation. Jean-Luc Nancy, setting out from premises analogous to ours, wonders if one can suggest a Spinozian reading, or rewriting, of Heidegger's Being and Time 7. We hope that our work points in that direction, overturning the phenomenology of nihilism and opening up the multitude's processes of productivity and creativity that can revolutionize our world and institute a shared commonwealth. We want not only to define an event but also to grasp the spark that will set the prairie ablaze. I'm tired of the sun staying up in the sky. I can't wait until the syntax of the world comes undone. Italo Calvino, The Castle of Crossed Destinies. The two grand favorites of the subjects, liberty and property, for which most men pretend to strive, are as contrary as fire to water, and cannot stand together. Robert Filmer, Observations upon Aristotle's Politiques. Thus, at its highest point the political constitution is the constitution of private property. Karl Marx, Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right. On an apocalyptic tone recently adopted in politics, a kind of apocalypticism reigns among the contemporary conceptions of power, with warnings of new imperialisms and new fascisms. Everything is explained by sovereign power and the state of exception, that is, the general suspension of rights and the emergence of a power that stands above the law. Indeed, evidence of such a state of exception is easy to come by. The predominance of violence to resolve national and international conflicts not merely as last but as first resort, the widespread use of torture and even its legitimation, the indiscriminate killing of civilians in combat, the elision of international law, the suspension of domestic rights and protections, and the list goes on and on. This vision of the world resembles those medieval European renditions of hell, people burning in a river of fire, others being torn limb from limb, and in the center a great devil engorging their bodies whole. The problem with this picture is that its focus on transcendent authority and violence eclipses and mystifies the really dominant forms of power that continue to rule over us today: power embodied in property and capital, power embedded in and fully supported by the law. In popular discourse, the apocalyptic vision sees everywhere the rise of new fascisms. Many refer to the US government as fascist, most often citing Abu Ghraib, Guantanamo, Fallujah, and the Patriot Act. Others call the Israeli government fascist by referring to the continuing occupations of Gaza and the West Bank, the use of assassinations and bulldozers as diplomacy, and the bombing of Lebanon. Still others use Islamofascism to designate the theocratic governments and movements of the Muslim world. It is true, of course, that many simply use the term fascism in a general way to designate a political regime or movement they deplore, such that it comes to mean simply very bad. But in all these cases, when the term fascist is employed, the element it highlights is the authoritarian face of power, its rule by force, and what is eclipsed or mystified, instead, is the daily functioning of constitutional, legal processes and the constant pressure of profit and property. In effect, the bright flashes of a series of extreme events and cases blind many to the quotidian and enduring structures of power. The scholarly version of this apocalyptic discourse is characterized by an excessive focus on the concept of sovereignty. The sovereign is the one who rules over the exception, such authors affirm, and thus the sovereign stands both inside and outside the law. Modern power remains fundamentally theological, according to this view, not so much in the sense that divine notions of authority have been secularized, but rather in that sovereign power occupies a transcendent position above society and outside its structures. In certain respects, this intellectual trend represents a return to Thomas Hobbes and his great Leviathan that looms over the social terrain, but more fundamentally it replays the European debates of the 1930s, especially in Germany, with Carl Schmitt standing at its center. Just as in the popular discourses, here too economic and legal structures of power tend to be pushed back into the shadows, considered only secondary or, at most, instruments at the disposal of the sovereign power. Every modern form of power thus tends to be collapsed into sovereignty or fascism, while the camp, the ultimate site of control both inside and outside the social order, becomes the paradigmatic topos of modern society. To these apocalyptic visions, both the scholarly analyses of sovereign power and the popular accusations of fascism close down political engagement with power. There are no forces of liberation inherent in such a power that, though now frustrated and blocked, could be set free. There is no hope of transforming such a power along a democratic course. It needs to be opposed, destroyed, and that is all. Indeed, one theological aspect implicit in this conception of sovereignty is its Manichaean division between extreme options: either we submit to this transcendent sovereignty or we oppose it in its entirety. It is worth remembering that when left terrorist groups in the 1970s claimed that the state was fascist, this implied for them that armed struggle was the only political avenue available. Leftists today who talk of a new fascism generally follow the claim with moral outrage and resignation rather than calls for armed struggle, but the core logic is the same: there can be no political engagement with a sovereign fascist power, all it knows is violence. The primary form of power that really confronts us today, however, is not so dramatic or demonic but rather earthly and mundane. We need to stop confusing politics with theology. The predominant contemporary form of sovereignty, if we still want to call it that, is completely embedded within and supported by legal systems and institutions of governance, a republican form characterized not only by the rule of law but also equally by the rule of property. Said differently, the political is not an autonomous domain but one completely immersed in economic and legal structures. There is nothing extraordinary or exceptional about this form of power. Its claim to naturalness, in fact its silent and invisible daily functioning, makes it extremely difficult to recognize, analyze, and challenge. Our first task, then, will be to bring to light the intimate relations between sovereignty, law, and capital. We need for contemporary political thought an operation something like the one Euhemerus conducted for ancient Greek mythology in the 4th century BC. Euhemerus explained that all of the myths of gods are really just stories of historical human actions that through retelling have been expanded, embellished, and cast up to the heavens. Similarly, today the believers imagine a sovereign power that stands above us on the mountain tops, when in fact the dominant forms of power are entirely this worldly. A new political euhemerism might help people stop looking for sovereignty in the heavens and recognize the structures of power on earth. 3. Once we strip away the theological pretenses and apocalyptic visions of contemporary theories of sovereignty, once we bring them down to the social terrain, we need to look more closely at how power functions in society today. In philosophical terms, we can think of this shift in perspective as a move from transcendent analysis to transcendental critique. Immanuel Kant's Copernican revolution in philosophy puts an end to all the medieval attempts to anchor reason and understanding in transcendent essences and things in themselves. Philosophy must strive instead to reveal the transcendental structures immanent to thought and experience. I call all cognition transcendental that is occupied not so much with objects but rather with our mode of cognition of objects, insofar as this is to be possible a priori for. Kant's transcendental plane thus occupies a position not wholly in the immediate, immanent facts of experience but not wholly outside them either. This transcendental realm, he explains, is where the conditions of possibility of knowledge and experience reside. Whereas Kant's transcendental critique is focused primarily on reason and knowledge, ours is aimed at power. Just as Kant sweeps away the preoccupations of medieval philosophy with transcendent essences and divine causes, so too must we get beyond theories of sovereignty based on rule over the exception, which is really a holdover from old notions of the royal prerogatives of the monarch. We must focus instead on the transcendental plane of power, where law and capital are the primary forces. Such transcendental powers compel obedience not through the commandment of a sovereign or even primarily through force but rather by structuring the conditions of possibility of social life. The intuition that law functions as a transcendental structure led entire schools of juridical and constitutional thought, from Hans Kelsen to John Rawls, to develop Kantian formalism in legal theory. 5. Property, which is taken to be intrinsic to human thought and action, serves as the regulative idea of the constitutional state and the rule of law. This is not really a historical foundation but rather an ethical obligation, a constitutive form of the moral order. The concept of the individual is defined by not being but having, rather than to a deep metaphysical and transcendental unity. In other words, it refers to a superficial entity endowed with property or possessions, defined increasingly today in patrimonial terms as shareholder. In effect, through the concept of the individual, the transcendent figure of the legitimation of property is integrated into the transcendental formalism of legality. The exception, we might say, is included within the Constitution. Capital 2 functions as an impersonal form of domination that imposes laws of its own, economic laws that structure social life and make hierarchies and subordination seem natural and necessary. The basic elements of capitalist society: the power of property concentrated in the hands of the few, the need for the majority to sell their labor power to maintain themselves, the exclusion of large portions of the global population even from these circuits of exploitation, and so forth, all function as an a priori. It is even difficult to recognize this as violence because it is so normalized and its force is applied so impersonally. Capitalist control and exploitation rely primarily not on an external sovereign power but on invisible, internalized laws. As financial mechanisms become ever more fully developed, capital's determination of the conditions of possibility of social life become ever more extensive and complete. It is true, of course, that finance capital, since it is so abstract, seems distant from the lives of most people, but that very abstraction is what gives it the general power of an a priori, with increasingly universal reach, even when people do not recognize their involvement in finance markets through personal and national debt, through financial instruments that operate on all kinds of production from soybeans to computers, and through the manipulation of currency and interest rates. Following the form of Kant's argument, then, our transcendental critique must show how capital and law intertwine together, what we call the republic of property, determine and dictate the conditions of possibility of social life in all its facets and phases. But ours is obviously an unfaithful, tendentious appropriation of Kant, which cuts diagonally across his work. We appropriate his critical perspective by recognizing that the formal structure of his epistemological schema corresponds to that of the power of property and law, but then, rather than affirming the transcendental realm, we seek to challenge it. Kant has no interest in overthrowing the rule of capital or its constitutional state. In fact, Alfred Sohnrethel goes so far as to claim that Kant, particularly in the Critique of Pure Reason, strives to prove the perfect normalcy of bourgeois society, making its structures of power and property appear natural and necessary. 6. But our quarrel here is not really with Kant. We merely want to use the tools he provides us to confront today's dominant powers. And we should highlight, finally, how the practical consequences of this transcendental critique of the Republic of property overcome the powerlessness and bitter resignation that characterize the transcendent analyses of sovereignty and fascism. Our critique of capital, the Republican Constitution, and their intersection as transcendental forms of power does not imply either absolute rejection or, of course, acceptance and acquiescence. Instead, our critique is an active process of resistance and transformation, setting free on a new footing the elements that point toward a democratic future, releasing, most significantly, the living labor that is closed within capital and the multitude that is corralled within its republic. Such a critique thus aims at not a return to the past or creation of a future ex nihilo but rather a process of metamorphosis, creating a new society within the shell of the old. Republican rights of property. The term republicanism has been used in the history of modern political thought to name a variety of different, competing, often conflicting political tendencies. Thomas Jefferson, late in his life, reflecting on the early years of the American Revolution, remarks, "We imagined everything republican which was not monarchy." 7. There was certainly an equal if not greater range of political positions designated by the term in the English and French revolutionary periods. But one specific definition of modern republicanism eventually won out over the others, a republicanism based on the rule of property and the inviolability of the rights of private property, which excludes or subordinates those without property. The propertyless are merely, according to Abbé Sieyès, an immense crowd of biped instruments, possessing only their miserably paid hands and an absorbed soul. 8. There is no necessary or intrinsic link between the concept of republic and the rule of property, and indeed one could try to restore alternative or create new notions of republic that are not based on property. Our point is simply that the republic of property emerged historically as the dominant concept. 9. The course of the three great bourgeois revolutions, the English, the American, and the French, demonstrates the emergence and consolidation of the republic of property. In each case, the establishment of the constitutional order and the rule of law served to defend and legitimate private property. Later in this chapter we explore how the radically democratic processes of the English Revolution were blocked by the question of property. A people of property faced off against a multitude of the poor. Here, instead, we focus briefly on the role of property in the US and French revolutions. Just a decade after the Declaration of Independence affirms the constituent power of the American Revolution and projects a mechanism of self-government expressed through new, dynamic, and open political forms, the Federalist and the debates surrounding the drafting of the Constitution limit and contradict many of these original elements. The dominant lines in the constitutional debates aim to reintroduce and consolidate the sovereign structure of the state and absorb the constituent drive of the republic within the dynamic among constitutional powers. Whereas in the Declaration, constituent power is defined as fundamental, in the Constitution it is understood as something like a national patrimony that is the property and responsibility of the government, an element of constitutional sovereignty. Constituent power is not stripped from constituted public law but, rather, blocked, and expelled from the practices of citizenship, by the relations of force that the Constitution is built on, most important the right to property. Behind every formal constitution, legal theorists explain, lies a material one, whereby material constitution is understood the relations of force that ground, within a particular framework, the written constitution and define the orientations and limits that legislation, legal interpretation, and executive decision must respect. 10. The right to property, including originally the rights of slaveholders, is the essential index of this material constitution, which bathes in its light all other constitutional rights and liberties of U.S. citizens. The Constitution, writes Charles Beard in his classic analysis, was essentially an economic document based upon the concept that the fundamental private rights of property are anterior to government and morally beyond the reach of popular majorities. 1. Many scholars have contested Beard's claim that the founders in drafting the Constitution were protecting their own individual economic interests and wealth, but what remains unchallenged and entirely convincing in his analysis is that the participants in the debate saw the Constitution as founded on economic interests and the rights of property. The moment the idea is admitted into society that property is not as sacred as the laws of God, writes John Adams, for example, and that there is not a force of law and public justice to protect it, anarchy and tyranny commence. 1. 2. The sacred position of property in the Constitution is a central obstacle to the practice and development of constituent power. One extreme but significant example of the effect of the right of property on the Constitution is the way it transforms the meaning of the right to bear arms. This right is affirmed in the 17th and 18th century Anglo-American tradition as the collective right to achieve and defend freedom, and it calls for the constitution of popular armies or militias rather than standing armies, which are understood to be necessarily tyrannical. 1-3 In the United States this tradition has been almost entirely obliterated, and the Second Amendment has been given the opposite meaning, that each is the enemy of all, that each must be wary of those who want to steal her or his property. From the transformation of the right to bear arms and the defense of private property follows a general reversal of all the central constitutional concepts. Freedom itself, which many cast as characteristic of U.S. political thought, in contrast to the principles of justice, equality, and solidarity of the revolutionary French experience, is reduced to an apology for capitalist civilization. The centrality of the defense of property also accounts for the pessimistic conception of human nature, which is present but secondary in the revolutionary period and comes to the fore in the constitutional debates. But what is government itself? James Madi, Son writes, for example, but the greatest of all reflections on human nature. If men were angels, no government would be necessary. 14. Freedom becomes the negative power of human existence, which serves as a bulwark against the descent of the innate conflicts of human nature into civil war. But at the bottom of this notion of natural conflict is the struggle over property. The armed individual is the only guarantor of that freedom. Homo politicus becomes nothing other than homo proprietarius. In the case of the French Revolution, the centrality of property rights develops in an extraordinarily dynamic and at times violent way. A simple look at the successive revolutionary French constitutions, and, specifically, the declarations of the rights of man and citizen that serve as their prologues, from 1789 to 1793 and 1795 gives a first indication of how the development of constitutional thought is constantly governed by the demands of property. For example, the right to property is affirmed in almost identical terms in all three versions, in Article 2 of the 1789 and Article 1 of the 1793 and 1795 constitutions, but whereas in 1789 and 1793 the right to property is linked with the right of resistance to oppression, in 1795 it is related only to security. As far as equality is concerned, whereas in Article 6 of 1789 and Article 4 of 1793 it is defined as a basic right of each subject, and thus also applies to property, in Article 6 of 1795 the mandate of equality is subordinated to the rule of the majority of citizens or their representatives. Equality becomes increasingly formal, increasingly defined as a legal structure that protects wealth and strengthens the appropriative, possessive power of the individual, understood as property owner. A more substantial and complex view of the centrality of property in the Republic emerges when we focus on how the traditional conception of real rights jus reali, the right over things, is rediscovered in the course of the French Revolution. These real rights, property rights in particular, are clearly no longer those of the Ancien regime insofar as they no longer establish a static table of values and set of institutions that determine privilege and exclusion. In the French Revolution, real rights emerge from a new ontological horizon that is defined by the productivity of labor. In France, however, as in all the bourgeois revolutions, these real rights have a paradoxical relation to emerging capitalist ideology. On the one hand, real rights are gradually given greater importance over the universal, abstract rights that seem to have prominence in the heroic Jacobin phase. Private property at least points toward the human capacity to transform and appropriate nature. Article 50 of the 1795 Constitution, for example, reads, "Property is the right to enjoy and use one's own goods, incomes, the fruit of one's labor and industry." As the revolution proceeds, however, there is a shift in the point of reference from the abstract terrain of the general will to the concrete one of the right and order of property. 150 On the other hand, real rights, which constitute the foundation of rents and incomes, are opposed to dynamic rights, which stem directly from labor, and although dynamic rights appear to predominate over real rights in the early revolutionary period, gradually real rights become hegemonic over the dynamic ones and end up being central. Landed property and slave property, in other words, which appear initially to have been subordinated as archaic conditions of production, cast aside in favor of the dynamic rights associated with capitalist ideology, come back into play. Moreover, when the right to property becomes once again central within the constellation of new rights affirmed by the bourgeois revolutions, it no longer stands simply as a real right but becomes the paradigm for all the fundamental rights. Article 544 of the 1804 Code Civil, for example, gives a definition of property that characterizes notions still common today. Ownership is the right to enjoy and dispose of things in the most absolute manner, provided they are not used in a way contrary to law or regulations. 1. 6. In the dominant line of European political thought from Locke to Hegel, the absolute rights of people to appropriate things becomes the basis and substantive end of the legally defined free individual. The centrality of property in the Republican Constitution can be substantiated from a negative standpoint by Looking at the Haitian Revolution and the extraordinary hostility to it. By liberating the slaves, of course, Haitian revolutionaries should be considered from the perspective of freedom more advanced than any of their counterparts in Europe or North America, but the vast majority of 18th and 19th century Republicans not only did not embrace the Haitian Revolution but struggled as well to suppress it and contain its effects. For the subsequent 2 centuries, in fact, historians have excluded Haiti from the great pantheon of modern Republican revolutions to such an extent that even the memory of the revolutionary event has been silenced. The Haitian Revolution was an unthinkable event from the perspective of contemporary Europe and the United States, centrally, no doubt, because of deeply embedded ideologies and institutions of racial superiority, but we should also recognize that the Haitian Revolution was unthinkable because it violated the rule of property. A simple syllogism is at work here: the Republic must protect private property, slaves are private property, therefore republicanism must oppose the freeing of the slaves. With the example of Haiti, in effect, the Republican pretense to value freedom and equality directly conflicts with the rule of property and property wins out. In this sense, the exclusion of the Haitian Revolution from the canon of republicanism is powerful evidence of the sacred status of property to the Republic. It may be appropriate, in fact, that Haiti be excluded from the list of Republican revolutions, not because the Haitian Revolution is somehow unworthy of the Republican spirit but, on the contrary, because republicanism does not live up to the spirit of freedom and equality contained in the Haitian rebellion against slavery. 17 The primacy of property is revealed in all modern colonial histories. Each time a European power brings new practices of government to its colonies in the name of reason, efficiency, and the rule of law, the primary republican virtue they establish is the rule of property. This is evident, for example, in the permanent settlement established in Bengal by British colonial authorities and administrators of the East India Company in the late 18th century to guarantee the security of property, especially landed property, and bolster the position of the zamindar, the existing Bengali propertied class, thereby solidifying taxation and revenue. Ranjit Guha, in his analysis of the debates leading to the settlement, puzzles over the fact that such a quasi-feudal land settlement could have been authored by bourgeois Englishmen. Some of WHOM were great admirers of the French Revolution. Guha assumes that European bourgeoisies compromise their republican ideals when ruling over conquered lands in order to find a social base for their powers, but in fact they are just establishing there the core principle of the bourgeois republics, the rule of property. Security and inviolability of property is so firmly fixed in the republican mentality that colonial authorities do not question the good of its dissemination. 18 Finally, with the construction of the welfare state in the first half of the 20th century, public property gains a more important role in the republican constitution. This transformation of the right to property, however, follows the capitalist transformation of the organization of labor, reflecting the increasing importance that public conditions begin to exert over the relations of production. Despite all the changes, the old dictum remains valid, esprit de l'os, c'est la propriété. Yevgeny Pashukanis, writing in the 1920s, anticipates this development with extraordinary clarity. It is most obvious, Pashukanis claims, that the logic of juridical concepts corresponds with the logic of the social relationship of commodity production, and that the history of the system of private law should be sought in these relationships and not in the dispensation of the authorities. On the contrary, the logical relationships of domination and subordination are only partially included in the system of juridical concepts. Therefore, the juridical concept of the state may never become a theory but will always appear as an ideological distortion of the facts. 19. For Pashukanis, in effect, all law is private law, and public law is merely an ideological figure imagined by bourgeois legal theorists. What is central for our purposes here is that the concept of property and the defense of property remain the foundation of every modern political constitution. This is the sense in which the republic, from the great bourgeois revolutions to today, is a republic of property. Sapere Ode. Kant is a prophet of the republic of property not so much directly in his political or economic views but indirectly in the form of power he discovers through his epistemological and philosophical inquiries. We propose to follow Kant's method of transcendental critique, but in doing so we are decidedly deviant, unfaithful followers, reading his work against the grain. The political project we propose is not only, with Kant, an attack on transcendent sovereignty and, against Kant, a critique aimed to destabilize the transcendental power of the republic of property, but also and ultimately, beyond Kant, an affirmation of the immanent powers of social life, because this immanent scene is the only possible terrain on which democracy can be constructed. Our affirmation of immanence is not based on any faith in the immediate or spontaneous capacities of society. The social plane of immanence has to be organized politically. Our critical project is thus not simply a matter of refusing the mechanisms of power and wielding violence against them. Refusal, of course, is an important and powerful reaction to the imposition of domination, but it alone does not extend beyond a negative gesture. Violence can also be a crucial, necessary response, often as a kind of boomerang effect, redirecting the violence of domination that has been deposited in our bones to strike back at the power that originated it. But such violence too is merely reactive and creates nothing. We need to educate these spontaneous reactions, transforming refusal into resistance and violence into the use of force. The former in each case is an immediate response, whereas the latter results from a confrontation with reality and training of our political instincts and habits, our imaginations and desires. More important, too, resistance and the coordinated use of force extend beyond a negative reaction to power toward an organizational project to construct an alternative on the immanent plane of social life. The need for invention and organization paradoxically brings us back to Kant, or, really, to a minor voice that runs throughout Kant's writings and presents an alternative to the command and authority of modern power. This alternative comes to the surface clearly, for example, in his brief and well-known text An Answer to the Question, What is Enlightenment? 2.0 The key to emerging from the state of immaturity, the self-sustained state of dependency in which we rely on those in authority to speak and think for us, and establishing our ability and will to speak and think for ourselves. Kant begins, recalling Horace's injunction, is sapere ode, dare to know. This notion of enlightenment and its defining injunction, however, become terribly ambiguous in the course of Kant's essay. On the one hand, as he explains the kind of reasoning we should adopt, it becomes clear that it is not very daring at all. It compels us dutifully to fulfill our designated roles in society, to pay taxes, to be a soldier, a civil servant, and ultimately to obey the authority of the sovereign. Frederick II. This is the Kant whose life is so regularly ordered, they say, that you can set your watch by the time of his morning walk. Indeed, the major line of Kant's work participates in that solid European rationalist tradition that considers enlightenment the process of the emendation of reason that coincides with and supports the preservation of the current social order. On the other hand, though, Kant opens the possibility of reading the Enlightenment injunction against the grain, dare to know really means at the same time also KNOW how to dare. This simple inversion indicates the audacity and courage required, along with the risks involved, in thinking, speaking, and acting autonomously. This is the minor Kant, the bold, daring Kant, which is often hidden, subterranean, buried in his texts, but from time to time breaks out with a ferocious, volcanic, disruptive power. Here reason is no longer the foundation of duty that supports established social authority but rather a disobedient, rebellious force that breaks through the fixity of the present and discovers the new. Why, after all, should we dare to think and speak for ourselves if these capacities are only to be silenced immediately by a muzzle of obedience? Kant's critical method is in fact double. His critiques do determine the system of transcendental conditions of knowledge and phenomena, but they also occasionally step beyond the transcendental plane to take up a humanistic notion of power and invention, the key to the free, biopolitical construction of the world. The major Kant provides the tools for stabilizing the transcendental ordering of the Republic of Property, whereas the minor Kant blasts apart its foundations, opening the way for mutation and free creation on the biopolitical plane of immanence. 2. This alternative within Kant helps us differentiate between two political paths. The lines of the major Kant are extended in the field of political thought most faithfully today by theorists of social democracy, who speak about reason and enlightenment but never really enter onto the terrain where daring to know and knowing how to dare coincide. Enlightenment for them is a perpetually unfinished project that always requires acceptance of the established social structures, consent to a compromised vision of rights and democracy, acquiescence to the lesser evil. Social democrats thus never radically question the Republic of Property, either blithely ignoring its power or naively assuming that it can be reformed to generate a society of democracy and equality. The social democratic projects of Jürgen Habermas and John Rawls, for example, aim to maintain a social order based on transcendental, formal schema. Early in their careers, Habermas and Rawls both propose more dynamic concepts oriented towards social transformation. Habermas works with a Hegelian notion of intersubjectivity that opens the possibility for radical productive subjective capacity, and Rawls insists on a difference principle whereby social decisions and institutions should benefit most the least advantaged members of society. These proposals, albeit in different ways, suggest a dynamic of social transformation. In the course of their careers, however, these possibilities of social transformation and subjective capacity are diluted or completely abandoned. Habermas's notions of communicative reason and action come to define a process that constantly mediates all social reality, thus accepting and even reinforcing the given terms of the existing social order. Rawls constructs a formal, transcendental schema of judgment that neutralizes subjective capacities and transformative processes, putting the emphasis instead on maintaining the equilibrium of the social system. The version of social democracy we find in Habermas and Rawls thus echoes the notion of enlightenment of the major Kant, which, despite its rhetoric of emendation, reinforces the existing social order through schemas of transcendental formalism. 2.2. Anthony Giddens and Ulrich Beck propose a version of social democracy whose basis is much more empirical and pragmatic. Whereas Habermas and Rawls require a point of departure and mediation that is in some sense outside the social plane, Giddens and Beck start inside. Giddens, adopting a skeptical standpoint, attempts to fashion from the empirical and the phenomenal level an adequate representation of society in the process of reform, working, one could say, from the social to the transcendental plane. And society refuses to comply, however, when ghettos in revolt and social conflicts sprouting all around make it impossible to maintain an idea of reformist mediation emerging directly from social reality. Dens takes recourse to a sovereign power that can bring to conclusion the process of reform. Paradoxically, Giddens introduces a transcendental project and then is subsequently forced to violate it with such an appeal to a transcendent power. Ulrich Beck, more than Giddens and indeed more than any other social democratic theorist, is willing to set his feet solidly in the real social field and deal with all the ambiguous struggles, the uncertainty, fear, and passions that constitute it. Beck is able to recognize, for example, the dynamics of workers' struggles against the factory regime and against factory closings. Although he can analyze the exhaustion of one social form, however, such as the modernity of the factory regime of production, he cannot grasp fully the emergence of new social forces. His thinking thus runs up against the fixity of the transcendental structure, which even for him ultimately guides the analysis. Modernity gives way to hypermodernity in Beck's view, which is really, in the end, only a continuation of modernity's primary structures. 2-3 Analogous social democratic positions are common among contemporary theorists of globalization as diverse as David Held, Joseph Stiglitz, and Thomas Friedman. Kantian resonances are not as strong here, but these theorists do preach reform of the global system without ever calling into question the structures of capital and property. 2-4 The essence of social democracy in all these various figures is the proposition of social reform, sometimes even aimed at equality, freedom, and democracy, that fails to draw into question and even reinforces the structures of the Republic of Property. In this way social democratic reformism dovetails perfectly with the reformism of capital. Social democrats like to call their modern project unfinished, as if with more time and greater efforts the desired reforms will finally come about, but really this claim is completely illusory because the process is blocked from the outset by the unquestioned transcendental structures of law and property. Social democrats continue faithfully the transcendental position of the major Kant, advocating a process of enlightenment in which, paradoxically, all elements of the existing social order stay firmly in place. Reforming or perfecting the Republic of Property will never lead to equality and freedom but only perpetuate its structures of inequality and unfreedom. Robert Filmer, a lucid 17th-century reactionary, recognizes clearly, in the passage that serves as an epigraph to this chapter, that liberty and property are as contrary as fire and water, and cannot stand together. Such neo-Kantian positions may appear harmless, even if illusory, but at several points in history they have played damaging roles, particularly in the period of the rise of fascism. No one, of course, is blameless when such tragedies occur, but from the late 19th century to the 1920s and 1930s neo-Kantianism constituted the central ideology of bourgeois society and European politics, and indeed the only ideology open to social democratic reformism. Primarily in Marburg, with Hermann Cohen and Paul Nader, and Heidelberg, with Heinrich Rickert and Wilhelm Windelband, but also in Oxford, Paris, Boston, and Rome, all the possible Kantian variations blossomed. Seldom has an ideological concert been as widespread and its influence as profound over an entire system of Geisteswissenschaften. Corporate bosses and syndicalists, liberals and socialists divided the parts, some playing in the orchestra, others with the chorus. But there was something profoundly out of tune in this concert, a dogmatic faith in the inevitable reform of society and progress of spirit, which meant for them the advance of bourgeois rationality. This faith was not based on some political will to bring about transformation or even any risk of engaging in struggle. When the fascisms emerged, then, the transcendental consciousness of modernity was immediately swept away. We have to mourn that fact. It does not seem that contemporary social democratic thinkers with their transcendental illusion have any more effective response than their predecessors to the risks and dangers we face, which, as we said earlier, are different from those of the 1930s. Instead, the illusory faith in progress masks and obstructs the real means of political action and struggle while maintaining the transcendental mechanisms of power that continue to exercise violence over anyone who dares to know and act rather than maintaining the rules of an enlightenment that has become mere routine. We will try instead in the pages that follow to develop the method of the minor Kant, for whom daring to know requires simultaneously knowing how to dare. This too is an enlightenment project, but one based on an alternative rationality in which a methodology of materialism and metamorphosis calls powers of resistance, creativity, and invention. Whereas the major Kant provides the instruments to support and defend the republic of property even up to today, the minor Kant helps us see how to overthrow it and construct a democracy of the multitude. From the Marxist critique of property, Karl Marx develops in his early work from the Jewish question and the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right to his economic and philosophical manuscripts an analysis of private property as the basis of all capitalist legal structures. The relationship between capital and law defines a paradoxical power structure that is at once extraordinarily abstract and entirely concrete. On the one hand, legal structures are abstract representations of social reality, relatively indifferent to social contents, and on the other, capitalist property defines the concrete conditions of the exploitation of labor. Both are totalizing social frameworks, extending across the entire social space, working in coordination and holding together, so to speak, the abstract and concrete planes. Marx adds to this paradoxical synthesis of the abstract and the concrete the recognition that labor is the positive content of private property. The relation of private property contains latent within itself, Marx writes, the relation of private property as labor, the relation of private property as capital and the connection of these two. On the one hand we have the production of human activity as labor, i.e. as an activity wholly alien to itself, to man and to nature, and hence to consciousness and vital expression, the abstract existence of man as a mere workman who therefore tumbles day after day from his fulfilled nothingness into absolute nothingness, into his social and hence real non-existence, and on the other, the production of the object of human labor as capital, in which all the natural and social individuality of the object is extinguished and private property has lost its natural and social quality, i.e. has lost all political and social appearances and is not even apparently tainted with any human relationships. 2.5. Private property in its capitalist form thus produces a relation of exploitation in its fullest sense, the production of the human as commodity, and excludes from view the materiality of human needs and poverty. Marx's critical approach in these early texts is powerful but not sufficient to grasp the entire set of effects that property, operating through law, determines over human life. Many 20th-century Marxist authors extend the critique of private property beyond the legal context to account for the diverse material dynamics that constitute oppression and exploitation in capitalist society. Lewis A. L. Thusser, for one, clearly defines this shift in perspective, configuring it in philological and scholastic terms as a break within Marx's own thought from his youthful humanism to his mature materialism. A. L. Thusser recognizes, in effect, a passage from the analysis of property as exploitation in terms of a transcendental form to the analysis of it in terms of the material organization of bodies in the production and reproduction of capitalist society. In this passage, critique is, so to speak, raised to the level of truth and at the same time superseded, as philosophy gives way to politics. In roughly the same period, Max Horkheimer, Theodor Adorno, and other authors of the Frankfurt School, especially when they confront the conditions of U.S. capitalist development, operate a corresponding shift within Marxism, emphasizing the breakdown of the conceptual boundary between structure and superstructure, the consequent construction of really effective ideological structures of rule, corresponding to A.L. Thusser's ideological state apparatuses, and the accomplishment of the real subsumption of society within capital. The result of these diverse interventions is a phenomenologization of critique, that is, a shift to consider the relationship between critique and its object as a material dispositif, within the collective dimension of bodies, a shift, in short, from the transcendental to the immanent. 2.6 This shift moves toward a perspective that had been difficult to recognize within the Marxist tradition, the standpoint of bodies. We credit this shift to Althusser and the Frankfurt School. We do so rather maliciously because we are convinced that the real passage, which is only intuited or suspected on the scholastic level of such authors, is accomplished on the level of theory developed within militancy or activism. The journals Socialisme ou Barbarie in France and Quaderni Rossi in Italy are among the first in the 1960s to pose the theoretical practical importance of the standpoint of bodies in Marxist analysis. In many respects, the investigations of worker and peasant insurgencies in the South Asian journal Subaltern Studies develop along parallel lines, and certainly there are other similar experiences that emerge in the Marxist analyses of this period throughout the world. Key is the immersion of the analysis in the struggles of the subordinated and exploited, considered as the matrix of every institutional relationship and every figure of social organization. To this point we have analyzed capital, Mario Tronti writes in the early 1960s, but from now on we have to analyze the struggles as the principle of all historical movement too. 7 Raniero Panzieri, who like Tronti is a central figure in Quaderni Rossi, adds that although Marxism is born as sociology, the fundamental task is to translate that sociological perspective into not just political science but really the science of revolution. In Socialisme ou Barbarie, to give another example, Cornelius Castoriadis emphasizes that revolutionary research constantly has to follow and be redefined by the forms of the social movements. And finally Hans-Georgen Krall, in the midst of one of those extraordinary discussions at the heart of the German socialist youth movements that precede the events of 1968, insists on the break with every transcendental concept of the revolutionary process such that every theoretical notion of constitution has to be grounded in concrete experience. 2.8 It is interesting in this context to look back at the 1970s Situationist manifesto titled Contribution la prise de conscience d'une classe qui sera la dernière. What is fascinating about this avant-garde text is certainly not its ridiculous Dadaist declarations or its sophisticated letterist paradoxes but rather the fact of its being an investigation of the concrete conditions of labor, one that is able to grasp in initial and partial but nonetheless correct terms the separation of labor power from the control of capital when immaterial production becomes hegemonic over all the other valorization processes. This situationist worker investigation anticipates in some extraordinary ways the social transformations of the 21st century. Living labor oriented toward producing immaterial goods, such as cognitive or intellectual labor, always exceeds the bounds set on it and poses forms of desire that are not consumed and forms of life that accumulate. When immaterial production becomes hegemonic, all the elements of the capitalist process have to be viewed in a new light, sometimes in terms completely inverted from the traditional analyses of historical materialism. What was called the transition from capitalism to communism takes the form of a process of liberation in practice, the constitution of a new world. Through the activity of conducting a worker investigation, in other words, the phenomenologization of critique becomes revolutionary, and we find Marx redivivus. This entry of the phenomenology of bodies into Marxist theory, which begins by opposing any ideology of rights and law, any transcendental mediation or dialectical relationship, has to be organized politically, and indeed this perspective provides some of the basis for the events of 1968. This intellectual development recalls in some respects the scientific transformations of the Italian Renaissance 3 centuries earlier. Renaissance philosophers combined their critique of the scholastic tradition with experiments to understand the nature of reality, combing the city, for example, for animals. To dissect, using their bisturi and scalpels to reveal the functioning of individual bodies. So too the theorists in the 1950s and 1960s, when, one might say, modernity arrives at its conclusion, recognize the necessity not only to develop a philosophical critique of the Marxist tradition but also to ground it in militant experience, using the scalpels that reveal, through readings of the factory and social struggles, the new anatomy of collective bodies. Many different paths trace this passage in European Marxist theory. The fundamental genealogy no doubt follows the development of workers' struggles inside and outside the factories, moving from salary demands to social demands and thus extending the terrain of struggle and analysis to reach all corners of social life. The dynamic of struggles is not only antagonistic but also constructive, or, better, constituent, interpreting a new era of political economy and proposing within it new alternatives. We will return in detail to this economic transformation and the constituent struggles within it in Part 3. But other important intellectual developments undoubtedly allow and force European Marxist theorists to move toward a standpoint of bodies. The work of Simone de Beauvoir and the beginnings of second-wave feminist thought, for example, focus attention powerfully on the gender differences and hierarchies that are profoundly material and corporeal. Anti-racist thought, particularly emerging from the anti-colonial struggles in these years, put pressure on European Marxist theory to adopt the standpoint of bodies to recognize both the structures of domination and the possibilities for liberation struggles. We can recognize another, rather different path toward the theoretical centrality of the body in two films by Alain Resnais from the 1950s. Night and Fog and Hiroshima Mon Amour, written by Marguerite Duras, marked the imaginary of a generation of European intellectuals with the horrors of the Jewish Holocaust and the atomic devastation in Japan. The threat and reality of genocidal acts thrusts the theme of life itself onto center stage so that every reference to economic production and reproduction cannot forget the centrality of bodies. Each of these perspectives, feminist thought, anti-racist and anti-colonial thought, and the consciousness of genocide, forces Marxist theorists of that generation to recognize not only the commodification of laboring bodies but also the torture of gendered and racialized bodies. It is no coincidence that the series of classic studies of the discontent and poverty of the human spirit from Freud to Marcuse can be read as an encyclopedia of colonial capitalist violence. The paradox, though, is that even in the moment of capital's triumph in the 1960s, when bodies are directly invested by the mode of production and the commodification of life has rendered their relations entirely abstract, that is the point when, immediately within the processes of industrial and social production, bodies spring back onto center stage in the form of revolt. This returns us to the primordial necessity of bourgeois society we analyzed earlier, that is, the right of property as the basis of the republic itself. This is not the exception but the normal condition of the republic that reveals both the transcendental condition and the material foundation of the social order. Only the standpoint of bodies and their power can challenge the discipline and control wielded by the republic of property. To the phenomenology of bodies, philosophy is not always the owl of Minerva, arriving at dusk to illuminate retrospectively a waning historical period. Sometimes it anticipates history, and that is not always a good thing. In Europe, reactionary philosophies have often anticipated and posed the ideological basis for historical events, including the rise of fascisms and the great totalitarianisms of the 20th century. Consider, for example, two authors who dominate European thought in the first decades of the century and effectively anticipate the totalitarian events, Henry Bergson and Giovanni Gentile. Their work helps us trace another important genealogy that brings us back to the phenomenology of bodies with a new and powerful perspective. The essential anticipatory element of this stream of early 20th century European thought, which has a profound influence on reactionary political ideologies, is its invention of a philosophy of life that poses at its center an ethics of radical action. Vitalism, which unleashes a destructive fury on the critical tradition, transcendental epistemologies, and Kantian liberal ideology, has such influence in part because it corresponds to some of the dominant political and economic developments of the times. Capitalist command has been thrown into crisis by the first serious expressions of the workers' movement as a subversive force, and capital's stable values seem to be threatened by a chaotic relativism. Capitalist ideology needs to return to its beginnings, reaffirming its values, verifying its decision-making powers, and destroying every obstacle posed by mechanisms of social mediation. Such a context provides fertile soil for a blind and proud voluntarism. Vitalism, which Bergson configures as flux and Gentile as a dialectic without negativity, presents a powerful ideology for affirming a hegemonic will. Transcendental abstraction pays the price as the conception of history is forced to mold itself to the teleology of power. Bergson ends his life a Catholic and Gentile a fascist. That is how history re-enters their thought. When history is believed to be threatened by an absolute relativism, religious values or voluntaristic affirmation seem the only alternative. The great historicist thinkers of the period are also caught between these two poles, either relativism or a religious/voluntarist escape. The lines are already clear, for example, in the late 19th century exchanges between Wilhelm Dilthey and Graf Paul Jurk von Wartenberg. For Jurk, relativism means cynicism and materialism, whereas for Dilthey it opens the possibility of a vital and singular affirmation within and through the historical process. 3. This debate prefigures, in epistemological terms and in the relationship between history and event, the tragedies of 20th century Europe, in which the event and transcendence take horrifying forms. The long European Civil War and historicism comes to mean simply political disorientation, the various figures of fascism and populism. The destruction of the critical tradition and the dissolution of neo-Kantianism is one necessary prerequisite for the vitalist positions to become hegemonic in the confused scene of European cultural and political debates. Phenomenology emerges in this context to operate an anti-Platonic, anti-idealist, and above all anti-transcendental revolution. Phenomenology is posed primarily as an attempt to go beyond the skeptical and relativist effects of post-Hegelian historicism, but at the same time it is driven to rediscover every concept and every idea modes of life and material substance. Reflecting on the complex legacy of Kantianism and the violent consequences of vitalism, phenomenology pulls critique away from transcendental abstraction and reformulates it as an engagement with lived experience. This immersion in concrete and determinate being is the great strength of 20th century phenomenology, which corresponds to the transformation of Marxism that we traced earlier, from the critique of property to the critique of bodies. Martin Heidegger marks out one influential path of phenomenology, but one that fails to arrive at the critique and affirmation of bodies that interests us here. His thought is permeated by a brooding reflection over the failure of modernity and destruction of its values. He brings phenomenology back to classical ontology not in order to develop a means to reconstruct being through human productive capacities but rather as a meditation on our telluric condition, our powerlessness and death. That can be constructed, all that resistances and struggles produce, is here instead disempowered and found thrown onto the surface of being. what phenomenology casts out, including Bergsonian vitalism, Gentiles voluntarism, and historicist relativism, Heidegger brings in the back door, positing it as the fabric of the present constitution of being. Heidegger's notion of Gelassenheit, letting go, withdrawing from engagement, for example, not only brings back the earlier vitalism and voluntarism by confusing history with destiny, but also reconfigures them as an apology for fascism. WHO would have thought, reading Being and Time, Rainer Skierman reflects, that a few years later Heidegger would have entrusted the descent to someone's will. This institution of a contingent will that rules over the determines the anthropology, the theology, and the populism of Heidegger's thought. 3. 1. The critique and affirmation of bodies that characterizes phenomenology's revolution in philosophy thus gets completely lost in Heidegger. This Heideggerian trajectory, however, should not obscure the much more important path of phenomenology that extends from Edmund Husserl to Maurice Merleau-Ponty. Even though closed in the speculative cage of the transcendental, imposed by the German Academy, Husserl spends his life trying to break down the consistency of the subject as individual and reconstruct subjectivity as a relation with the other, projecting knowledge through intentionality. This project leads him in the 1930s to denounce the development of the European sciences and the crisis of their ethical content, when capitalism and national sovereignty, imperialism, and war have usurped their goals and meaning. In Merleau-Ponty, being inside the concrete reality of bodies implies an even more fundamental relation to altruity, being among others, and the perceptive modalities and the linguistic forms of being. The experience of altruity is always traversed by a project to construct the common. Immanence thus becomes the exclusive horizon of philosophy, an immanence that is opposed not only to metaphysical transcendence but also to epistemological transcendentalism. It is no coincidence, then, that this path of phenomenology intersects at this point, in Merleau-Ponty and others, with Marxist critiques of law and the rule of property, of human rights as a natural or originary structure, and even of the concept of identity itself, as individual, nation, state, and so forth. Phenomenology, of course, is not the only philosophical tendency in this period to cast aside transcendental critique and operate such a construction from below that affirms the resistance and productivity of bodies. We have elsewhere investigated similar propositions, for example, in the materialist traditions that bring together a constitutive Spinozist ethics with a Nietzschean critique of fixed values. But phenomenology highlights perhaps more strongly than others the fundamental relation between corporeality and altruity. Tracing the genealogy of phenomenology through the work of Merleau-Ponty in this way also provides us with a particularly illuminating perspective on the work of Michel Foucault. In his analyses of power we can already see how Foucault adopts and pushes forward the central elements, posing being not in abstract or transcendental figures but in the concrete reality of bodies and their altruity. 3. He insists that there is no central, transcendent locus of power but only a myriad of micro-powers that are exercised in capillary forms across the surfaces of bodies in their practices and disciplinary regimes. Many commentators object that he is betraying the Marxist tradition, and Foucault himself contributes to this prescience. In our view, though, Foucault's analyses of bodies and power in this phase of his work, following a line initiated by Merleau-Ponty, really make good on some of the intuitions that the young Marx could not completely grasp about the need to bring the critique of property, along with all the transcendental structures of capitalist society, back to the phenomenology of bodies. Foucault adopts many disguises larvatus prodeo in his relationship with Marxism, but that relationship is nonetheless extremely profound. The phenomenology of bodies in Foucault reaches its highest point in his analysis of biopolitics, and here, if you focus on the essential, his research agenda is simple. Its first axiom is that bodies are the constitutive components of the biopolitical fabric of being. And the biopolitical terrain. This is the second axiom, where powers are continually made and unmade, bodies resist. They have to resist in order to exist. History cannot therefore be understood merely as the horizon on which biopower configures reality through domination. On the contrary, history is determined by the biopolitical antagonisms and resistances to biopower. The third axiom of his research agenda is that corporeal resistance produces subjectivity, not in an isolated or independent way but in the complex dynamic with the resistances of other bodies. This production of subjectivity through resistance and struggle will prove central, as our analysis proceeds, not only to the subversion of the existing forms of power but also to the constitution of alternative institutions of liberation. Here we can say, to return to our earlier discussion, that Foucault carries forward the banner of the minor Kant, the Kant who not only dares to know but also knows how to dare. The vanishing bodies of fundamentalism. Fundamentalism has become a vague, overused term, which refers most often to belief systems that are rigid and unyielding. What unites the various fundamentalisms to a surprisingly large degree, however, is their peculiar relation to the body. At first glance one might assume that fundamentalisms provide an extreme example of the corporeal perspective that is central to biopolitics. They do indeed focus extraordinary, even obsessive attention on bodies, making all their surfaces along with their intake and output, their habits and practices the object of intense scrutiny and evaluation. When we look a bit closer, though, we see that fundamentalist vigilance about the body does not allow for the productivity of bodies that is central to biopolitics, the construction of being from below, through bodies in action. On the contrary, the preoccupation of fundamentalisms is to prevent or contain their productivity. In the final analysis, in fact, fundamentalisms make bodies vanish insofar as they are revealed to be not really the objects of obsessive attention but merely signs of transcendent forms or essences that stand above them. And this is one reason why fundamentalism seems so out of step with contemporary power structures. They refer ultimately to the transcendent rather than the transcendental plane. This double relation to the body, at once focusing on it and making it disappear, is a useful definition for fundamentalism, allowing us to bring together the various disparate fundamentalisms on this common point and, through contrast, cast into sharper relief the characteristics and value of the biopolitical perspective. The major religious fundamentalisms, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, and Hindu, certainly all demonstrate intense concern for and scrutiny of bodies, through dietary restrictions, corporeal rituals, sexual mandates and prohibitions, and even practices of corporeal mortification and abnegation. What primarily distinguishes fundamentalists from other religious practitioners, in fact, is the extreme importance they give to the body, what it does, what parts of it appear in public, what goes into and comes out of it. Even when fundamentalist norms require hiding a part of the body behind a veil, headscarf, or other articles of clothing, they are really signaling its extraordinary importance. Women's bodies are obviously the object of the most obsessive scrutiny and regulation in religious fundamentalism, but no bodies are completely exempt from examination and control. Men's bodies, adolescents' bodies, infants' bodies, even the bodies of the dead. The fundamentalist body is powerful, explosive, precarious, and that is why it requires constant inspection and care. The religious fundamentalisms are also united, however, at the same time, in their ultimate dissolution of bodies into the transcendent realm. The fundamentalist religious focus on the body really looks through it like an X-ray to grasp the soul. If dietary restrictions were merely a matter of the health of the body, of course, they would simply constitute an elaborate nutritionist's guide, and dictates about consumption of pork or beef or fish would rely on issues of calories and foodborne diseases. What goes into the body, however, is really important for what it does and means for the soul, or rather for the subjects belonging to the religious community. These two issues are in fact not very distant, because the health of the soul from this perspective is just one index of gauging identitarian belonging. Similarly, the clothing covering the body is an indication of inner virtue. The ultimate eclipse of the body, though, is clearest in fundamentalist notions of martyrdom. The body of the martyr is central in its heroic action, but that action really points to a transcendent world beyond. Here is the extreme point of the fundamentalist relation to the body, where its affirmation is also its annihilation. Nationalist fundamentalism similarly concentrate on bodies through their attention to and care for the population. The nationalist policies deploy a wide range of techniques for corporeal health and welfare, analyzing birth rates and sanitation, nutrition and housing, disease control, and reproductive practices. Bodies themselves constitute the nation, and thus the nation's highest goal is their promotion and preservation. Like religious fundamentalisms, however, nationalisms, although their gaze seems to focus intently on bodies, really see them merely as an indication or symptom of the ultimate, transcendent object of national identity. With its moral face, nationalism looks past the bodies to see national character, whereas with its militarist face, it sees the sacrifice of bodies in battle as revealing the national spirit. The martyr or the patriotic soldier is thus for nationalism too the paradigmatic figure for how the body is made to disappear and leave behind only an index to a higher plane. Given this characteristic double relation to the body, it makes sense to consider white supremacy, and racism in general, a form of fundamentalism. Modern racism in the 19th and 20th centuries is characterized by a process of epidermalization, embedding racial hierarchies in the skin, its color, smells, contours, and textures. 3. Although white supremacy and colonial power are characterized by a maniacal preoccupation with bodies, the corporeal signs of race are not entirely stable and reliable. The one who passes for white but is not poses the greatest anxiety for the white supremacist, and indeed the cultural and literary history of the United States is filled with angst created by passing and racial ambiguity. Such anxieties make clear, though, that white supremacy is not really about bodies, at least not in any simple way, but rather looks beyond the body at some essence that transcends it. Discourses on blood that gesture toward ancestry and lineage, which constitute the primary common link between racisms and nationalisms, are one way this essential difference beyond the body is configured. Indeed, recent racial discourse has migrated in certain respects from the skin to the molecular level as biotechnologies and DNA testing are making possible new characterizations of racial difference, but these molecular corporeal traits too, when seen in terms of race, are really only indexes of a transcendent racial essence. 34 There is finally always something spiritual or metaphysical about racism. But all this should not lead us to say that white supremacy is not about bodies after all. Instead, like other fundamentalisms, it is characterized by a double relation to the body. The body is all important and, at the same time, vanishes. This same double relation to the body indicates, finally, how economism should be considered a type of fundamentalism. At first sight, economism too is all about bodies in their stark materiality insofar as it holds that the material facts of economic relations and activity are sufficient for their own reproduction without the implication of other, less corporeal factors such as ideology, law, politics, culture, and so forth. Economism focuses primarily on the body's of commodities, recognizing as commodities both the material goods produced and the material human bodies that produce and carry them to market. The human body must itself constantly be produced and reproduced by other commodities and their productive consumption. Economism in this sense sees only a world of bodies, productive bodies, bodies produced, and bodies consumed. Although it seems to focus exclusively on bodies in this way, however, it really looks through them to see the value that transcends them. Hence the metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties of economism in both its capitalist and socialist forms. 3.5 From this perspective, actual bodies, of humans and other commodities, are ultimately not the object of economism. What really matters is the quantity of economic value that stands above or behind them. That is why human bodies can become commodities, that is, indifferent from all other commodities, in the first place, because their singularity disappears when they are seen only in terms of value. Thus economism too has a typically fundamentalist relation to the body. The material body is all important and, at the same time, eclipsed by the transcendent plane of value. We need to follow this argument, however, through one final twist. Even though all of these fundamentalisms, religious, nationalist, racist, and economistic, ultimately negate the body and its power, they do, at least initially, highlight its importance. That is something to work with. The deviation from and subversion of the fundamentalist focus on the body, in other words, can serve as the point of departure for a perspective that affirms the needs of bodies and their full powers. With regard to religious fundamentalism, one of the richest and most fascinating, but also most complex and contradictory, examples is the biopolitical potential that Foucault glimpses in the Islamic popular movements against the Shah's government in the year leading up to the Iranian Revolution. Commissioned from the Italian newspaper Corriere della Sera, he makes 2-week-long visits to Iran in September and November 1978 and writes a series of brief essays in which he recounts in simple, often moving prose the development of the uprising against the regime, offering basic political analyses of the relations of force in the country, the importance of Iran's oil and the Cold War, the political power of the Shah, the brutality of the repression, and so forth. In the essays Foucault, of course, does not endorse political Islam, and he clearly insists that there is nothing revolutionary about the Shiite clergy or Islam as such, but he does recognize that, as it had in Europe and elsewhere in other historical instances, religion defines the form of struggle in Iran that mobilizes the popular classes. It is easy to imagine, although he does not use these terms, that Foucault is thinking about the biopolitical powers of Islamic fundamentalism in the Iranian resistance. Just 2 years earlier he published the first volume of his History of Sexuality, and soon afterwards he would deliver his lectures at the Collège de France on the birth of biopolitics. So it comes as no surprise that in these essays he is sensitive to the way that in the popular movements religious forces regulate with such care daily life, family ties, and social relations. In the context of the rebellion, he explains, religion for them was like the promise and guarantee of finding something that would radically change their subjectivity. 6. We have no intention of blaming Foucault for the fact that after the overthrow of the Shah a repressive theocratic regime took power, a regime against which he protested. What we find most significant in his articles stead is how he recognizes in the religious fundamentalism of the rebellion and its focus on bodies the elements of a biopolitical power that, if deployed differently, diverted from its closure in the theocratic regime, could bring about a radical transformation of subjectivity and participate in a project of liberation. For nationalism we do not need any such complex example to recognize the potentially progressive elements contained within it. Particularly during the course of national liberation struggles, nationalisms have served as the workbench for the experimentation of numerous political practices. 7. Think, for example, of the intensely corporeal nature of oppression and liberation that Frantz Fanon analyzes while working as a psychiatrist in the midst of the Algerian Revolution. The violence of colonialism that runs throughout its institutions and daily regimens is deposited in the bones of the colonized. Dr. Fanon explains that, as in a thermodynamic system, the violence that goes in has to come out somewhere. It is most commonly manifested in the mental disorders of the colonized, a violence directed inward, self-inflicted or in forms of violence among the colonized, including bloody feuds among tribes, clans, and individuals. The national liberation struggle, then, is for Fanon a kind of training of the body to redirect that violence outward, back whence it came, against the colonizer. 8. Under the flag of revolutionary nationalism, then, tortured, suffering bodies are able to discover their real power. Fanon is well aware, of course, that once independence has been achieved, the nation and nationalism become again an obstacle, closing down the dynamics that the revolution had opened. Nationalism can never fully escape fundamentalism, but that should not blind us to the fact that, particularly in the context of national liberation struggles, nationalism's intense focus on bodies suggests biopolitical practices that, if oriented differently, can be extraordinarily powerful. We have to approach the fundamentalism of white supremacy a bit ironically to see how it provides an opening toward a biopolitical practice through its focus on the body. The Black Power movement in the United States in the 1960s and 1970s, to give one example, transforms and revalues the epidermalization of human differences that grounds racist thought. Black Power focuses on the surfaces of the body, skin color, hair quality, facial features, and so forth, but not to whiten skin or straighten hair. Becoming black is the aim, because not only is black beautiful but also the meaning of blackness is the struggle for freedom. 3.9 This is not so much an anti-racist discourse as a counter-racist one that uses the focus on bodies as a means to affirm blackness. We should note, though, that this boomerang of counterracism does not couple the focus on bodies with some transcendent, metaphysical moment in which bodies vanish and the dominant element is really some essential, spiritual blackness, or rather, in the cases when it does, it becomes yet another fundamentalism. Counterracism that remains tied to the material, to the beauty and power of bodies, opens the possibility for a biopolitical practice. Finally, Marx reveals the possibility of subverting economism in his early readings of classical political economy. He grasps the tense focus on bodies and their productivity and the work of Adam Smith and others, but he also recognizes how that productivity of laboring bodies is narrowed and finally eclipsed when bodies become merely producers of value for capital. This inspires some of the most lyrical passages in Marx's work, in which he tries to restore the full productivity of bodies across all the domains of life. Labor, freed from private property, simultaneously engages all our senses and capacities, in short, all our human relations to the world: seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, feeling, thinking, contemplating, sensing, wanting, acting, loving. 0 labor and production are conceived in this expanded form, crossing all the domains of life. Bodies can never be eclipsed and subordinated to any transcendent measure or power. In each of these frameworks, then, the intense concentration on the body that characterizes fundamentalism offers an opening for a biopolitical perspective. Biopolitics thus is the ultimate antidote to fundamentalism because it refuses the imposition of a transcendent, spiritual value or structure, refuses to let the bodies be eclipsed, and insists instead on their power. A commonwealth is the government of the whole multitude of the base and poorer sort, without respect to the other orders. Sir Walter Raleigh, Maxims of State. The humor and the wit of the mariners, renegades, and castaways are beyond the cultivated interchanges of those who sit around mahogany tables. They have to be. Hangman's nooses hang loose around the necks of countless millions today, and for them their unfailing humor is an assertion of life and sanity against the ever-present threat of destruction and a world in chaos. C. L. R. James, Mariners, Renegades, and Castaways. Multitude, the name of the poor. Since the dominant form of the Republic is defined by property, the multitude, insofar as it is characterized by poverty, stands opposed to it. This conflict, however, should be understood in terms of not only wealth and poverty but also and more significantly the forms of subjectivity produced. Private property creates subjectivities that are at once individual, in their competition with one another, and unified as a class to preserve their property, against the poor. The constitutions of the great modern bourgeois republics mediate this balance between the individualism and class interests of property. The poverty of the multitude, then, seen from this perspective, does not refer to its misery or deprivation or even its lack, but instead names a production of social subjectivity that results in a radically plural and open body politic, opposed to both the individualism and the exclusive, unified social body of property. The poor, in other words, refers not to those who have nothing but to the wide multiplicity of all those who are inserted in the mechanisms of social production regardless of social order or property. This conceptual conflict is also a political conflict. Its productivity is what makes the multitude of the poor a real and effective menace for the republic of property. The essential foundations for understanding the constitutive relation between multitude and poverty in this way are established in the political struggles of 17th century England. The term multitude acquired then an almost technical meaning in popular political discourse and pamphlets to name all those gathered together to form a political body regardless of rank and property. For one, it is understandable that multitude, defined in this way, comes to connote the lowest rank of society and the propertyless, since they are the most visibly excluded from the dominant political bodies, but really it is an open, inclusive social body, characterized by its boundlessness and its originary state of mixture among social ranks and groups. Nahum Tate in Richard II, 1681, for example, his rewriting of Shakespeare, gives an idea of this mixed social body when he describes the multitude with a list of occupations: shoo, maker, farrier, weaver, tanner, mercer, brewer, butcher, barber, and infinite others with a confused noise for 2. But even Tate's multiplicity of trades, which could serve as a reference to a nascent working class, does not adequately capture the multitude's unbounded nature, its being without regard to rank or property or its power as a social and political body. We begin to see more clearly the defining relation to poverty of the multitude in the 1647 Putney debates between the Levellers and factions of the NEWMODELARMY on the nature of a new constitution for England and particularly on the right of suffrage. The Levellers argue strongly against the restriction of the vote to those who own property. Colonel Thomas Rainsborough, speaking for them, does not use the term multitude, but in his arguments he does present the poor as an unbounded and mixed political body. I think that the poorest he that is in England, Rainsborough affirms, has a life to live as the greatest he, and therefore truly, sir, I think it's clear, that every man that is to live under a government ought first by his own consent to put himself under that government, and I do think that the poorest man in England is not at all bound in a strict sense to that government that he has not had a voice to put himself under. 4. 3. Rainsborough is gesturing toward a political body when he refers to this extreme point, the poorest he, but this is not a subject that is limited to or even defined by this lack. Rather, this multitude of the poor is a political body without distinction of property, a mixed body that is unbounded, which would include Tate's list of tradesmen but not be limited to them. For Rainsborough, furthermore, this conception of the poor as an open and inclusive political body directly supports and even necessitates universal, or at least extended, suffrage and equal representation. Indeed Commissary Ireton of the Army, Rainsborough's primary interlocutor in the Putney debates, immediately recognizes the threat to the rule of property posed by this conception of the political subject. If the vote belongs to everyone, Ireton reasons, why should not all property belong to everyone? That is indeed exactly where the logic leads. Tracing the history of the term multitude presents a philological conundrum because there is little textual record of the political speech and writing of the proponents of the multitude. The vast majority of references in the archive of 17th century English texts are negative, written by those who want to destroy, denigrate, and deny the multitude. The term is almost always preceded by a derogatory adjective to double the weight against it: the lawless multitude, the headless multitude, the ignorant multitude, and so forth. Robert Filmer and Thomas Hobbes, to cite two prominent figures, seek to deny not only the rights of the multitude but also its very existence. Filmer, arguing on scriptural grounds, cast as if they were historical, contests the claims, made by authors such as Cardinal Bellarmine, that the multitude because of omen natural right has the power to determine the civil order. Power was given not equally by natural right to the entire multitude, he contends, but to Adam, the Father, whose authority passes rightly to all patriarchs. There never was any such thing as an independent multitude, who at first had a natural right to a community, Filmer proclaims. This is but a fiction or fancy of too many in these days. 4. Hobbes challenges the existence of the multitude on more directly political grounds. The multitude is not a political body, he maintains, and for it to become political it must become a people, which is defined by its unity of will and action. Many, in other words, must be reduced to one, thereby negating the essence of the multitude itself. And the multitude is united into a body politic, and thereby are a people. And their wills virtually in the sovereign, there the rights and demands of the particulars do cease, and he or they that have the sovereign power, doth for them all demand and vindicate under the name of his, that which before they called in the plural, theirs. 45. Filmer and Hobbes are representative of the dominant stream of 17th century English political thought, which gives us only a negative reflection of or reaction to the multitude. But certainly the intensity of that reaction, the fear and hatred inspired in Filmer and Hobbes, is testimony to the power of the cause. Another strategy for investigating the politics of the multitude in 17th century English thought is to turn to the field of physics, since the same set of basic laws were thought to apply equally to physical and political bodies. Robert Boyle, for example, challenges the dominant view that all existing bodies are compounds of homogeneous, simple elements by arguing instead that multiplicity and mixture are primary in nature. Innumerable swarms of little bodies, he writes, are moved to and fro, and multitudes of corpuscles are driven to associate themselves, now with one body, and presently with another. 6 bodies are always already mixed multitudes and constantly open to further combination through the logic of corpuscular association. Since physical and political bodies obey the same laws, Boyle's physics of unbounded multitudes immediately implies an affirmation of the political multitude and its mixed body. Indeed it should be no surprise that Hobbes, understanding this threat, argues vociferously against Boyle. 47. To complete this connection between the physical and political notions of the multitude, we have to travel across the English Channel to Holland. Baruch Spinoza's physics, like Boyle's, opposes any atomism of pure bodies and focuses instead on processes of mixture and composition. There is no need here to enter into the details of their different epistemologies between a rationalist mechanist theory and a corpuscular experimental conception, since both authors conceive of nature as composed through encounters among elementary particles. 8 encounters result either in decomposition into smaller bodies or composition into a new, larger body. In Spinoza's politics, the multitude is a similarly mixed, complex body that is composed by the same logic of clinamen and encounter. The multitude is thus an inclusive body in the sense that it is open to encounters with all other bodies, and its political life depends on the qualities of these encounters, whether they are joyful and compose more powerful bodies or whether they are sad and decompose into less powerful ones. This radical inclusiveness is one element that clearly marks Spinoza's multitude as a multitude of the poor conceived, once again, as not limited to the lowest in society but open to all regardless of rank and property. Spinoza, finally, makes the essential and decisive step of defining this multitude as the only possible subject of democracy. 9 To understand better this connection between the multitude and poverty, we should step back a few centuries to see how the same spectacle of the multitude of the poor confronts the tribunals of civil and church authorities in Renaissance Italy. The mendicant order of Francis of Assisi preaches the virtue of the poor in order to oppose both the corruption of church power and the institution of private property, which were intimately connected. The Franciscans give prescriptive value to the mottos of Gratian est decretum ire naturali sunt omnia omnibus, by natural law all belongs to everyone, and ire divino omni sunt communia, by divine law all things are common, which themselves refer to basic principles of the Church Fathers and the Apostles, habent omnia communia, keep all things in common, Acts 2:44. A bitter debate, foreshadowing the events of Putney 3 centuries later, emerges between the papacy and the Franciscans, and within the Franciscan order, pitting those who affirm the rule of property, and thus negate the communion dictated by natural law, against the Franciscan groups which believe that only on the basis of Commonwealth can a good and just society be created on earth. Only a few years later, in 1324, Marsilius of Padua would pose poverty as the sole basis for not only Christian perfection but also, what primarily interests us, democratic society. 50. Throughout the centuries of modernity the term multitude is not used in other parts of the world with the technical political sense it acquires in 17th century England, but the spectre of a multitude of the poor circulates around the globe and threatens the rule of property everywhere it takes root. It appears, for example, in the great 16th century peasant wars waged by Thomas Min, Zur and the Anabaptists against the German princes. 5. In the rebellions against European colonial regimes, from the 1781 Tupac Kateri attack on Spanish rule in La Paz to the 1857 Indian rebellion against the rule of the British East India Company, the multitude of the poor challenges the republic of property. And at sea, of course, the multitude populates the maritime circuits of production and trade, as well as the pirate networks that prey on them. The negative image is in this case, too, the one most strongly conveyed to us: the multitude is a many-headed hydra that threatens property and order. 5. Part of the threat of this multitude is its multiplicity, composed at times of combinations of sailors, maroons, servants, soldiers, tradesmen, laborers, renegades, castaways, pirates, and numerous others circulating through the great oceans. The threat is also, though, that this multitude will undermine property and its structures of rule. When men of power and property warn about the dangerous hydra loose in the seas, they are not telling fairy tales but trying to grasp and neutralize a real and powerful political threat. Jacques Rancière, finally, understands the nature of politics itself in terms very close to those we find in the 17th century debates about the multitude. For Rancière the whole basis of politics is the struggle between the poor and the rich, or, more precisely, he goes on to say, the struggle between those who have no part in the management of the common and those who control it. 5. Politics exists when those who have no right to be counted, as Rancière says, make themselves of some account. The part of those who have no part, the party of the poor, is an excellent initial definition of the multitude, as long as we add immediately that the party of the poor is by no means homologous to the party of the rich. The party of the rich makes false claim to universality, pretending in the guise of the republic of property to represent the entire society, when in fact it is based only on an exclusive identity, the unity and homogeneity of which is guaranteed by the ownership of property. The party of the poor, in contrast, is not an identity of one exclusive portion of society but rather a formation of all those inserted in the mechanisms of social production without respect to rank or property, in all their diversity, animated by an open and plural production of subjectivity. By its very existence the multitude of the poor presents an objective menace to the republic of property. Who hates the poor? It often seems as if everyone hates the poor. Certainly the rich do, usually casting their loathing in moral terms as if poverty were the sign of some inner failure, or sometimes masking it in terms of pity and compassion. Even the not quite so poor hate the poor, in part because they see in them an image of what they might soon become. What stands behind the hatred of the poor in its different forms is fear, since the poor constitute a direct threat to property not only because they lack wealth and might even be justified in stealing it, like the noble Jean Valjean, but also because they have the power to undermine and overthrow the republic of property. The vile multitude, not the people, is what we want to exclude, proclaims Adolphe Thiers in a session of the French National Assembly in 1850. The multitude is dangerous and must be banished by law, Thiers continues, because it is so mobile and impossible to grasp as a unified object of rule. 5. For every such instance of hatred and fear should be read in an inverted way, as an affirmation, or at least an acknowledgement, of the power of the poor. Alongside the history of practical maneuvers dividing the poor, depriving them of the means of action and expression, and so forth, is the equally long record of ideological efforts to tame, undermine, and nullify the power of the poor. It is interesting that so many of these ideological operations have been conducted within the context of Christian theology and doctrine, perhaps precisely because the threat posed by the poor to the rule of property has been experienced so intensely within Christianity. Pope Benedict X VI, in his 2006 encyclical Deus Caritas Estate seeks to challenge the scriptural basis of and mystify ideologically the power of the poor. He claims that the apostolic mandate to share all things in common is impractical in the modern world, and moreover that the Christian community should not engage such questions of social justice but leave them for governments to resolve. What he advocates instead is charitable activity on behalf of the poor and suffering, casting the poor as objects of pity rather than powerful subjects. There is nothing very original in Benedict XVI's operation. He is just the newest epigone in a long line of Christian ideological satyrs against the poor. 551 Pinnacle, or nadir, of the ideological effort to cancel the power of the poor through mystification is the brief June 1945 lecture by Martin Heidegger titled simply Poverty, Die Armut. The scene of the lecture is dramatic and significant. Since March of that year, when French troops crossed the Rhine, Heidegger and some of his colleagues from the philosophy department of the University of Freiburg have taken refuge in the Wildenstein Castle and the hills of the Black Forest east of the city, where they continue to give lectures. By late June the arrival of French troops at the castle is imminent, and Heidegger is undoubtedly well aware that the Soviet army is on the banks of the Elbe, Vienna has fallen, and Berlin cannot be far behind. He chooses for his final lecture to comment on a sentence from Hölderlin, written in the final years of the 18th century, during the French Revolution, "With everything is con. Centrated on the spiritual, we have become poor to become rich." And in the margins of the manuscript at the point where he first cites the sentence, he adds, "Why, in the present moment of world history, I choose to comment on this sentence for us will be made clear by the commentary itself." Heidegger, looking into the face of a disaster of historic proportions, the end of the Nazi project, the end of Germany and the German people as he conceives them, and the advance of communism, responds with an ontological discourse on poverty. 5-6 Let us begin by exploring the philosophical content of the lecture, even though Heidegger has already indicated that its full meaning will only be revealed in relation to its moment of world history. Heidegger proceeds, following his usual method, by questioning each key term in Hölderlin's sentence. What does Hölderlin mean by us? The answer is easy: we Germans. What does he mean by spiritual? Readers of Heidegger will not be surprised by this either. By spiritual he means the essential ontological relation, that is, the fact that human essence is defined by its relation to being. This concentration on the spiritual, then, this accent on being, prepares Heidegger for an ontological reading of poverty and wealth in the second half of the sentence. Poverty, he begins, does not really have to do with possessions, as normal usage would suggest, whereby poverty would be a state of not having material necessities. Poverty refers not to having but to being. The essence of poverty resides in a being. Being truly poor means, being in such a way that we lack nothing, except the non-necessary 5-7 At this point Heidegger risks coming to a banal conclusion that poverty is defined by necessity and thus constraint, whereas wealth, which offers the privilege of engaging the non-necessary, is capable of freedom. Such a conception, though, in addition to being banal, cannot explain the causality of Hölderlin's phrase that leads from becoming poor to becoming rich. Heidegger solves the riddle, as he often does, with recourse to German etymology. The Old German word /n, from which frei or free derives, means to preserve or protect, allowing something to reside in its proper essence. Freeing something, he continues, means guarding its essence against any constraints of necessity. The freeing of freedom, then, reverses or transforms necessity, thus necessity is in no way, as all of metaphysics understands it, the opposite of freedom, but rather only freedom is in itself necessity converted. This allows Heidegger to turn the trick. It is true, of course, that the poor lack the non-necessary, which is at the center of freedom. What we lack we do not have, but it is what we lack that has us. We recognize this to the extent that everything is concentrated on the spiritual, that is, and the relation to being at the essence of humanity. Even in our lacking we belong, in some sense, through our relation to being, to the freedom of the non-necessary, once the essence of humanity holds properly to the relation between freeing being and humanity, that is, once human essence lacks the non-necessary, then humanity becomes poor in the true sense. 58. Becoming poor leads to becoming rich because poverty itself marks a relation to being, and in that relation, necessity is converted into freedom, that is, the preservation and protection of its proper essence. Being poor is thus in itself, Heidegger concludes, being rich. Those not initiated into the intricacies of Heideggerian philosophy might well ask at this point, why go through such gymnastics just to confuse the distinction between poverty and wealth? The answer, as Heidegger himself tells us in his marginal note at the beginning, has to be found in the world historical situation he is facing, specifically the impending Nazi defeat and the approaching Soviet troops. Remember that Heidegger elsewhere in his work expresses his anti-communism in ontological terms. A decade earlier, for example, in his Introduction to Metaphysics, he claims that from the metaphysical standpoint, the United States and the Soviet Union are really united in Project's Unleashed technique. These are clearly peoples, in his view, for WHOM everything is not concentrated on the spiritual. But why in June 1945 should Heidegger decide to investigate the ontological position of poverty? The answer seems to be that he considers a certain notion of poverty to be the essence of communism and its primary appeal, so he wants to combat the enemy on its home turf. Indeed, Heidegger's battle against communism becomes explicit in the final pages of the lecture. The poor are not opposed to the rich, as he imagines communism to claim, but rather the real meaning of poverty can be discovered only from the spiritual perspective that recognizes the relation of human essence to being. 5.9 This is certainly a bizarre and ineffective challenge to communist ideology, but what concerns us more here is the way Heidegger mystifies the power of the poor and how in the guise of saving the concept of poverty he really condemns it. Even though the poor are dignified in Heidegger's eyes by their relation to being, they remain completely passive in this relation, like powerless creatures in the face of an all-powerful God. In this respect, Heidegger's approach to the poor is really only a more sophisticated version of Pope Benedict XVI's charity. The poor can be an object of pity and generosity when, and only when, their power has been completely neutralized and their passivity is assured. The fear of the poor that is thinly veiled behind this benevolent facade is immediately linked to a fear of communism, embodied for the Pope in liberation theology. Heidegger makes the explicit link between poverty and communism, but one should also remember how often hatred of the poor serves as a mask for racism. In Heidegger's case, one can imagine a speculative argument, following Adorno, about the link in Nazi Germany between the authoritarian personality and anti-Semitism. 60 If we switch to the context of the Americas, it is almost always the case that hatred of the poor expresses a thinly veiled or displaced racism. Poverty and race are so intimately linked throughout the Americas that this hatred is inevitably intermingled with disgust for black bodies and a revulsion toward darker-skinned people. Race differences and class differentials have been ground together in this country in a crucible of misery and squalor. Henry Louis Gates Jr. and Cornel West write about the United States, in such a way that few of us know where one stops and the other begins. 1 Everywhere there is hatred of the poor, there is likely to be racial fear and hatred lurking somewhere nearby. Another connection, which is not so obvious, links Heidegger's ontological subordination of the poor to Carl Schmitt's political theology and his affirmation of transcendent sovereign power. Such a connection might seem counterintuitive since Heidegger is so insistent about the end of metaphysics and refuses to locate being as a transcendent essence, which would, in the realm of ontology, occupy an analogous position to Schmidt's political sovereign. The link appears clearly, however, at the other end of the spectrum, in their denigration and fear of the power of immanence. Schmidt's notion of sovereign power and his theory of the Führer seek to contain politically, just as Heidegger's analysis denigrates ontologically the multitude of the poor and its power. This is one moment when it is not insignificant or anecdotal fact that both Schmidt and Heidegger support the Nazi regime. There should by no means be a prohibition on learning from reactionary thinkers, and indeed many leftist scholars have relied heavily on the work of Schmidt and Heidegger in recent years, but one should never forget that they are reactionaries, a fact that unfailingly comes out in their work. 6. What Heidegger and Schmidt do not challenge but simply mystify and try to contain is an ontological relation of the poor that points in the opposite direction, based on the innovation, the subjectivity, and the power of the poor to intervene in the established reality and create being. This may be spiritual in the sense that it poses a relation between humanity and being, but it is also equally material in its corporeal, material constructive practices. This is the ontological power of the poor that we want to investigate, one that is at the center of a notion of communism that Heidegger and Schmidt would have no idea how to confront. Poverty and power. In the course of the great bourgeois revolutions of the 17th and 18th centuries, the concept of the multitude is wiped out from the political and legal vocabulary, and by means of this erasure the conception of republic, residential publica rather than res communis, comes to be narrowly defined as an instrument to affirm and safeguard property. Property is the key that defines not only the republic but also the people, both of which are posed as universal concepts but in reality exclude the multitude of the poor. This exclusion is the essential content of Hobbes's conceptual division between the multitude and the people. The king is the people, Hobbes declares, because the people, in contrast to the multitude, is a unified subject and can thus be represented by a single person. On the surface his distinction is simply geometrical, the people is one, and thus capable of sovereignty, whereas the multitude is plural, and thus incoherent, unable to rule itself. This is just a translation of the debate about the physics of bodies, which we saw in relation to Boyle and Spinoza, with a small extension to indicate the political consequences. We need to ask at this point, however, what stands behind the unity of the people for Hobbes. In 17th century English political discourse it is not unusual to conceive of the people as freeholders, that is, those with sufficient independent property to qualify to vote for members of parliament. The glue that holds this people together, in other words, and whose lack dictates the plurality of the multitude, is property. Hobbes makes even clearer in Behemoth the function of property to expel the poor from the people. The only glory of merchants, he writes, whose profession is their private gain, is to grow excessively rich by the wisdom of buying and selling and by making poor people sell their labor to them at their own prices, so that poor people, for the most part, might get a better living by working in Bridewell prison, than by spinning, weaving, and other such labor as they can do. 6. 3. The lack of property, which excludes the poor from the people, is not a contingent fact for Hobbes but a necessary and constantly reproduced condition that allows those with property to maintain and increase it. The multitude of the poor is the essential pillar that supports the people and its republic of property. Machiavelli shows us this relationship from the other side and illuminates the resistance that animates the poor. Strip all of us naked, you will see that we are alike, he writes in a speech invented for an anonymous rebel in the revolt of the Siam P, the 14th century wool carders, against the Popolo Grasso, the wealthy Florentines. Dress us in their clothes and them in ours, Machiavelli's agitator continues, referring to the rich owners of the wool factory, and without a doubt we shall appear noble and they ignoble, for only poverty and riches make us unequal. There is no need for the poor to feel remorse for the violence of their rebellions because where there is, as with us, fear of hunger and prison, there cannot and should not be fear of hell. Faithful servants, the orator explains, are still just servants, and good people are always poor. Now is the time, then, not only to free ourselves from them but to become so much their superiors that they will have more to lament and fear from you than you from them. 6. 4. Central to this passage is the fact that poverty is not a characteristic of human nature itself. In other texts Machiavelli falls into a naturalistic version of human poverty and frailty, lamenting the fate of humanity in a cruel, unfeeling universe, as Lucretius did before him and Leopardi after. Every animal among us is born fully clad, he proclaims, for example, in the Golden S. Only man is born naked, ignudo of all protection, he has neither hide nor spine nor feather nor fleece nor bristles nor scales to make him a shield. 6. 5. But this traditional realist line, which derives from the static character of older materialist analyses, does not satisfy Machiavelli. His materialist method needs, on the contrary, to become joyful, not only realist but also dynamic and rebellious, as in the case of the Siam against property and its institutions. Machiavelli reveals here a fundamental alternative path within modern political thought, which poses the poor as not only the remainder left by the violent appropriation conducted by nascent powers of capital, not only prisoners of the new conditions of the production and reproduction, but also a force of resistance that recognizes itself as exploited within a regime that still bears the marks of the common, a common social life, common social wealth. The poor occupies a paradoxical position, at once excluded and included, which highlights a series of social contradictions between poverty and wealth, in the first place, but also between subordination and production and hierarchy and the common. What is most important about the alternative Machiavelli reveals, however, is that these social contradictions are dynamic, animated by antagonism and resistance. Key to his histories and political analyses is the progression that leads from indignation to the creation of social disorders or riots, tumulti, and in turn poses the conditions for the rebellion of the multitude, which is excluded from wealth but included in its production. Humanity is never naked, never characterized by bare life, but rather always dressed, endowed with not only histories of suffering but also capacities to produce and the power to rebel. Spinoza carries forward this Machiavellian alternative and, among many other conceptual advances, highlights the corporeal aspects of this power. He not only recognizes that the body is a site where poverty and needs are expressed, but also emphasizes that in the body resides a power the limits of which are still unknown, no one has yet determined what a body can do. 6. He connects these two conditions, poverty and power, in a dynamic that strives toward the production of community. And Spinoza remarks on the ignorance of children, for instance, or the weakness of our bodies or the brutality of the human social condition. He always poses such states of poverty as the point of departure for a logic of transformation that moves out of solitude and weakness by means of the construction of sociality and love. The power Spinoza identifies in these various forms can be summarized as a quest for the common, just as in epistemology he focuses on common notions that constitute rationality and give us greater power to think, and in ethics he orients action toward common goods, so too in politics Spinoza seeks mechanisms whereby singular bodies can together compose a common power. This common power by which the multitude battles poverty and creates commonwealth is for Spinoza the primary force that supports the possibility of democracy. Marx adds one more step to this alternative trajectory, confirming Machiavelli's intuition that the power of the poor stands at the center of social rebellion and Spinoza's hypothesis that the power of the multitude is essential to the possibility of democracy. Like the others, Marx begins his reasoning with poverty, identifying the origin of the properly capitalist form of poverty in the long and varied processes of so-called primitive accumulation. And they are separated from the soil and from all other means of production. Workers are doubly free, free in the sense that they are not bound in servitude and also free in that they have no encumbrances, that is, no property or even any right to access the land. The proletariat is created as a multitude of the poor. Labor capacity, Marx writes, denuded of the means of labor and the means of life is absolute poverty as such, and the worker is the mere personification of the labor capacity. As such, conceptually speaking, he is a pauper. The pauper Marx is talking about here refers not just to those who live in misery on the limits of starvation, but to all workers insofar as their living labor is separated from the objectified labor accumulated in capital. But nakedness and poverty is only one side of the matter. Like Machiavelli and Spinoza, Marx links the proletariat's poverty directly to its power in the sense that living labor is the general possibility of material wealth in capitalist society. Living labor is thus at once absolute poverty as object and general possibility as subject. Marx conceives this explosive combination of poverty and power as the ultimate threat to private property, one which resides at its very heart. 6-7. Some readers are likely to object at this point that our reliance on concepts such as poverty and the multitude hopelessly confuses Marxist categories, obscuring the difference, for example, between the pre-capitalist misery that results from violent expropriation and the properly capitalist misery of wage labor and exploitation. In this way we betray Marx's materialist method and muddle the class character of his analysis. Not even the utopian socialists, our critics can exclaim, so thoroughly mystify the analysis of exploitation in Marx and scientific socialism. We maintain, though, that our approach is just as materialist as traditional Marxist analyses, but in part because of the changing nature of labor and exploitation, which we engage in detail in later chapters, we break down some of the boundaries conventionally drawn around the working class. One important change is that exploitation today tends to be no longer a productive function but rather a mere instrument of domination. This corresponds to the fact that, in different ways in various contexts around the world, as modes of life and work characterized by mobility, flexibility, and precarity are ever more severely imposed by capitalist regimes of production and exploitation, wage laborers and the poor are no longer subjected to qualitatively different conditions but are both absorbed equally into the multitude of producers. The poor, whether they receive wages or not, are located no longer only at the historic origin or the geographical borders of capitalist production but increasingly at its heart, and thus the multitude of the poor emerges also at the center of the project for revolutionary transformation. 6-8. I am painting, I am nature, I am truth. Gustave Courbet. To grasp how Michel Foucault understands biopower, we have to situate it in the context of the broader theory of power he develops in the period when he begins working with the concept, the second half of the 1970s, in Discipline and Punish, 1975, and the first volume of The History of Sexuality, 1976. In these books Foucault's notion of power is always double. He devotes most of his attention to disciplinary regimes, architectures of power, and the applications of power through distributed and capillary networks, a power that does not so much repress as produce subjects. Throughout these books, however, sometimes in what seem like asides or marginal notes, Foucault also constantly theorizes an other to power, or even an other power, for which he seems unable to find an adequate name. Resistance is the term he most often uses, but it does not really capture what he has in mind, since resistance, as it is generally understood, is too dependent on and subordinate to the power it opposes. One might suggest to Foucault the Marxist notion of counter-power, but that term implies a second power that is homologous to the one it opposes. In our view, the other to power that runs through these books is best defined as an alternative production of subjectivity, which not only resists power but also seeks autonomy from it. This understanding of the doubleness of power helps us approach Foucault's attempts to develop the concept of biopower. Here too Foucault's attention is focused primarily on the power over life, or, really, the power to administer and produce life that functions through the government of populations, managing their health, reproductive capacities, and so forth. But there is always a minor current that insists on life as resistance, and other power of life that strives toward an alternative existence. The perspective of resistance makes clear the difference between these two powers, the biopower against which we struggle is not comparable in its nature or form to the power of life by which we defend and seek our freedom. To mark this difference between the two powers of life, we adopt a terminological distinction, suggested by Foucault's writings but not used consistently by him, between biopower and biopolitics, whereby the former could be defined, rather crudely, as the power over life and the latter as the power of life to resist and determine an alternative production of subjectivity. The major streams of Foucault interpretation, however, do not adequately grasp the dual nature of biopolitics. One stream, which is presented first by François Ewald and later by Roberto Esposito, analyzes the terrain of biopolitics primarily from the standpoint of the normative management of populations. This amounts to an actuarial administration of life that generally requires viewing individuals from a statistical perspective, classifying them into large normative sets, which become more coherent the more the microsystems that compose them are disubjectivized and made homogeneous. Although this interpretation has the merit of philological fidelity, albeit with a rather narrow perspective on Foucault's opus, it leaves us with merely a liberal image of Foucault and biopolitics insofar as it poses against this threatening, all-encompassing power over life no alternative power or effective resistance but only a vague sense of critique and moral indignation. 6-9 A second major stream, which centers on the interpretation of Giorgio Agamben, and emerges to some extent from the work of Jacques Derrida and Jean-Luc Nancy, accepts that biopolitics is an ambiguous and conflictive terrain but sees resistance acting only at its most extreme limit, on the margins of a totalitarian form of power, on the brink of impossibility. Here such authors could easily be interpreting the famous lines from Hölderlin's poem Patmos. Wo Abergefahr ist, wachs/das Rett and Ouch, where there is danger, the rescue grows as well. This stream of interpretation thus does to a certain extent distinguish biopolitics from biopower but leaves biopolitics powerless and without subjectivity. These authors seek in Foucault a definition of biopolitics that strips it of every possibility of autonomous, creative action, but really they fall back on Heidegger in these points of the analysis to negate any constructive capacity of biopolitical resistance. Agamben transposes biopolitics in a theological political key, claiming that the only possibility of rupture with biopower resides in inoperative activity, inoperacita, a blank refusal that recalls Heidegger's notion of Gelassenheit, completely incapable of constructing an alternative. 7-0 Finally, we can construct something like a third stream of interpretation of biopolitics, even if it is generally not posed in reference to Foucault and his terminology, that includes authors who understand life with reference to naturalistic and/or transcendental invariables of existence. From this perspective there is a certain autonomy conceded to biopolitical subjectivity, for example, in the invariable logical linguistic structures proposed by Noam Chomsky or the ontological duration of pre-individual and inter-individual linguistic and productive relations in authors such as Gilbert Simondon, Bernard Stiegler, and Peter Sloterdijk. But this subjectivity, though posed as resistance to the existing power structures, lacks a dynamic character because it is closed within its invariable, naturalistic framework. The biopolitical resistance of these invariables can never create alternative forms of life. 7-1 None of these interpretations captures what for us is most important in Foucault's notion of biopolitics. Our reading not only identifies biopolitics with the localized productive powers of life, that is, the production of affects and languages through social cooperation and the interaction of bodies and desires, the invention of new forms of the relation to the self and others, and so forth, but also affirms biopolitics as the creation of new subjectivities that are presented at once as resistance and disubjectification. If we remain too closely tied to a philological analysis of Foucault's texts, we might miss this central point. His analyses of biopower are aimed not merely at an empirical description of how power works for and through subjects but also at the potential for the production of alternative subjectivities, thus designating a distinction between qualitatively different forms of power. This point is implicit in Foucault's claim that freedom and resistance are necessary preconditions for the exercise of power. When defines the exercise of power as a mode of action upon the actions of others, when one characterizes these actions by the government of men by other men in the broadest sense of the term, one includes an important element, freedom. Power is exercised only over free subjects, and only insofar as they are free. The very heart of the power relationship, and constantly provoking it, are the recalcitrance of the will and the transigence of freedom. 7. 2. Biopolitics appears in this light as an event or, really, as a tightly woven fabric of events of freedom. Biopolitics, in contrast to biopower, has the character of an event first of all in the sense that the intransigence of freedom disrupts the normative system. The biopolitical event comes from the outside insofar as it ruptures the continuity of history and the existing order, but it should be understood not only negatively, as rupture, but also as innovation, which emerges, so to speak, from the inside. Foucault grasps the creative character of the event in his earlier work on linguistics. La parole intervenes and disrupts la langue as an event that also extends beyond it as a moment of linguistic invention. 7.3 For the biopolitical context, though, we need to understand the event on not only the linguistic and epistemological but also the anthropological and ontological terrain, as an act of freedom. In this context, the event marked by the innovative disruption of la parole beyond la langue translates to an intervention in the field of subjectivity, with its accumulation of norms and modes of life, by a force of subjectification, a new production of subjectivity. This eruption of the biopolitical event is the source of innovation and also the criterion of truth. A materialist teleology, that is, a conception of history that emerges from below guided by the desires of those who make it and their search for freedom, connects here, paradoxically, with the Nietzschean idea of eternal return. The singularity of the event, driven by the will to power, demonstrates the truth of the eternal, the event, and the subjectivity that animates it, structs and gives meaning to history, displacing any notion of history as a linear progression defined by determinate causes. Grasping this relation between the event and truth allows us to cast aside the accusation of relativism that is too often lodged against Foucault's biopolitics. Recognizing biopolitics as an event allows us both to understand life as a fabric woven by constitutive actions and to comprehend time in terms of strategy. Foucault's notion of the event is at this point easily distinguishable from the one proposed by Alain Badiou. Badiou has done a great service by posing the event as the central question of temporary philosophy, proposing it as the locus of truth. The event, with its irreducible multiplicity, that is, its equivocal nature, subtracts, according to Badiou, the examination of truths from the mere form of judgment. The difference between Badiou and Foucault in this respect is most clearly revealed by looking at where, temporally, each author focuses attention with respect to the event. In Badiou, an event such as Christ's crucifixion and resurrection, the French Revolution, or the Chinese Cultural Revolution, to cite his most frequent examples, acquires value and meaning primarily after it takes place. He thus concentrates on the intervention that retrospectively gives meaning to the event and the fidelity and generic procedures that continually refer to it. Foucault, in contrast, emphasizes the production and productivity of the event, which requires a forward rather than backward-looking gaze. The event is, so to speak, inside existence and the strategies that traverse it. What Badiou's approach to the event fails to grasp, in other words, is the link between freedom and power that Foucault emphasizes from within the event. A retrospective approach to the event in fact does not give us access to the rationality of insurrectional activity, which must strive within the historical processes to create revolutionary events and break from the dominant political subjectivities. Without the internal logic of making events, one can only affirm them from the outside as a matter of faith, repeating the paradox commonly attributed to Tertullian, credo quia absurdum, I believe because it is absurd. 7. For the biopolitical event that poses the production of life as an act of resistance, innovation, and freedom leads us back to the figure of the multitude as political strategy. Consider, To take an example from a very different domain, How Luciano Bellise, an Italian anti-fascist partisan, poses in his memoir The Relation Between Grains of Sand and the Resistance of the Multitude, in terms reminiscent of Walt Whitman's democratic Leaves of Grass. Bellise is fully aware that his sacrifice is only a grain of sand in the desert among the sufferings of the multitude engaged in struggle. I believe, though, he explains, that it is the duty of the survivors to write the story of those grains of sand, because even those who, because of particular circumstances or different sensibilities, were not part of that multitude, understand that our liberation and the set of values on which it stands was paid for in the form of blood, terror, and expectations, and all that stands behind the word partisan, which is still today misunderstood, scorned, and rejected with vacuous complacency. 7. 5. Biopolitics is a partisan relationship between subjectivity and history that is crafted by a multitudinous strategy, formed by events and resistances, and articulated by a discourse that links political decision-making to the construction of bodies in struggle. Gilles Deleuze casts the biopolitical production of life, in a similarly partisan way, as believing in the world when he laments that we have lost the world or it has been taken from us. If you believe in the world, you precipitate events, however inconspicuous, that elude control. You engender new spacetimes, however small their surface or volume. Our ability to resist control, or our submission to it, has to be assessed at the level of our every move. 7. 6. Events of resistance have the power not only to escape control but also to create a new world. As one final example of the biopolitical power of bodies, from still another domain, consider a passage from Meister Eckhart's sermon Jesus Entered. Now pay attention and look. If a human were to remain a virgin forever, he would never bear fruit. If he is to become fruitful, he must necessarily be a wife. Wife, here, is the noblest name that can be given to the mind, and it is indeed more noble than virgin. That man should receive God in himself is good, and by this reception he is a virgin. But that God should become fruitful in him is better, for the fruitfulness of a gift is the only gratitude for the gift. Spirit is wife when in gratitude it gives birth in return and bears Jesus back into God's fatherly heart. 7. Eckhart is trying to focus our attention on the productivity of the biopolitical event, but what baggage comes with it? To read a passage like this, one has to pass it through decades of feminist theory, like so many baths of photographic solvents, starting with Simone de Beauvoir's analysis of how woman is a patriarchal construct that subordinates women, in large part by tethering them to biological reproductive capacities, then feminist religious scholars who reveal the particularly Christian modes of patriarchy and the persistence of the virgin/whore dichotomy, and finally feminist political theorists who demonstrate how figures of women function in the canon of European political philosophy as markers of chaos and dangerous fecundity that must be excluded from the public realm. As these masculinist and heterosexist layers are stripped away, the image from Eckhart's passage that rises to the surface is a decidedly queer one. Productivity bursts forth as man becomes female, and here Eckhart's mystical visions recall the deliriums of President Schreiber, who, as Freud reports, believes he is becoming woman in order to be impregnated by God and bear a new race of humanity. Interestingly, productivity in Eckhart coincides with the moment of gender crossing. Could Eckhart recognize the same productivity in female masculinity that he finds in male femininity? Biopolitical event, in fact, is always a queer event, a subversive process of subjectivization that, shattering ruling identities and norms, reveals the link between power and freedom, and thereby inaugurates an alternative production of subjectivity. The biopolitical event thus breaks with all forms of metaphysical substantialism or conceptualism. Being is made in the event. It is interesting to note the strong resonance of this notion of the biopolitical event with American pragmatism. If nature seems highly uniform to us, writes Charles Peirce, it is only because our powers are adapted to our desires. 78. Pragmatists propose, in effect, a performative analysis of the biopolitical event and demonstrate that the movement of biopolitical powers functions equally in the opposite direction. Our desires, in other words, are also adapted to nature. We will return to this point in Dahaman 1 at the end of Part 2, and readers should keep in mind that these concluding discussions can also be read separately as one continuous argument. We take off into the cosmos, ready for anything. And yet, if we examine it more closely, our enthusiasm turns out to be all sham. We don't want to conquer the cosmos, we simply want to extend the boundaries of Earth to the frontiers of the cosmos. We have no need of other worlds. We need mirrors. We don't know what to do with other worlds. Stanislaw M. Solaris. As the Indian experience shows, the formal termination of colonial rule, taken by itself, does little to end the government of colonialist knowledge. Ranjit Guha, A Rule of Property for Bengal. Power and resistance within modernity. Modernity is always two. Before we cast it in terms of reason, enlightenment, the break with tradition, secularism, and so forth, modernity must be understood as a power relation, domination and resistance, sovereignty, and struggles for liberation. 1. This view runs counter to the standard narrative that modernity emerged from Europe to confront in the colonies the pre-modern, whether that be conceived as barbaric, religious, or primitive. There is no modernity without coloniality, claims Walter Mignolo, because coloniality is constitutive of modernity too. It is constitutive insofar as it marks the hierarchy at modernity's heart. Modernity, then, resides not solely in Europe or in the colonies but in the power relation that straddles the two. 3. Therefore forces of anti-modernity, such as resistances to colonial domination, are not outside modernity but rather entirely internal to it, that is, within the power relation. The fact that anti-modernity is within modernity is at least part of what historians have in mind when they insist that European expansion in the Americas, Asia, and Africa be conceived not as so many conquests but rather as colonial encounters. The notion of conquest does have the advantage of emphasizing the violence and brutality of European expansion, but it tends to cast the colonized as passive. Moreover, it implies that either the previously existing civilization was wiped out and replaced by that of the colonizer, or that it was preserved intact as an outside to the colonial world. This traditional view portrays colonial Indian society, for example, as Ranjit Guha writes, either as a replication of the liberal bourgeois culture of 19th century Britain or as the mere survival of an antecedent pre-capitalist culture. 4. Modernity lies between these two, in a manner of speaking, that is, in the hierarchy that links the dominant and the subordinated, and both sides are changed in the relation. The notion of encounter highlights the two-ness of the power relation and the processes of mixture and transformation that result from the struggle of domination and resistance. Working from the standpoint of colonial encounters, historians document two important facts. Pre-colonial civilizations are in many cases very advanced, rich, complex, and sophisticated, and the contributions of the colonized to so-called modern civilization are substantial and largely unacknowledged. This perspective effectively breaks down the common dichotomies between the traditional and the modern, the savage and the civilized. More important for our argument, the encounters of modernity reveal constant processes of mutual transformation. Long before the Spanish arrive in central Mexico, for example, the Nahua, that is, the inhabitants of the Aztec realm who speak Nahuatl, constructed highly developed cities, called Altepetl, roughly the size of Mediterranean city-states. An Altepetl is organized according to a cellular or modular logic in which the various parts of the metropolis correspond to an orderly cyclical rotation of labor duties and payments to the sovereign. After Cuauhtémoc surrenders to Cortés in 1521, the Altepetl is not simply replaced by European urban forms through the long process of Hispanization, but neither does it survive intact. The early Spanish settlements and administrative forms, the encomienda, The rural parishes, Indian municipalities, and the administrative jurisdictions are built on existing alphabet and adapted to their form 5. Nawa civilization does not survive unchanged, then, but neither does the Spanish. Instead, along with urban structures and administrative practices, music, language, and other cultural forms are progressively mixed, flowing through innumerable paths across the Atlantic in both directions, transforming both sides. 6. Well before the formation of the United States, to give another, more directly political example, the Iroquois developed a federalist system to manage the relations among 6 nations: Mohawks, Oneidas, Onondagas, Cayugas, Tuscaroras, and Senecas, with checks and balances, separation between military and civil authorities, and other features later included in the U.S. Constitution. Iroquois federalism was widely discussed and admired in the 18th century United States among figures such as Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson. The material aid of Native Americans to European settlers how to plant crops, survive harsh winters, and so forth has been incorporated into national mythology, but U.S. political forms are usually presented as being of purely European origin. 7. The point of such examples is simply to demonstrate the mixture and mutual transformation that characterize the encounters of modernity. The problem with these examples, however, is that they do not emphasize the violence and unequal power relation of modernity. The dominant forces of modernity encounter not mere differences but resistances. What colonial historiography primarily accomplished and what needs to be countered, as Ranjit Guha explains, is a conjuring trick to make resistance disappear from the political history of India under British rule. 8. There is something psychotic about the idea that modernity is a purely European invention, since it constantly has to deny the role in the construction and functioning of modernity of the rest of the world, especially those parts of it subordinated to European domination. Rather than a kind of psychic repression, we might better think of this denial as an instance of foreclosure in the psychoanalytic sense. Whereas the repressed element or idea, psychoanalysts explain, is buried deep inside, the foreclosed is expelled outside, so that the ego can act as if the idea never occurred to it at all. Therefore, whereas when the repressed returns to the neurotic subject it rises up from the inside, the foreclosed is experienced by the psychotic as a threat from the outside. The foreclosed element in this case is not only the history of contributions to modern culture and society by non-European peoples and civilizations, making it seem that Europe is the source of all modern innovation, but also and more important the innumerable resistances within and against modernity, which constitute the primary element of danger for its dominant self-conception. Despite all the furious energy expended to cast out the anti-modern other, resistance remains within. 9. To insist that forces of anti-modernity are within modernity, on the common terrain of encounter, is not to say, of course, that the modern world is homogeneous. Geographers rightly complain that, despite constant talk about space, contemporary theoretical discussions of post-coloniality and globalization generally present spaces that are anemic, devoid of real differences. 10. The center-periphery model is one framework that does capture well in spatial terms the two-ness of modernity's power relation, since the dominant center and subordinated peripheries exist only in relation to each other, and the periphery is systematically underdeveloped to fit the needs of the center's development. 1. Such geographies of modernity go awry, however, when they conceive resistance as external to domination. Too often Europe or the West is cast as homogeneous and unified, as the pole of domination in this relationship, rendering invisible the long history of European liberation struggles and class struggles. 1. Correspondingly many analyses neglect the forms of domination and control located outside Europe, conceiving them merely as echoes of European domination. This error cannot be corrected simply by multiplying the centers and peripheries, finding centers and peripheries within Europe, for instance, as well as within each subordinated country. To understand modernity, we have to stop assuming that domination and resistance are external to each other, casting anti-modernity to the outside, and recognize that resistances mark differences that are within. The resulting geographies are more complex than simply the city versus the country or EU, Europe versus its outside, or the global North versus the global south. One final consequence of defining modernity as a power relation is to undermine any notion of modernity as an unfinished project. If modernity were thought to be a force purely against barbarism and irrationality, then striving to complete modernity could be seen as a necessarily progressive process, a notion shared by Jürgen Habermas and the other social democratic theorists we discussed earlier. 13When we understand modernity as a power relation, however, completing modernity is merely continuing the same, reproducing domination. More modernity or a more complete modernity is not an answer to our problems. And the contrary. For the first indications of an alternative, we should instead investigate the forces of anti-modernity, that is, resistances internal to modern domination. Slave property in the modern republic. The history of modernity and the history of republicanism are ven together to the point where at times they become indistinguishable. Several different conceptions of republic, as we saw earlier, compete in the 17th and 18th centuries, and some of these indeed refer to something very similar to the rule of the multitude, but only one conception, the republic of property, emerges as dominant. This republic matches so well with modernity because property relations are a privileged form of the power relation that constitutes it. A particularly revealing terrain on which to investigate this intimate relation among republic, property, and modernity is, perhaps paradoxically, the history of modern slavery. Slavery is a scandal for the republic, even though, throughout the 18th century and well into the 19th, black slavery and the slave trade are prominent, even central features of republican governments throughout Europe and the Americas. In the United States, slave relations and slave production are explicit cornerstones of the republic and its economy. In France and England, although there is no comparable number of slaves within national boundaries, slavery and the slave trade are integral elements of the national economies, political debates, and colonial administrations. One does not have to look far below the surface to see how firmly slavery is rooted in the republic. The question to ask, then, is why, when Slav Ari is so inimical to standard notions of republicanism and modernity, does slavery function for so long within modern republics, not as a peripheral remnant of the past but as a central sustaining pedestal? Slavery is a scandal for the republic, first of all, because it violates the republic's core ideological principles, equality and freedom. Other sectors of the population, such as women and those without property, are deprived of political rights and equality by republican constitutions, but the inequality and unfreedom of slaves pose the most extreme ideological contradiction. Although many 18th and 19th century republican texts pose slavery as the primary foil against which republican freedom and equality are defined, they generally invoke ancient slavery and ignore the slavery of their own times, the black slavery of the Americas, which supports their own societies. For this ideological blindness is part of an operation that attempts to make slaves disappear or, when their existence cannot be denied, cast them outside as remnants of the pre-modern world and thus foreign to the republic and modernity. The second way in which slavery is a scandal for the republic is that it violates the capitalist ideology of free labor. Capitalist ideology uses slavery as the primary negative backdrop. Freedom is defined by the fact that the wage laborer owns his or her labor power and is thus free to exchange it for a wage. As owners of their labor power, workers, unlike slaves, can be absorbed ideologically within the republic of property. Moreover, since chattel slavery confounds the essential division between labor and property, slaves constitute the point of maximum ideological contradiction within the republic of property, the point at which either freedom or property can be preserved, but not both. Here again, republican and capitalist ideological operations seek to make slaves disappear, or cast them as mere remnants of pre-modern economic relations, which capital will eventually banish from history. Making slaves disappear is not so simple, though, when the question is not only ideological but also material and economic. The relation between slavery and wage labor is difficult to disentangle in the course of this history. If we limit our focus to the countries of Western Europe, as do many of the histories, the development of capitalist production can be made to appear relatively separate from slave production, or, at the limit, the slave trade and slave production are seen as providing a major external source of the wealth that makes possible the emergence of industrial capital in Europe. Furthermore, as many historians have noted, the slave plantation system experiments with and perfects the production scheme, division of labor, and disciplinary regimes that the industrial factory will eventually implement. From this perspective, though, slavery and capitalism seem to form a temporal sequence, as if capital and modernity were inimical to slavery and slowly but surely put an end to it. Once we extend our view, however, and recognize that the context essential for the birth and growth of capital resides in the wide circuits of the passage of humans, wealth, and commodities extending well beyond Europe, then we can see that slavery is completely integrated into capitalist production during at least the 18th century and much of the 19th. The slavery of the blacks in Suriname, in Brazil, in the southern regions of North America, is as much the pivot upon which our present-day industrialism turns as our machinery, credit, etc., Marx writes. Without slavery there would be no cotton, without cotton there would be no modern industry. It is slavery which has given value to the colonies, it is the colonies which have created world trade, and world trade is the necessary condition of large-scale machine industry. 6 Slaves and proletarians play complementary roles in the worldwide capitalist division of labor, but the slaves of Jamaica, Recife, and Alabama are really no less internal to the capitalist economies of England and France than the workers in Birmingham, Boston, and Paris. Rather than assuming that capitalist relations necessarily corrode and destroy slavery, then, we have to recognize that throughout the 18th and 19th centuries the two support each other through a massive segregation schema, with one generally located on the east side of the Atlantic and the other on the west. 17. None of this, however, grasps the racial hierarchy that is the sense of modern slavery. Just as slavery is viewed as an aberration in the Republic of Property, so too is racism conceived, from a similarly ideological perspective, as an external element and a distortion of modernity, which, once again, leads to the incompleteness hypothesis, as if modernity, perfecting itself, will eventually banish racism. Recognizing the internal relation of black slavery in the Republic of Property, though, helps us see racism in modernity as not only an ideology but also a system of material, institutional practices, a structure of power that extends well beyond the institution of slavery. The persistence of racial hierarchies in modernity, then, not only in slavery but also in the myriad other forms they take, is not a sign that modernity is unfinished but instead indicates the intimate relationship between race and modernity. 18 Earlier we said that without coloniality there is no modernity, and here we can see that race plays a similarly constitutive role. The three together function as a complex modernity, coloniality, racism, with each serving as a necessary support for the others. Slavery might thus serve as the emblem of the psychosis of the Republic of Property, which preserves its ideological coherence through disavowal or foreclosure, either refusing to recognize the existence of the traumatic reality of slavery or casting it outside. This is undoubtedly part of the reason why the Haitian Revolution has been so neglected in modern history. The Haitian Revolution, after all, as we said earlier, is much more faithful to Republican ideology than the English, US, or French revolutions, in at least one central respect. If all men are equal and free, then certainly none can be slaves. And yet Haiti seldom appears in historical accounts of the age of revolution. The course of the Haitian Revolution is filled with contradictory forces, tragic turns, and disastrous outcomes, but it remains, despite all this, the first modern revolution against slavery, and thus one might call it the first properly modern revolution. Saying that, however, would take the Republic and modernity according to only their ideological self-definitions, not their material and institutional substance, and whereas the Haitian Revolution extends the former, it betrays the latter. Freeing slaves violates the rule of Prop. 30, and legislating against racial division, as does the 1805 Haitian Constitution, Article 14 of which declares all Haitians black regardless of skin color, undermines institutionalized racial hierarchy. Perhaps it should not be surprising that the Haitian Revolution constitutes for the vast majority of European and North American Republicans of its time, and our own, an unthinkable event. It has to be silenced or cast outside because it reveals the profound contradiction between the ideology and substance of republicanism and modernity. 191 Advantage of recognizing the intimate relation between slavery and the modern republic and more generally the doubleness of modernity is that it highlights the power of slaves and their resistance. And the slave is conceived as an abstract category, it is often posed as a figure of absolute subjugation, a subject that has been entirely stripped of freedom. Slaves thus present a useful limit case for Foucault's claim, cited earlier, that power is exercised only over free subjects. If slaves were indeed under absolute domination, there would be no power exercised over them, according to Foucault. It sounds contradictory, of course, to claim that slaves are free. Foucault's point is that all subjects have access to a margin of freedom, no matter how narrow that may be, which grounds their capacity to resist. To say that power is exercised only over free subjects, then, really means that power is exercised only over subjects that resist, subjects that even prior to the application of power exercise their freedom. Slaves are most free, from this perspective, not from sundown to sunup, when out of reach of the master's whip, but when they resist the exercise of power over them. 20 Baruch Spinoza makes a similar claim and anchors it to an ontological foundation. Nobody can so completely transfer to another all his right, and consequently his power, as to cease to be a human being, nor will there ever be a sovereign power that can do all it pleases. 21. Slave resistance pushes to the limit the relation between poverty and power exercised as freedom. In historical terms, this reflection illuminates the decisive role played by slave revolts, rebellions, and exoduses. Slavery is over. Turned not by the good conscience of republican values, as if it were just a pre-modern remainder, nor by the progressive forces of capital, as if it were a pre-capitalist form that took time for capital to eliminate entirely. Instead, slavery is destroyed by the resistances of slaves themselves, who make it untenable as a form of government and unprofitable as a form of production. 22 B. Du Bois provides an extreme example of this hypothesis by arguing that slaves are protagonists of their own emancipation in the United States and determine the outcome of the Civil War. In order to sabotage the economy of the plantation system and stop the flow of food and other provisions to the Confederate Army, he explains, slaves set in motion an exodus, a general strike that involved directly in the end perhaps 500,000 people, which contributes to undermining the feed rate fighters. 23 Du Bois proposes this general strike as an emblem to condense the long history of slave resistance and, more important, to demonstrate how black slaves are free subjects who play a determining role not just in their own emancipation but in the course of humanity as a whole. It was the Negro himself, Du Bois claims, who forced the consideration of this incongruity between democracy and slavery, who made emancipation inevitable and made the modern world at least consider if not wholly accept the idea of a democracy including men of all races and colors too. For the resistances and revolts of slaves thus elucidate the contradiction at the heart of the Republic of Property and modernity as a whole. Similar phenomena can be found in the second wave of servitude and slavery in Eastern Europe that stretches from the 17th century restoration of feudal relations, following the wars of religion, to the birth of the nation-state. Both Marx and Max Weber focus on this history, not only because it breaks with the deterministic theory of stages of development the mode of production workers in Eastern Europe, after a phase of relative liberalization of their movements, are reduced again to servitude within the processes of the formation of the capitalist mode of production, but also because it shows how, already in the pre-industrial period, the mobility and freedom of labor power constitutes a power of resistance and antagonism that capital cannot tolerate. In fact, these forms of servitude are eventually destroyed, in part, by the flight of peasants toward the metropolises of Western Europe. Through exodus, the antagonism of the servant with respect to the Lord is transformed into the abstract, objective antagonism of the working class in the face of the capitalist class. 25. The point once again is that even in circumstances of servitude, free subjects have the power to resist, and that resistance, a force of anti-modernity, is key to understanding the movements of modern history. One thing this reflection on slave resistance makes clear is that, although slaves may undergo what Orlando Patterson calls a social death, they remain alive in their resistance. Humans cannot be reduced to bare life, by that term we understand those stripped of any margin of freedom and power to resist. 26. Humans are naked only in the Machiavellian sense we discussed earlier, full of rage and power and hope. This brings us back to the definition of modernity itself by highlighting the fact that its double nature is marked by not only hierarchy but also antagonism. Slave resistance is a force of anti-modernity not because it goes against the ideological values of freedom and equality. On the contrary, as Du Bois makes clear, slave rebellions are among the highest instances of those values in modernity, but because it challenges the hierarchical relationship at the core of modernity's power relation. Anti-modernity, conceived in this way, is internal to and inseparable from modernity itself. The colonial idea of biopower. Anti-modernity is held under control in the power relation of modernity not only through external forms of subjugation from the slave master's lash and the conquistador's sword to capitalist society's police and prison, but also and more important through internal mechanisms of subjectification. The techniques and instruments of the triumvirate modernity, coloniality, racism permeate and invest subordinated populations. This is not to imply, of course, that modernity consists of total and absolute control, but rather to refocus our attention once again on the resistances that are born within modernity. The pervasiveness of modern power, in other words, corresponds to the internal provenance of anti-modernity. Some of the most influential work in post-colonial studies emphasizes the effectiveness of modes of representation and ideological constructions to demonstrate the pervasive or even all-encompassing nature of colonial power. Edward Said's study of Orientalism, for example, demonstrates how representations of colonized and dominated populations in novels, histories, administrative documents, and myriad other texts not only legitimate the colonial hierarchy in the minds of the colonizers but also shape the consciousness of the colonized. 27. Gayatri Spivak's famous and provocative claim that the subaltern cannot speak similarly focuses on the ideological power of representations. In the conflict over the practice of sati, or widow burning, between British colonial ideology and traditional patriarchal ideology, widows in colonial India, Spivak argues, occupy an abject position, doubly silenced, confronted on the one side by the discourse of white men saving brown women from brown men and on the other by the traditional affirmation that the women want to die. Such ideological constructs completely saturate the colonial scene, completely eclipsing, in Spivak's example, any position from which the female subaltern can speak. 28. Such analyses of ideological and representational constructions are so powerful in part because they demonstrate how coloniality is achieved and maintained not just through violence and force, which, however generalized, always remain isolable and limited, but through at least tacit consent to the colonial modes of consciousness and forms of knowledge that spread without boundaries throughout society. Religious institutions wield some of the most powerful instruments of modern colonial ideological control. All of the major religions have a hand in this: Islam, Hinduism, and Confucianism in different ways, and today Christian evangelical and Pentecostal churches, which are expanding enormously in Africa and Latin America, play a predominant role, but the Catholic Church has to be accorded a special place, given its long history of an intimate relation to European conquest and colonization. It is a commonplace by now that throughout the Spanish conquest and colonization of the Americas, the friars and priests of the Catholic Church function as ideological and moral complements to the soldiers and generals of the Spanish crown. The Church not only pursues the task of converting the heathens to Christianity but also devises elaborate ideological structures about the nature and capacities of the native populations, questioning their capacity for reason, their ability to become Christian, and even their humanity. What is perhaps most remarkable about these racist and colonialist ideological constructs in the Catholic Church is their durability. Even Pope Benedict X VI on a visit to Brazil in 2007 could repeat them. Christ is the Savior for whom they were silently longing, he claims, referring to the populations of the Americas. They received the Holy Spirit who came to make their cultures fruitful, purifying them and developing the numerous seeds that the incarnate Word had planted in them, thereby guiding them along the paths of the gospel. In effect, the proclamation of Jesus and of his gospel did not at any point involve an alienation of the pre-Columbian cultures, nor was it the imposition of a foreign culture too. 9. The ideological construct, as the Pope's claims make clear, is and must be internal to the subjugated, such that it is experienced as something that was already present, waiting to be actualized, rather than arriving as an imposition from the outside. It is certainly very important to critique these kinds of representations and ideological constructs, as do many colonial and post-colonial scholars, but there is a limitation to such projects. Ideology critique always assumes that in the final analysis, even though it is pervasive, ideology is somehow external to, or at least separable from, the subjugated subjects, or their interests. Notions of ideology and representation, in other words, do not go far enough to grasp the depth of the modernity-coloniality-racism complex. Only when racism or race thinking is considered an ideology, for example, it is posed as an aberration or failure of modernity and thus, even though widespread, relatively separate from modern society as a whole. Racism, like coloniality, however, is not only internal to but also constitutive of modernity. It is institutional, as Stokely Carmichael and Charles Hamilton argue, in the sense that racism is not just an individual question of bias or prejudice but goes well beyond the level of ideology, that racism is embodied and expressed throughout the administrative, economic, and social arrangements of power. 3. Such a conception, writes Barner Hesse, moves the emphasis away from the apparently autonomous ideological universe of codified ideas of discrete physiognomies and metaphors of autochthonous blood to regimes of practices. 3. Hesse suggests, in other words, that racism is better understood as not ideology but governmentality. This is an important shift. The power relation that defines the modernity-coloniality-racism complex is primarily a matter not of knowing but of doing, and thus our critique should focus on not the ideological and epistemological but the political and ontological. Recognizing modernity's racism and coloniality as biopower helps accomplish the shift of perspective by emphasizing that power regulates not just forms of consciousness but forms of life, which entirely invest the subordinated subjects, and by focusing attention on the fact that this power is productive not only a force of prohibition and repression external to subjectivities but also and more important one that internally generates them. To return to the Catholic Church, then, we might consider as a prototype of its exercise of biopower the notorious Spanish Inquisition, which by the 17th century is firmly established in Peru and elsewhere in the Americas as a primary pillar of the colonial regime. The Inquisition is of course an ideological structure, which develops and enforces extremely refined definitions of what it means to be a Spaniard and a Christian, discovering and exposing infidels, heretics, and enemies of the Church and the Crown, but it is also a highly developed bureaucracy which invents the systems of protocols, procedures, regulations, and record-keeping that will later constitute modern state bureaucracies. The Lima Inquisition, rather than being a remnant of pre-modern irrationality, is as good a place as any to identify the birthplace of modernity insofar as it brings together race thinking, coloniality, and administrative structures, producing in a paradigmatic way the hierarchies and power relations that define modernity. The Inquisition may be an extreme example, but it poses in very clear terms how subjects are produced through the confession of truths, the observance of correct behavior, and myriad other practices and procedures. The powers of modern anti-coloniality racism have never been merely superstructural phenomena but are rather material apparatuses that run throughout the collective existence of dominated populations and invest their bodies, producing internally the forms of life. 3.2 If coloniality is a form of biopower, which functions internally, producing forms of life, does this mean that resistances have no place to stand and will necessarily be defeated? Nathan Wachtel, posing this question in much more specific historical terms, asks whether the anti-colonial revolts in 16th century Peru were all really vanquished. Well, yes, he responds, if one thinks of the fortunes of war and the colonial situation. But we know that native revolts, according to the context in which they developed, could take different forms. The Araucanians in Chile adopted certain European instruments of war, whereas the Peruvian Indians relied more on traditional methods, and there were widespread small-scale passive forms of resistance. Wachtel concludes, however, that we should remain open to a reversal of the results we expect to find. Sometimes what looks like a defeat turns out to be a victory and vice versa, and indeed measuring victory and defeat in this way may not be the most useful yardstick. 3.3 This returns us to our more general theoretical question: does the fact of biopower's all-encompassing reach and capillary exercise, thoroughly investing subjects, mean that there is no place for resistance? This question echoes the many objections raised against Foucault's studies of power, which presume all that is internal to power is functional to it. To understand this point, though, we need the kind of reversal of perspective that Wachtel indicates. We should not think of power as primary and resistance a reaction to it. Instead, paradoxical as it may sound, resistance is prior to power. Here we can appreciate the full importance of Foucault's claim that power is exercised only over free subjects. Their freedom is prior to the exercise of power, and their resistance is simply the effort to further, expand, and strengthen that freedom. In this context, the dream of an outside, an external standpoint or support for resistance, is both futile and disempowering. Our conceptual project might thus be configured as a chiasmus. One movement shifts the study of the modernity colonialitaricism complex from the external position of ideology to the internal position of biopower. The second travels in the opposite direction, opening up from the inside of anti-modern resistances to the biopolitical struggles that are capable of rupture and the construction of an alternative. Allegria imagined a map of the world suspended in darkness until suddenly a tiny flame blazed up, followed by others, to form a burning necklace of revolution across the two Americas. Leslie Marmon Silko, Almanac of the Dead. Marxism and Modernity. With regard to modernity, the Marxist tradition is ambivalent, at times even contradictory. It contains a strong current that celebrates modernity as progress and denigrates all forces of anti-modernity as superstition and backwardness, but it also includes an anti-modernity line, which is revealed most clearly in the theoretical and political positions closely tied to class struggle. Resistances to capital by workers, peasants, and all others who come under capitalist control constitute a central instance of anti-modernity within modernity. Karl Marx's work provides a solid basis for the view that identifies modernity with progress. In the sections of the Grundrisse dedicated to the analysis of forms which precede capitalist production, for example, he insists on the deterministic connections that link the Asiatic and ancient, slave, modes of production to the formation of the capitalist mode. This teleological reading of economic history poses divisions among economic forms and practices, which were at times present in the same historical period, and leads everything unerringly, in Marx's time, to the centrality of the capitalist mode of production, using the same crude evolutionary logic as when he maintains, in a somewhat different context, that human anatomy contains the key to the anatomy of the ape. Marx, along with E.N. Gels, tends in many of his works to view those outside Europe as people without history, separate from the development of capital and locked in an immutable present without the capacity for historical innovation. 3. This accounts for Marx's underestimation in this period, the 1850s, of anti-colonial resistances, peasant struggles, and in general the movements of all those workers not directly engaged in capitalist production. This perspective also leads Marx to view colonization, British rule in India, for instance, as necessary for progress since it introduces to the colony capitalist relations of production. 3. We should add, in this regard, that the major 19th and early 20th century European critiques of this element of Marx's work raised by historians and social scientists does not challenge the teleological, evolutionary aspect of the analysis. Max Weber, for example, enlarges the gamut of criteria for evaluating development to include religious, political, cultural, and other phenomena but does not weaken the deterministic logic of Prague. Res. The modernizing and progressivist line of Marx's thought is reproduced in a wide variety of Marxist discourses. The social democratic notion of incomplete modernity, which we mentioned earlier, is based on similar assumptions, although the relation of those thinkers to Marx is tenuous at best. The long tradition of scientific socialism, along with the socialist policies of industrial development, also derives from this aspect of Marx's thought. The denigration of figures of labor and rebellion outside the industrial working class as pre-capitalist or primitive has a significant presence in the Marxist tradition. 3. World systems theories present an ambiguous but nonetheless important case of the inheritance of this line of Marx's thought. A.L. Reddy in Ferdinand Brodel's work, from which world systems theories take inspiration, and even earlier in the morphological theories of capitalist development, the world market is seen to be constituted through a relatively linear process of expansion of the capitalist capacity to export goods. Gradually, the theory goes, capital absorbs within itself the entire world. This certainly has come to pass, but not in such a simple or linear fashion. It is true that the world systems perspective does not present an absolutely linear progression in its analysis of global expansion. The spatial progression, which is linear in the sense that the capitalist integration processes are presented as irreversible, is accompanied by a temporal ascesis that describes the cyclical contradictions of capitalist expansion. Within these cycles and their rhythms, from primitive accumulation to industrial centralization up to financial accumulation and then back again, after the crisis that financial accumulation creates, the hegemonic centers of development shift geographically previously from the coasts of the Mediterranean to those of the Atlantic and today to the Pacific region and consequently define the spatial hierarchies and/or zones of exclusion. Even when these theories take into account cyclical variations, however, the systematic nature of capitalist development and expansion is maintained. What the schema cannot account for adequately, even when it refers to anti-systemic movements, are the forces of anti-modernity. It cannot recognize class struggle as fundamental in the determination of historical, social, and economic development. It cannot understand capital as a relation that pulls together, and cuts apart, the powers of labor and the rule of capital, and finally, it cannot adequately take into account the resistances of subjects other than those directly involved in capitalist production. The less sophisticated versions of world systems theory rely on a conception of development through successive stages, in which each stage determines a higher degree of progress of social and economic relations. But even in the hands of its most sophisticated practitioners, world systems theory, without access to the dark forces of anti-modernity, reproduces the link between Marxism and modernity. 3. It would be a mistake, however, to identify Marxism as a whole with the progressivist notion of modernity. When we look at the theories in the Marxist tradition closest to class struggle and revolutionary action, in fact, those dedicated to overthrowing the power of capitalist modernity and breaking with its ideology, we get an entirely different picture. The anti-imperialist theories and political projects that emerge in the early 20th century provide one important example of anti-modernity in Marxism and revolutionary communism. In Rosa Luxemburg's work, the terrain of the realization and valorization of the capitalist corporation depends on the expanding limits of the capitalist market and, primarily, on the colonial boundaries. And these limits and on capital's capacity to expand through a continual process of primitive accumulation is accomplished, with the consolidation of collective profit, the progressive subsumption of the globe within capitalist command. But this development creates, in Luxemburg's perspective, enormous contradictions, and her notions of contradiction and crises highlight the subjective forces that arise against capitalist modernity. The more ruthlessly capital sets about the destruction of non-capitalist strata at home and in the outside world, the more it lowers the standard of living for the workers as a whole, the greater also is the change in the day-to-day history of capital. It becomes a string of political and social disasters and convulsions, and under these conditions, punctuated by periodical economic catastrophes or crises, accumulation can go on no longer. But even before this natural economic impasse of capital's own creating is properly reached, it becomes necessary for the international working class to revolt against the rule of capital. 3.9. And these boundaries of development capitalist crises are constantly generated by the forces of anti-modernity, that is, proletarian revolts. In Lenin, the subjective face of capitalist crisis is even more dramatic. While the great capitalist powers are battling one another over conflicting imperialist projects in the First World War, the struggles against the war and against the capitalist logic that drives it provide a common ground for anti-capitalist and anti-colonial struggles. Lenin's popular outline, Imperialism, in addition to offering analyses of finance, capital, banks, and the like, also proposes that the inter-imperialist war has generated not only misery and death for the workers of the world but also the opportunity to break through the ideological barriers that have divided them. Lenin rails against the labor aristocracy in European countries that, with its chauvinism and reformism, effectively supports imperialism and posits the potential of a common anti-imperialist struggle that brings the 1,000 million people, in the colonies and semi-colonies, together with the wage slaves of capitalism in the lands of civilization. 4.0 The power of this common struggle against capitalist modernity that animates the communist movement breaks completely with the determinism and teleology of progressivist discourses. Mao Zedong continues this line of revolutionary communist theory and emphasizes in it the power of anti-modernity. Mao recognizes that the economic and social development of China cannot be accomplished only by following the models of modernity. Forming the structures of government and transforming the living conditions of workers to liberate them from capitalist rule requires an alternative path. Mao's elevation of the political role of the peasantry, of course, is one extremely important departure from orthodox positions, as is more generally his powerful critique of Stalinist economic thought. For one, even in Mao's most extreme modernization projects, Wang Hui suggests, there is a strong element of anti-modernity. This anti-modern theory of modernization, he explains, brings together characteristics of Chinese thought from the late Qing onwards with the anti-modernity of the revolutionary communist tradition. 4.2. Once we have recognized this anti-modern stream in revolutionary communist thought, which, we must admit, even in the authors we cite, is always ambivalent, mixed with notions of modernity and progress, we should take another look at Marx's work, because it does not undividedly support the modernity line as we suggested earlier. In the last years of his life, the second half of the 1870s, after having worked for decades on capital and throwing himself headlong into the project to create a communist international, Marx becomes interested in pre- or non-capitalist forms of property and starts reading some of the founders of modern anthropology and sociology, such as Louis Morgan, Maxim Kovalevsky, John Fear, Henry Maine, John Lubbock, and George Ludwig Mau. Rare. He develops a hypothesis that bourgeois private property is only one form of property among many others that exist in parallel, and that the rules of capitalist property are acquired only through a brutal and complex disciplinary training. He thus completely overturns the rigid theory of pre-capitalist forms that he developed in the 1850s. He draws into question the claim that economic laws act dependently of historical and social circumstances, and extends his perspective somewhat beyond the Eurocentric limits of his earlier views, subordinating the history of Europe to the standpoint of the entire globe, which contains within it radical differences. Marx's break with his earlier assumptions of modern progress seems to be consolidated when he receives a request in the late 1870s to adjudicate between two groups of Russian revolutionaries. One side, citing Marx's own work, insists that capitalism has to be developed in Russia before the struggle for communism can begin, and the other side sees in the Mir, the Russian peasant commune, an already existing basis for communism. Marx finds himself in an awkward position here because, whereas his major writings support the former position, his current thinking agrees with the latter. Marx tries to reconcile his views, claiming, for instance, in the draft of a letter to Varazay Sulich, that in order to consider the question, we must descend from pure theory to Russian reality. The historical necessity of the destruction of communal property in Western EU, rope that Marx describes in Capital is not, he explains in another letter of this period, a universal history that immediately applies to Russia or anywhere else. It is a mistake to metamorphose my historical sketch of the genesis of capitalism in Western Europe into a historical philosophical theory of general development, imposed by fate on all peoples, whatever the historical circumstances in which they are placed. 3. In Russia, in fact, the task of the revolution is to halt the progressive developments of capital that threaten the Russian commune. If revolution comes at the opportune moment, Marx writes, if it concentrates all its forces so as to allow the rural commune full scope, the latter will soon develop as an element of regeneration in Russian society and an element of superiority over the countries enslaved by the capitalist system. 4. Does this affirmation of the forces of anti-modernity and what Etienne Balibar calls his anti-evolutionist hypothesis reveal a contradiction in Marx? If so, it seems to us a healthy contradiction, one that enriches his thought. 4.5 One important element that Marx seems to intuit in this exchange but cannot articulate is that the revolutionary forms of anti-modernity are planted firmly on the common. José Carlos Mariátegui is in a privileged position to recognize this aspect of anti-modern resistance both within and outside Europe. After traveling to Europe in the 1920s and studying socialist and communist movements there, he returns to his native Peru and discovers that Andean indigenous communities, the Illas, rest on a parallel basis. The indigenous communities defend and preserve common access to the land, common forms of labor, and communal social organization, something like, in Mariátegui's mind, the pre-evolutionary Russian peasant communities that interested Marx, the Mir. The Indian, he writes, in spite of 100 years of republican legislation, has not become an individualist but instead resists communities, on the basis of the common. 4.6 Mariátegui certainly recognizes the theocratic and despotic elements of traditional Inca society, but he also finds in it a solid rooting in the common that serves as a basis for resistance. Through his contact with European communism he comes to understand the importance and potential of the indigenous populations and social forms of Inca communism, not, of course, as a remainder preserved intact from pre-Columbian times or as a derivative of European political movements, but as a dynamic expression of resistance within modern society. Anti-modernity, within EU, Europe and outside, should be understood first in the social expression of the common. Socialist development. Whereas the tradition of Marxist theory has an ambivalent relation to modernity, the practice of socialist states is tied to it more unequivocally. The three great socialist revolutions in Russia, China, and Cuba, although the revolutionary struggles that lead to them are traversed by powerful forces of anti-modernity, all come to pursue resolutely modernizing projects. The dominant capitalist countries, as numerous authors have argued, promote and impose throughout the 20th century ideologies and economic policies of development that, although cast as a benefit to all, reproduce the global hierarchies of modernity coloniality. The programs of the socialist states, however, are equally dedicated to this same notion of development, perversely repeating the figure and structures of power in the capitalist countries they oppose. The critique of imperialism, which remains a central ideological pillar for the post-revolutionary socialist states, is forced to go hand in hand with the promotion of developmentalist political economy. Well before the Bolshevik victory, as we said earlier, strong theoretical veins of revolutionary thought envision the goal of socialism as not so much liberation but higher development, which is thought to repeat or even improve on the modernization of the dominant countries. The construction of a national people and a socialist state are both functional to developmentalist ideology, which eclipses any autonomous development of alternative needs and indigenous traditions. At times national economic development is posed as a purgatory that has to be traversed in order to catch up with the capitalist countries, but more often it is seen as paradise itself. To critique development, of course, does not imply rejecting prosperity, on the contrary, just as the critique of modernity does not mean opposing rationality or enlightenment. It requires rather, as we said earlier, that we take a different standpoint and recognize how the continuation of modernity and development programs only reproduces the hierarchies that define them. 4.7 The ambivalence of the modernity and developmentalism of the economic programs of the socialist states can already be recognized in Lenin's 1898 study The Development of Capitalism in Russia. The modern model of economic development he affirms directly conflicts in this book with his appreciation of the pre-modern or, really, anti-modern antagonism of the subaltern classes. He tries to resolve the contradiction by deferring it. Economic progress is necessary now to allow the subaltern classes to mature to the point where they can effectively challenge capitalist rule. But note that whenever Lenin tries to solve a contradiction by deferring it into the future, most notably in his theory of the withering of the state, he is merely covering over a real problem. The maturation process or transition never comes to an end, and the contradiction remains intact. Lenin in this instance lacks not the spirit of the revolutionary struggle but a sufficient analysis of the mystifying function of capitalist ideology and its notion of progress. 4.8 In similar fashion, the developmentalist ideologies and economic policies of the socialist states do not betray the revolutionary forces and theories that led to them but rather flatten their ambivalence by highlighting the face of modern progress and eliminating the elements of anti-modernity. It is no coincidence that in the last decades of the 20th century, when the great hope of really existing socialism falls into disenchantment, the three great socialist experiments are all enveloped in a common crisis. In the case of the Soviet Union, what was its model of development if not a mirage of liberation translated into the language of capitalist development? It envisioned an exit from economic dependency through stages of development, through the awkward absorption and transfiguration of capitalist modernity into the rhetoric of socialism. Marxism was simplified into an evolutionary theory of progress from which all elements of anti-modernity are excluded as backward, underdeveloped. The Soviet crisis involved all aspects of social development, along with the democratic status of the political structures, the ruling mechanisms of the bureaucratic elite, and the geopolitical situation of Soviet quasi-colonial expansion. In China, the crisis led not to collapse but to an evolution of the system that refined the strongly centralized political management of development along the lines of the capitalist organization of labor. This can be directed through socialist, bureaucratic, and centralized means or in a more socially decentralized way, giving space and support to market forces in the framework of a unified global market that offers profits and competitive advantage from wage inequalities and poor labor conditions. The Chinese road to neoliberalism is different from that of the capitalist countries with limited privatization, continuing state control, the creation of new Class DI visions with new hierarchies between urban and rural areas, and so forth, but no less effective. In retrospect, the current neoliberal regime in China helps us identify more clearly how powerful the developmentalist ideology was all along within the socialist regime. Cuba, finally, has managed so far to hold at bay the ultimate consequences of the crisis, but only by freezing itself in time, becoming a kind of preserve of socialist ideology that has lost its original components. The enormous pressure of the crisis, though, continues to have profound effects. Cuba constantly has to ward off the two threatening alternatives that seem to prefigure its future: the catastrophic end of the Soviet experience or the neoliberal evolution of the Chinese. This same socialist ideology also traveled for several decades through the so-called underdeveloped or developing countries, from India and East Asia to Africa and Latin America. Here too there was a strong continuity between the capitalist theories of development and the socialist theories of dependency. 4-9 The project of modernity and modernization became key to the control and repression of the forces of anti-modernity that emerged in the revolutionary struggles. The notions of national development and the state of the entire people, which constantly held out an illusory promise for the future but merely served to legitimate the existing global hierarchies, was one of the most damaging regurgitations of socialist ideology. In the name of the unity of the entire people, in fact, were organized political operations that pretended to overcome class conflict, while merely suppressing it, and thus confused the political meanings of right and left, along with fascist and communist. This reactionary project of modernity, behind the mask of socialism, emerges most strongly in moments of economic crisis. It was part of the horrible experience of the Soviet 1930s, and in certain respects it is repeated again today, not in the name of the unity of the entire people, but rather in the mad rush of left and right elected political forces toward parliamentary and populist centrism, to create what Etienne Balibar calls extremism of the center. 5.0 The mistaken standpoint of the three great socialist experiences, to take up ironically an old term of Soviet bureaucrats, is due not so much to the fact that the progressivist norms of capitalist development were internalized in the consciousness of the ruling classes of really existing socialism, but rather to the fact that, paradoxically, these norms were too weakly internalized. Although these experiments in socialism failed, capitalist development in Russia and China did not. After relatively brief crises, those countries returned to capitalism much richer and more powerful than they were when they supposedly broke with capitalist development. Really existing socialism proved to be a powerful machine of primitive accumulation and economic development. Among other innovations, in conditions of underdevelopment it invented instruments, like those of Keynesianism, for instance, that capitalist states adopted only in phases of cyclical crisis, and it anticipated and normalized the tools of governance to rule over the exception that, as we will see in Part 4, continue to be used in the current global order. Considering the exhaustion of global capitalist development today, the crises of really existing socialism take on an acute contemporary relevance. De te fabula narrator, the story is really about you. It would be wrong to forget or minimize, however, how much the victorious socialist revolutions in Russia, China, and Cuba aided and inspired anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist liberation movements around the world. We should be careful that our critique of them does not simply reinforce the vulgar attempts of the dominant ideology to cancel them from memory. Each of these revolutions initiated cycles of struggles that spread throughout the world in a kind of viral contamination, communicating their hopes and dreams to other movements. It would be useful, in fact, at this point in history, to be able to measure realistically the extent to which the definitive crisis of the socialist states hindered or actually aided the course of liberation movements. If we say, in other words, that the brief 20th century, which began in 1917, came to an end between Beijing and Berlin in 1989, that does not mean in any way that the hope and movement for communism ended then, but only that another century has begun. We will explore some of the ways that the forces of anti-modernity today act within and against the processes of capitalist globalization and discover an escape route from the cage of developmentalist ideology in which the socialist states were trapped. In any case, one fact that emerges clearly from this history is that liberation struggles can no longer be cast in terms of modernization and stages of development. The power of anti-modernity, which was unrealized in the socialist revolutions and the struggles for national independence, comes to the fore again, intact, in our times. Che Guevara seems to intuit this fact during the final years of his life when he tries to break away from the structural determinism and the historical linearity of socialist doctrine, which, he recognizes, merely reproduces the basic features of capitalist modernity. Pursuing the chimera of realizing socialism with the help of the blunt weapons left to us by capitalism, he writes, leads to a dead end. To construct communism it is necessary to make, simultaneous with the new material foundation, a new humanity, el hombre nuevo. 51. Che certainly knows firsthand the constraints of socialist developmentalism. He serves as president of the National Bank and Minister of Industries in the years after the revolution. But in 1965 he mysteriously disappears from public view and leaves to join revolutionary struggles first in the Congo and then in Bolivia, where he is killed. Some see this decision to leave Cuba and his government posts as a sign of a romantic's restlessness for adventure or an unwillingness to roll up his sleeves and face the hard work of building a national economy. We interpret it instead as a refusal of the bureaucratic and economic straitjacket of the socialist state, a refusal to obey the dictates of development ideology. The new humanity he seeks to build, communism, will never be found there. His flight to the jungle is really a desperate attempt to rediscover the forces of anti-modernity he knew in the liberation struggle. Today it is even more clear than in Che's time that only movements from below, only subjectivities at the base of the productive and political processes have the capacity to construct a consciousness of renewal and transformation. This consciousness no longer descends from the intellectual sectors that are organic to what was once called socialist science, but rather emerges from the working classes and multitudes that autonomously and creatively propose anti-modern and anti-capitalist hopes and dreams. Caliban breaks free of the dialectic. Throughout modernity, often alongside the most radical projects of rationalism and enlightenment, monsters continually spring up. In Europe, from Rabelais to Diderot and from Shakespeare to Mary Shelley, monsters present figures of sublime disproportion and terrifying excess, as if the confines of modern rationality were too narrow to contain their extraordinary creative powers. Outside Europe, too, forces of anti-modernity are cast as monsters in order to reign in their power and legitimate domination over them. Stories of human sacrifice among Amerindians serve as evidence for 16th-century Spaniards of their cruelty, violence, and madness, just as the notion of the cannibal functions for African colonizers in a later period. The witch hunts, witch burning, and witch trials that spread widely throughout Europe and the Americas in the 16th and 17th centuries are further examples of the forces of anti-modernity cast out as irrationality and superstition, betraying reason and religion. Witch hunts often spring up, in fact, in regions that have recently been the site of intense peasant rebellion, often led by women, resisting coloniality, capitalist rule, and patriarchal domination. 5.2 But modernity has difficulty dealing with its monsters and tries to dismiss them as illusions, figments of an overheated imagination. Perseus wore a magic cap so that the monsters he hunted down might not see him, Marx writes. We draw the magic cap down over our eyes and ears so as to deny that there are any monsters. 5.3 The monsters are real, though, and we should open our eyes and ears to understand what they have to tell us about modernity. Max Horkheimer and Theodor Adorno try to grasp the monsters of anti-modernity, irrationalism, myth, domination, and barbarism by bringing them into dialectical relation with enlightenment. We have no doubt, they write, that freedom in society is inseparable from enlightenment thinking. We believe we have perceived with equal clarity, however, that the very concept of that thinking, no less than the concrete historical forms, the institutions of society with which it is intertwined, already contains the germ of the regression, its reversal, which is taking place everywhere today. 54. They see modernity caught inextricably in an intimate relationship with its opposite, leading inevitably to its self-destruction. Horkheimer and Adorno, writing from exile in the United States in the early 1940s, are struggling to understand the Nazi rise in Germany and the mixture of rationality and barbarism in the regime. The Nazis are not anomalous in their view, however, but a symptom of the nature of modernity itself. Proletarians too, they maintain, are subject to the same dialectic, such that their projects of freedom and rational social organization are inevitably functional to the creation of a total, administered society. Horkheimer and Adorno see no moment of subsumption or resolution of this dialectic, but only a constant frustration of modernity's ideals and even a progressive degradation into their opposite, so that instead of finally realizing a truly human condition, we are sinking into a new kind of barbarism. Horkheimer and Adorno's argument is extraordinarily important for its decisive departure from the teleological modernizing line of Marxist thought, but in our view, by constructing the relation between modernity and anti-modernity as a dialectic, they make two mistakes. First, the formulation tends to homogenize the forces of anti-modernity. Some anti-modernities, like the Nazis, do indeed constitute horrible fiends that enslave the population, but others challenge the structures of hierarchy and sovereignty with figures of uncontainable freedom. Second, by closing this relationship in a dialectic, Horkheimer and Adorno limit anti-modernities to standing in opposition and even contradiction to modernity. Rather than being a principle of movement, then, the dialectic brings the relationship to a standstill. This accounts for the fact that Horkheimer and Adorno can see no way out, leaving humanity doomed to the eternal play of opposites. Part of the problem, then, is the failure to recognize differences among figures of anti-modernity, because the most powerful of them, and the ones that will interest us most, do not stand in a specular, negative relation to modernity, but rather adopt a diagonal stance, not simply opposing all that is modern and rational, but inventing new rationalities and new forms of liberation. We need to get out of the vicious cycle that Horkheimer and Adorno's dialectic sets up by recognizing how the positive, productive stirs of anti-modernity, the monsters of liberation, always exceed the domination of modernity and point toward an alternative. One way to break free from this dialectic is to look at the relationship from the standpoint of modernity's monsters. The savage, deformed Caliban in Shakespeare's Tempest, for example, is a powerful symbol of the colonized native as a terrible, threatening monster. The name Caliban itself could be an approximate anagram for cannibal, at the same time that it suggests the Caribs, the native population of Caribbean islands exterminated during the colonial period. Prospero the magician recounts that he tried to befriend and educate the monster, but once it threatened his daughter, Miranda, he had no choice but to restrain the brute by imprisoning him within a tree. The monstrousness and savagery of the native, following the classic script, legitimates the rule of the European in the name of modernity. Caliban, however, cannot simply be killed or cast out. We cannot miss him, Prospero explains to Miranda. He does make our fire fetch our wood, and serves office that profit us 5. The monster's labor is needed, and thus he must be kept inside the island society. The figure of Caliban has also been redeployed as a symbol of resistance in 20th century anti-colonial struggles in the Caribbean. The monstrous image created by the colonizers is revalued from the other side to tell the story of the suffering of the colonized and their liberation struggles against the colonizers. Prospero invaded the islands, writes Roberto Fernandez Redamar, killed our ancestors, enslaved Caliban, and taught him his language to make himself understood. What else can Caban do but use that same language today? He has no other to curse him, to wish that the Red Plague would fall on him. I know no other metaphor more expressive of our cultural situation, of our reality. What is our history, what is our culture, if not the history and culture of Caliban, 5. 6. The culture of Caliban is the culture of resistance that turns the weapons of colonial domination back against it. The victory of the Cuban Revolution, then, for Ridimar, is the victory of Caliban over Prospero. Aimé Césaire similarly rewrites Shakespeare's play so that now Caliban, who has for so long been lorded over by Prospero, finally wins his freedom, not only breaking the chains of his physical imprisonment but also freeing himself ideologically from the monstrous image underdeveloped, incompetent, and inferior that he had internalized from the colonizers. Caliban's reason thus becomes a figure for Afro-Caribbean thought in its distinct and autonomous development from the European canon. 5-7 This anti-colonial Caliban offers a way out of the dialectic in which Horkheimer and Adorno leave us trapped. From the perspective of the European colonizers, the monster is contained in the dialectical struggle between reason and madness, progress and barbarism, modernity and anti-modernity. From the perspective of the colonized, though, in their struggle for liberation, Caliban, who is endowed with as much or more reason and civilization than the colonizers, is monstrous only to the extent that his desire for freedom exceeds the bounds of the colonial relationship of biopower, blowing apart the chains of the dialectic. To recognize this savage power of monsters, let us go back to another moment in European philosophy that, in addition to expressing the typical racism and fear of otherness, highlights the monster's power of transformation. Spinoza receives a letter from his friend Peter Balling which relates that after the recent death of his son he continues disturbingly at times to hear his son's voice. Spinoza responds with a puzzling example of his own hallucinations. One morning as the sky was already growing light, I woke from a very deep dream to find that the images which had come to me in my dream remained before my eyes as vividly as if the things had been true, especially the image of a certain black, scabby Brazilian whom I had never seen before. 5-8 The first thing to remark about this letter is its racist construction of the black, scabby Brazilian as a sort of Caliban, which most likely derives from Spinoza's second-hand knowledge of the experiences of Dutch merchants and entrepreneurs, especially Dutch Jews, who established businesses in Brazil in the 17th century. Spinoza, of course, is by no means alone among European philosophers in employing such racist images. Many of the most prominent authors in the canon, Hegel and Kant first among them, not only invoke non-Europeans in general and the darker races specifically as figures of unreason but also mount arguments to substantiate their lower mental capacities. 5-9 If we stop our reading of the letter at that point, however, we miss what is most interesting in Spinoza's monster, because he goes on to explain how it configures for him the power of the imagination. The imagination for Spinoza does not create illusion but is a real material force. It is an open field of possibility on which we recognize what is common between one body and another, one idea and another, and the resulting common notions are the building blocks of reason and tools for the constant project of increasing our powers to think and to act. But the imagination for Spinoza is always excessive, going beyond the bounds of existing knowledge and thought, presenting the possibility for transformation and liberation. His Brazilian monster, then, in addition to being a sign of his colonial mentality, is a figure that expresses the excessive, savage powers of the imagination. When we reduce all figures of anti-modernity to a tame dialectical play of opposite identities, we miss the liberatory possibilities of their monstrous imaginings. 6-0 It is true, of course, that there have long existed and continue to exist today forces of anti-modernity that are not liberatory at all. Horkheimer and Adorno are right to see a reactionary anti-modernity in the Nazi project, and we can recognize it too in the various modern projects of ethnic cleansing, the white supremacist fantasies of the Ku Klux Klan, and the deliriums of world domination of U.S. neoconservatives. The anti-modern element of all these projects is their effort to break the relationship at the heart of modernity and free the dominator from dealing with the subordinated. The theories of sovereignty from Juan Donoso Cortés to Carl Schmitt are anti-modern insofar as they too seek to break the relationship of modernity and put an end to the struggle at its core by liberating the sovereign. The so-called autonomy of the political proposed by these theories is really the autonomy of rulers from the ruled, freedom from the challenges and resistance of the subjugated. This dream is an illusion, of course, because rulers can never survive without the subordinated, just as Prospero cannot do without his Caliban and, ultimately, as the capitalist can never be free of those pesky workers. The fact that it is an illusion, though, does nothing to stop it continuing today to create untold tragedies. These monsters are the real stuff of nightmares. This gives us two positive tasks for an analysis of the forces of anti-modernity. The first is to pose a clear distinction between reactionary anti-modern notions of power that seek to break the relationship by freeing the sovereign and liberatory anti-modernities that challenge and subvert hierarchies by affirming the resistance and expanding the freedom of the subordinated. The second task, then, is to recognize how this resistance and freedom always exceed the relationship of domination and thus cannot be recuperated in any dialectic with modern power. These monsters possess the key to release new creative powers that move beyond the opposition between modernity and anti-modernity. Mesrin, where are you from? Azor, the world. Mesrin, do you mean my world? Azor, oh, I don't know about that, there are so many worlds. Marivox, la dispute. A world in which many worlds are possible. Zapatista slogan. How not to get stuck in anti-modernity. To this point we have explored anti-modernity as a form of resistance internal to modernity in at least three senses. First, it is not an effort to preserve the pre-modern or unmodern from the expanding forces of modernity but rather a struggle for freedom within the power relation of modernity. Second, anti-modernity is not geographically external to but rather coextensive with modernity. European territory cannot be identified with modernity and the colonial world with anti-modernity. Just as the subordinated parts of the world are equally modern, so too anti-modernity runs throughout the history of the dominant world, in slave rebellions, peasant revolts, proletarian resistances, and all liberation movements. Finally, anti-modernity is not temporally external to modernity in the sense that it does not simply come after the exertion of modern power, as a reaction. In fact, anti-modernity is prior in the sense that the power relation of modernity can be exercised only over free subjects who express that freedom through resistance to hierarchy and domination. Modernity has to react to contain those forces of liberation. At this point, however, especially after having recognized the savage, excessive, monstrous character of liberation struggles, we run into the limits of the concept and practices of anti-modernity. In effect, just as modernity can never extricate itself from the relationship with anti-modernity, so too anti-modernity is finally bound up with modernity. This is also a general limitation of the concept and practices of resistance. They risk getting stuck in an oppositional stance. We need to be able to move from resistance to alternative and recognize how liberation movements can achieve autonomy and break free of the power relation of modernity. A terminological cue from the globalization protest movements shows us a way out of this dilemma. Large demonstrations began to appear regularly at the meetings of leaders of the global system across North America and Europe in the late 1990s and the first years of the new millennium. The media were quick to label them anti-globalization. Participants in these movements were uncomfortable with the term because, although they challenge the current form of globalization, the vast majority of them do not oppose globalization as such. In fact, their proposals focus on alternative but equally global relationships of trade, cultural exchange, and political process, and the movements themselves constructed global networks. The name they proposed for themselves, then, rather than anti-globalization, was alter-globalization, or altermondialist, as is common in France. The terminological shift suggests a diagonal line that escapes the confining play of opposites globalization and anti-globalization and shifts the emphasis from resistance to alternative. A similar terminological move allows us to displace the terrain of discussions about modernity and anti-modernity. Alter-modernity has a diagonal relationship with modernity. It marks conflict with modernity's hierarchies as much as does anti-modernity, but orients the forces of resistance more clearly toward an autonomous terrain. We should note right away, though, that the term alter-modernity can create misunderstandings. For some the term might imply a reformist process of adapting modernity to the new global condition, while preserving its primary characteristics. For others it might suggest alternative forms of modernity, especially as they are defined geographically and culturally, that is, a Chinese modernity, a European modernity, an Iranian modernity, and so forth. We intend for the term alter-modernity instead to indicate a decisive break with modernity and the power relation that defines it, since alter-modernity in our conception emerges from the traditions of anti-modernity, but it also departs from anti-modernity since it extends beyond opposition and resistance. Frantz Fanon's proposition of the stages of evolution of the colonized intellectual provides an initial guide for how to move from modernity and anti-modernity to alter-modernity. In Fanon's first stage, the colonized intellectual assimilates as much as possible to European culture and thought, believing that everything modern and good and right originates in Europe, thus devaluing the colonial past and its present culture. Such an assimilated intellectual becomes more modern and more European than the Europeans, save for the dark skin color. A few courageous colonized intellectuals, however, achieve a second stage and rebel against the Eurocentrism of thought and the coloniality of power. In order to secure his salvation, Fanon explains, in order to escape the supremacy of white culture, the colonized intellectual feels the need to return to his unknown roots and lose himself, come what may, among his barbaric people. 6. 1. It is easy to recognize a whole series of parallel forms that anti-modern intellectuals take in the dominant countries, seeking to escape and challenge the institutionalized hierarchies of modernity along lines of race, gender, class, or sexuality, and affirm the tradition and identity of the subordinated as foundation and compass. Fanon recognizes the nobility of this anti-modern intellectual position, but also warns of its pitfalls, in much the same way that he cautions against the dangers of national consciousness, negritude, and Pan-Africanism. The risk is that affirming identity and tradition, whether dedicated to past suffering or past glories, creates a static position, even in its opposition to modernity's domination. The intellectual has to avoid getting stuck in anti-modernity and pass through it to a third stage. Seeking to stick to tradition or reviving neglected traditions is not only going against history, but against one's people, Fanon continues. When people support an armed or even political struggle against a merciless colonialism, tradition changes meaning. 6. 2. And neither does identity remain fixed, but rather it must be transformed into a revolutionary becoming. The ultimate result of the revolutionary process for Fanon must be the creation of a new humanity, which moves beyond the static opposition between modernity and anti-modernity and emerges as a dynamic, creative process. The passage from anti-modernity to alter-modernity is defined not by opposition but by rupture and transformation. One particularly complex field for investigating the border between anti-modernity and alter-modernity is the movements and discourses of indigeneity that have developed in recent decades, primarily in the Americas and the Pacific. This is, of course, a classic terrain of anti-modernity. Ever since the European invasions, the affirmation of indigenous traditions and identities has served as a powerful weapon of defense. Paradoxically, too, claims to indigenous rights in some societies, particularly those in which rights are based on historic treaties such as in Australia, New Zealand, and Canada, are linked to the preservation of memory and tradition, and thus effectively punish deviation from identity. According to the ideology of liberal multiculturalism, see omen to settler societies, indigenous subjects are called on or even obliged to perform an authentic identity. 6.3 and yet many contemporary indigenous movements and discourses manage to escape anti-modernity and open toward alter-modernity. The ambiguities between anti- and alter-modern positions are evident. For example, in an anthology of the writings by Latin American indigenous theorists brought together by Guillermo Bonfil Badilla in the early 1980s. The Project of Indianidad, Indianness, that is common to all the authors, he explains in his introduction, is really aimed at the annihilation of the Indian. By annihilation he does not mean, of course, the physical destruction of Indians, which has indeed been a byproduct when not a direct object of modernity over the last 500 years. Neither does he mean by it a process in line with the modernizing policies of liberal oligarchies throughout Latin America to Hispanicize and assimilate the indigenous populations, making the Indian disappear through intermarriage, migration, and education, such that indigenous civilizations would be relegated to museums. The project to abolish the Indian is instead the destruction of an identity created by the colonizers and is thus solidly based in anti-modernity. The crucial point for us, though, comes at the next moment of the argument. One option, once the colonial identity is abolished, is to restore the authentic identities, the Quiche, the Maya, the Quechua, the Aymara, and so forth as they existed before the encounter with European civilization, with their traditional modes of social organization and authority. Such a notion remains squarely within the tradition of anti-modernity and the second stage of Fanon's sequence. Bonfile Badila's discourse in this and his other works generally remains closed in the identity formations of anti-modernity, but he does nonetheless suggest an opening toward another option. Ethnic identity is not an abstract, ahistorical enteleche, he writes, it is not a dimension that is foreign to social becoming nor an eternal and immutable principle. 6. For this notion of social becoming suggests the possibility of moving out of the anti-modernity of indigenism in the direction of an indigenous alter-modernity. The novelist Leslie Marmon Silko is one of the most interesting theorists of alter-modernity. Her novels demonstrate how the theft of land, the rule of private property, the militarism, and other aspects of modern domination continue to ruin the lives of so many Native Americans. Most distinctive about Silko's novels, however, are the processes of mixture, movement, and transformation that disrupt any anti-modern formations of identity and tradition. They are filled with mestizos/mestizos, black Indians, half-breeds, Indians excluded from their tribes, and other hybrid figures, constantly moving across borders through the desert. Her protagonists never forget the past, the wisdom of the elders, and the sacred books of their ancestors, but in order to keep tradition alive and heed the ancient prophecies, they constantly have to make the world anew and in the process transform themselves. Native American practices, knowledges, and ceremonies constantly need to be transformed to maintain their power. Revolution is thus, in Silko's world, the only way not simply to rebel against the destroyers and guarantee our survival but paradoxically to preserve our most precious inheritance from the past. 6.5 The Zapatista campaigns for indigenous rights in Mexico provide a clear political example of this alter-modernity. The Zapatistas do not pursue either of the conventional strategies that link rights to identity, they neither demand the legal recognition of indigenous identities equal to other identities, in line with the positive law tradition, nor do they claim the sovereignty of traditional indigenous power structures and authorities with respect to the state, according to natural law. For most Zapatistas, in fact, the process of becoming politicized already involves both a conflict with the Mexican state and a refusal of the traditional authority structures of indigenous communities. Autonomy and self-determination are thus the principles that guided the Zapatista strategy in negotiating the constitutional reforms in the 1996 San Andrés Accords on Indigenous Rights and Culture with the government of Escobedo Zedillo. And the government failed to honor the agreement. However, the Zapatistas began a series of projects to put its principles into action by instituting autonomous regional administrative seats, caracoles, and good government councils, juntas de buen gobierno. Even though the members of Zapatista communities are predominantly indigenous, then, and even though they struggle consistently and powerfully against racism, their politics does not rest on a fixed identity. They demand the right not to be who we are but rather to become what we want. Such principles of movement and self-transformation allow the Zapatistas to avoid getting stuck in anti-modernity and move on to the terrain of alter-modernity. 6.6. Alter-modernity thus involves not only insertion in the long history of anti-modern struggles but also rupture with any fixed dialectic between modern sovereignty and anti-modern resistance. In the passage from anti-modernity to alter-modernity, just as tradition and identity are transformed, so too resistance takes on a new meaning, dedicated now to the constitution of alternatives. The freedom that forms the base of resistance, as we explained earlier, comes to the fore and constitutes an event to announce a new political project. This conception of alter-modernity gives us a preliminary way to pose the distinction between socialism and communism. Whereas socialism ambivalently straddles modernity and anti-modernity, communism must break with both of these by presenting a direct relation to the common to develop the paths of alter-modernity. The multitude in Cochabamba. Alter-modernity is a matter of not only culture and civilization but also equally labor and production. Throughout the modern period, however, these fields of struggle have often been thought to be separate from and even antagonistic to each other. The stereotype in many parts of the world, which is not entirely false, is that labor struggles are led by industrial working classes engaged in modernizing projects, whereas civilizational struggles are populated by people of color and indigenous groups with anti-modern agendas. From the perspective of civilizational struggles, then, the goals and policies of labor movements can be as detrimental as those of the ruling classes, repeating their racist practices and promoting their Eurocentric cultural visions, and from the perspective of labor movements, civilizational struggles are frequently seen as backward, pre-modern, even primitive. Many other subjectivities have also been drawn into this conflict. Peasant movements at times have been closer to the one or the other side of this divide, and gender struggles have sometimes found alliance with one or both of these sides but often have been subordinated by both. Such ideological and practical conflicts have strained and even broken apart alliances within communist, national liberation, and anti-imperialist movements. The passage from anti-modernity to alter-modernity, however, brings with it a significant shift whereby these fields of struggle are, at least potentially, newly aligned, not in the sense that they are unified or that one holds hegemony over others, but that they autonomously march forward on parallel paths. The social movements in Bolivia that paved the way for the election of Evo Morales to the presidency in 2005 are a powerful example of this parallelism of alter-modernity, which highlights political forms that express the autonomy and the connection of diverse sets of demands and social subjectivities. Two peaks of this cycle of struggles were the 2000 fight over the control of water resources in Cochabamba and the surrounding valley, and the 2003 battle over the right to control natural gas resources in El Alto and the highlands. In their general outlines, these are classic examples of the resistance to neoliberalism that has arisen throughout the world in recent years. In the case of Cochabamba, a mid-sized city in the interior of Bolivia, the World Bank advised the national government to eliminate subsidies required for public water service by selling the water system to foreign investors who would establish a proper system of charging. After the government followed the advice and sold the water supply system, the foreign consortium immediately raised local water rates 35%, at which time the protests began. The war over gas in 2003 follows the same script. These are not isolated incidents, moreover, but merely the most visible points of a continuous high level of mobilization throughout the country from at least 2000 to 2005. What is most remarkable about these struggles is how they manage to coordinate a wide variety of economic and social demands in horizontal networks, demonstrating perhaps more clearly than any other experience the shift from anti-modernity to alter-modernity. To appreciate the complexity of this situation, we have to recognize how Bolivian society and the movements present multiplicities at every turn. First of all, what is at stake in these struggles is not merely an economic problem, of land, labor, and natural resources, and neither is it only a racial, cultural, or civilizational problem. It is all of these at once. Second, in each of these domains there is a multiplicity of subjectivities engaged in struggle. The sociologist René Zavaleta captures this multiplicity when he characterizes Bolivia in The 1970s as associated abbagareta, which in English could be rendered awkwardly as a many-colored, variegated, or even motley society. 6-7, Zavaleta views this social diversity in a negative light, as a marker of Bolivia's pre-modern character, as if modernity were defined by homogeneous classes, identities, and social institutions. Byr conception, however, Bolivia is not only just as modern as France or India or Canada but also just as open to alter modernity. The diversity Zavaleta recognizes is, in the context of alter modernity, a potential key to social transformation. The question here is how the social multiplicities in question interact and, specifically, how they cooperate in common struggle. To understand this dynamic we have to look more closely at the nature of the Sociedad Abbagareta and recognize the relations among the various social singularities that compose the social movements. The wide diversity of racial groups engaged in the struggles is obvious. In addition to those of European descent, there are officially 36 different indigenous ethnicities or peoples in Bolivia, the most numerous of which are Aymara and Quechua, along with various populations of mixed race heritage. This is one axis along which the movements are plural or many-colored. The forms and sectors of labor are equally diverse, but this axis cannot be understood without some knowledge of Bolivian economic history. After the revolution of 1952, worker and peasant movements organized in powerful unions, and the Bolivian miners along with a relatively small industrial labor force played a central role in national politics. The hegemony of the old working class came to an end by the late 1980s, however, owing to political and military repression and, more important, economic restructuring that transformed the Bolivian labor force. Some of the largest mines were closed, and many of the peasants who had been recruited as mine workers a generation earlier had to migrate again in search of work. As workers were increasingly forced to move from one place and one occupation to another, and as an ever larger portion of the labor force had to work without fixed contracts, the working class became more complex in composition and, like other working classes throughout the world, had to become more flexible and mobile. The resulting multiplicity of workers and working conditions makes it no longer possible to organize the class vertically in centralized structures. Miners can no longer represent hegemonically the interests of the entire Bolivian working class, just as in other countries auto workers or steel workers can no longer play such a role. All relations of hegemony and representation within the working class are thus thrown into question. It is not even possible for the traditional unions to represent adequately the complex multiplicity of class subjects and experiences. This shift, however, signals no farewell to the working class or even a decline of workers' struggle but rather an increasing multiplicity of the proletariat and a new physiognomy of struggles. The Bolivian social movements are many-colored, then, along at least two intersecting axes, the racial, ethnic, and cultural axis, and the axis of the various sectors of labor engaged in common struggle. 6-8 A group of contemporary Bolivian scholars following Zavaleta use the term multitude form, in contrast to the old class form, to name the internally differentiated struggles of alter modernity. The multitude form is what characterizes struggles in a Sociedad Abbagareta. Whereas Zavaleta saw the multitude as passive or merely spontaneous because of its multiplicity, in contrast to the active unity of the class, these contemporary scholars understand it as the protagonist of a coherent political project. Multitude is a form of political organization that, on the one hand, emphasizes the multiplicity of the social singularities in struggle and, on the other, seeks to coordinate their common actions and maintain their equality in horizontal organizational structures. The coordination for the defense of water, for instance, which organizes the struggles in Cochabamba in 2000, is one such horizontal structure. What the recent Bolivian experiences make clear, in fact, is how the multitude form manages to construct political organization not only among the diverse components of the working class, and not only among the multiplicity in the racial and ethnic domain, but also between these axes. This fragmentation of the movements, Alvaro Garcia Linera explains, expresses the structurally segmented ethnic, cultural, political, class, and regional reality of society itself, which obliges us to reinvent the means of articulation of the social, not as a hierarchical fusion but rather as provisional horizontal networks. 6. 9. The multitude form is not a magic key that opens all doors, but it does pose adequately a real political problem and posit as the model for addressing it an open set of social singularities that are autonomous and equal, capable together, by articulating their actions on parallel paths in a horizontal network, of transforming society. 7. Multitude is thus a concept of applied parallelism, able to grasp the specificity of alter-modern struggles, which are characterized by relations of autonomy, equality, and interdependence among vast multiplicities of singularities. In the Bolivian struggles, as and so many others like them throughout the world, there is no single figure of labor, such as the miners, that can guide or claim to represent all the workers. Instead, miners, industrial workers, peasants, unemployed people, students, domestic workers, and numerous other sectors of labor participate equally in the struggle. Similarly, the Bolivian struggles are not led by non-indigenous groups or really by indigenous groups either. A multiplicity of social singularities defined more or less by their culture or ethnicity or labor position coordinate their struggles together in the multitude. The guiding principle here is the same one we saw earlier in the context of the Zapatistas, aimed at not the recognition, preservation, or affirmation of identities but the power of self-determination of the multitude. In alter-modernity, the obstacles and the divisions of anti-modernity, particularly those between civilizational and labor struggles, have been displaced by a new physiognomy of struggles that poses multiplicity as a primary element of the political project. The struggles of the Bolivian multitude also demonstrate another essential feature of alter-modernity, its basis in the common. In the first place, the central demands of these struggles are explicitly aimed at ensuring that resources, such as water and gas, will not be privatized. The multitude of alter-modernity, in this sense, runs counter to the republic of property. Second, and more important, the struggles of the multitude are based in common organizational structures, where the common is seen as not a natural resource but a social product, and this common is an inexhaustible source of innovation and creativity. In the city of El Alto, for instance, the Committees for the Defense of National Gas, which animated the struggles in 2003, functioned on the basis of already existing local practices and structures of self-rule. El Alto is a sprawling suburb of La Paz, which is inhabited primarily by Aymara populations that migrated to the capital from the rural highlands over the last 20 years. On the one hand, then, the struggles grew out of and were conditioned by the organizational patterns and the practices of self-government of rural Aymara communities, which are based on the common access to resources and property, common responsibilities for community affairs, and so forth. On the other hand, the neighborhood councils in El Alto, organized in a citywide federation, form another basis of self-government. The neighborhood councils supply a wide range of services not provided by the government, from education to health care and other social services, making decisions about shared resources and citizen responsibilities. And the mass mobilization broke out in 2003, then, it was not, as some assumed, a spontaneous rebellion but a mature organizational structure that grew directly out of already existing networks and well-established practices of self-government. 7. This vision of a multitude composed of a set of singularities and based on practices of self-determination and the common is still missing one essential element of alter-modernity, its constant metamorphosis, its mixture and movement. Every singularity is a social becoming. What the multitude presents, then, is not only a sociedad abnegarada engaged in omen struggle but also a society constantly in the process of metamorphosis. Resistance and the collaboration with others, after all, is always a transformative experience. Rather than a static mosaic of many colored parts, this society is more like a kaleidoscope in which the colors are constantly shifting to form new and more beautiful patterns, even melding together to make new colors. Rupture and Constitution. In this chapter we have traveled some of the landscapes of alter-modernity, emphasizing how they both grow out of anti-modern struggles and move beyond them. The task of alter-modernity, which is illustrated by some social movements experimenting with the multitude form, is not only to resist and challenge the hierarchical relationships established by modernity and the identities of anti-modernity, but also to create alternative social relations based on the common. Alter-modernity thus shares some attributes with but is fundamentally different from the discourses of hypermodernity and postmodernity. We could say, in a playful kind of nationalist shorthand, that Germans are primarily responsible for the concept of hypermodernity, US intellectuals for postmodernity, and the French for alter-modernity, although our preference for the position of alter-modernity is not due to any sort of francophilia. All of these concepts pose some kind of historical rupture in or with modernity, but the nature of that break and the possibilities it opens are different in important ways. By hypermodernity we mean to group together all those concepts, such as second modernity and reflexive modernity articulated by authors such as Ulrich Beck and Georgen Habermas, that propose in the contemporary world no break with the principles of modernity but rather a transformation of some of modernity's major institutions. These perspectives do recognize well many of the structural changes of the nation-state, the deployments and regulations of labor and capitalist production, the biopolitical organization of society, the nuclear family, and so forth, but none of this implies for them a break with modernity, and indeed they do not see that as a desirable outcome. Rather they envision modernizing modernity and perfecting it by applying its principles in a reflexive way to its own institutions. This hypermodernity, however, in our view, simply continues the hierarchies that are central to modernity, putting its faith in reform, not resistance, and thus does not challenge capitalist rule, even when recognizing the new forms of the real subsumption of society within capital. 7.2. Postmodernity marks a much more substantial rupture than hypermodernity, posing the end of the core elements of modernity, which is cause for celebration for some authors and for others lament. In our previous work we too have employed the concept of postmodernity to emphasize the importance of the historical break that presents new conditions and new possibilities in a wide variety of social fields, and the economic terrain, for example, with the reorganization of relations of production and the emergence of the hegemony of immaterial production, and on the political terrain with the decline of structures of national sovereignty and the emergence of global mechanisms of control. The term postmodernity, however, is conceptually ambiguous since it is primarily a negative designation, focusing on what has ended. In fact, many authors who affirm the concept of postmodernity can be linked to the traditions of negative thought and or philosophies of crisis. 73. They focus on the destructive destiny of enlightenment and the powerlessness of reason in the face of the new figures of power, but despite their strong protest and denunciation of the incapacity of reason to react to the crisis, they have no recognition of the capacities of existing subjectivities to resist this power and strive for liberation. The philosophers of crisis thus correctly grasp, perhaps in some cases without knowing it, the definitive decline of the dominant line of Enlightenment thought and its Eurocentrism, but they can only offer weak thought and aestheticism while presiding over the tomb of Enlightenment critique and, naturally, around the tomb they start talking of theology. 7. For the various theories of postmodernity, which are extraordinarily diverse, generally allude to the contemporary volatility of social norms and conventions, but the term itself does not capture a strong notion of resistance or articulate what constitutes beyond modernity. Alter-modernity, in contrast, marks a more profound rupture with modernity than either hyper or postmodernity. In fact, it is two removes from modernity since it is first grounded in the struggles of anti-modernity and their resistance to the hierarchies at the core of modernity, and second it breaks with anti-modernity, refusing the dialectical opposition and moving from resistance to the proposition of alternatives. There is no faith here that the core principles of modernity can be reformed and perfected as there is for the proponents of hypermodernity. The struggles of anti-modernity have long ago washed away any residue of those illusions. In contrast to most propositions of postmodernity, alter-modernity provides a strong notion of new values, new knowledges, and new practices. In short, alter-modernity constitutes a dispositif for the production of subjectivity. To construct a definition of alter-modernity on its own terms now and not simply in contrast to other concepts, we propose three general lines of investigation, each of which designates histories of struggle that come together in alter-modernity. The first is a line of European Enlightenment or, better, an alternative line within European Enlightenment. We gave an example of this earlier by tracing the connections among Machiavelli, Spinoza, and Marx. Ever since the beginnings of bourgeois society and modern European philosophy, this line has designated the search for absolute democracy against sovereign absolutism however it is organized, even in republican guise. 7.5 Many of the central figures in the canon of European philosophy, such as Immanuel Kant and Friedrich Nietzsche, occupy ambiguous positions with respect to this line, but the need to critique them and European thought as a whole should never make us forget that the tradition and its major philosophers also contain extraordinarily powerful conceptions of liberation. The desire to free humanity from the weight of poverty and exploitation, superstition, and domination may at times be submerged and made unrecognizable by the dominant transcendental formation that legitimates and consolidates the power relations of modernity, but it continues nonetheless in European thought as an alternative, subterranean line. Workers' movements throughout the world constitute a second line that, in often dramatic and sometimes tragic fashion, has run along the borders among modernity, anti-modernity, and alter-modernity. Here too, in both Marxist theory and socialist practice, the alternative line has often been submerged and made unrecognizable. In the dominant theories of the workers' movements, the ideology of the linearity of progress and capitalist development has often been coupled with the conviction that European thought and society are the source of innovation and thus prefigure the future course of the rest of the world. The socialist states and really existing socialism always hid in their closets the certainty that the productive relations of capitalist modernity have to be maintained and that progress has to proceed through stages of development. An unrelenting critique of this, however, should not blind us to the alternative line that exists throughout the tradition. We have to keep in mind the moments of powerful ambivalence that, as we saw earlier, characterize the central thinkers in the tradition, in the early and late Marx, in his attempts to recognize communism in the critique of private property and in his critiques of the Eurocentric, progressivist nature of his own theories, and the reappearing tendency in Lenin's thought to reopen the terrain of anti-imperialist struggle and pull communist action away from the structural block of capitalist development, and in the contradiction between the drive to further a radical anti-capitalist revolution with the construction of a new civilization based on the common and the bureaucratic construction of a market economy and authoritarian state, a tension that runs from the guerrilla war against the Japanese and the long march to the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution. Perhaps, in fact, the best approach to understanding the 1989 Tiananmen revolt is to read the demands of the Beijing students and workers as an attempt to renew the radical hope of this democratic line against the sirens and violence of the new structures of capitalist discipline and management that the party hierarchy was in the process of imposing. Despite the defeats and catastrophes of this tradition, though, the reality of revolutionary experience the liberation struggles against exploitation and hierarchy, and in all the moments of anti-modern resistance there has also been present an alternative path that poses the possibility of breaking definitively with the relation of command that modernity invented. Years from now we may be able to look back and see that the result of really existing socialism and its collapse was to demonstrate how the social relationship between exploitation and domination that seemed only to define the organization of labor actually permeates the entire society. Within the experiences of really existing socialism, in other words, the passage to the rule of biopower took its complete form, and thus the forces of biopolitics emerge here too, configuring the lines of alter-modernity. A third line links together the forces of anti-modernity that resist coloniality, imperialism, and the innumerable permutations of racialized rule. We described earlier the danger that such movements get stuck in a reactive, oppositional position and never get out of the dialectic with modernity. But an even graver danger is that successful revolts end up reproducing the hierarchical power relations of modernity. Many victorious national liberation struggles have led to the construction of post-colonial states that merely perpetuate capitalist relations of property and command on the basis of a small group of elites, conforming to the position of the nation at the bottom of the global hierarchy and accepting the fact that large portions of their population are condemned to misery. And yet within the traditions of anti-modernity there always lives the possible emergence of alter-modern forces and forms, especially, as we have seen, whenever the common appears as the basis and goal of struggles, not only the common as a given element such as land or natural resources, but also, and more important, the common as a result such as networks of social relations or forms of life. None of these three lines, however, is alone sufficient to construct an adequate definition of alter-modernity. Our hypothesis is that the forces of anti-modernity in each of these three domains, continually defeated and contained in the past, can be reproposed today as alter-modernity when they link with the lines of resistance in the other domains. The capitalist totality is not, as it seemed to many, the point of arrival or end of history where all antagonisms can be absorbed, but rather the limit on which resistances proliferate throughout the sphere of production and all the realms of social life. The three lines have to be woven together in such a way as to recognize the metamorphosis, the anthropological transformation, that alter-modernity requires. As Frantz Fanon and Che Guevara affirmed, in different contexts, in order to defeat modernity and go beyond anti-modernity, a new humanity must be created. This passage from and to alter-modernity illuminates some aspects of the contemporary role of the intellectual. First, although critique of normative structures, social hierarchies, exploitation, and so forth remains necessary, it is not a sufficient basis for intellectual activity. The intellectual must be able also to create new theoretical and social arrangements, translating the practices and desires of the struggles into norms and institutions, proposing new modes of social organization. The critical vocation, in other words, must be pushed forward to move continually from rupture with the past toward charting a new future. Second, there is no place for vanguards here or even intellectuals organic to the forces of progress in the Gramscian sense. The intellectual is and can only be a militant, engaged as a singularity among others, embarked on the project of research aimed at making the multitude. The intellectual is thus not out in front to determine the movements of history or on the sidelines to critique them, but rather completely inside. The function of the intellectual today, though in many ways radically different, shares some aspects with the one developed in the context of the patristics in the first centuries of Christianity. That was in many respects a revolutionary movement within an empire that organized the poor against power and required not only a radical break with traditional knowledge and customs but also an invention of new systems of thought and practice, just as today we must find a way out of capitalist modernity to invent a new culture and new modes of life. Let's call this, then, only half facetiously, a new patristic, in which the intellectual is charged with the task not only to denounce error and unmask illusions, and not only to incarnate the mechanisms of new practices of knowledge, but also, together with others in a process of co-research, to produce a new truth. Imagine people who could only think aloud. As there are people who can only read aloud. Ludwig Wittgenstein, Philosophical Investigations, No. 331 *. In his History of Madness, Foucault not only details how madness is invented through a series of enclosures and exclusions of mentalities and populations, and not only, by revealing this history, seeks to undermine the sovereign rule of reason, but also points toward another truth that lies beyond madness. Is it possible, Foucault speculates, that the production of the truth of madness is manifest in forms that are not those of relations of knowledge? 7. 6. The perspective of alter-modernity lies in that other rationality, which extends beyond the reason/madness couple. But what is the truth beyond madness? Or more simply, how is this other possible and where can it be found? One logical response to these questions is to look for a truth and a rationality outside. As soon as one cites Foucault's study of madness, in fact, one should extend it beyond the European limits of his thought to analyze the effects of colonial reason on and the attribution of madness to the colonized. 7. Some of the most powerful critiques of epistemology in the latter half of the 20th century do establish standpoints outside or elsewhere, grounded in identity and the position of the subordinated. Caliban's reason and decolonial epistemologies are examples that confront Eurocentrism, and feminist epistemologies have challenged the force of gender domination in the production of thought and knowledge. 7. One of the great contributions of these frameworks has been to unmask the false universality and objectivity of traditional epistemologies, demonstrating that those systems of knowledge are embedded within the hierarchies and power relations that characterize modernity. The external standpoint and the foundation in identity that gives such epistemological critiques their power can also, as many of the practitioners are keenly aware, prove to be a limitation. Donna Haraway, for example, warns that any search for a standpoint outside, based in identity, is tinged with the dream of returning to a Garden of Eden, a site of absolute purity. 7. Another way of posing this danger, to use the slogan we derived from Fanon earlier, is that such projects risk getting stuck in anti-modernity. In epistemology as in politics, we need to focus on the forces of critique and resistance that are inside modernity and from this internal position discover the means to create an alternative. The passage from anti to alter-modernity, in the epistemological context, must lead to a biopolitical conception of rationality. Two intuitions serve us as initial guides for exploring the terrain of biopolitical reason. First, the experience of the common provides a framework for breaking the epistemological impasse created by the opposition of the universal and the particular. Once we have critiqued the false universals that characterize dominant modern rationality, any new attempt to promote universal truths is rightly viewed with suspicion, because the critique has unmasked not only those specific claims to universality but also the transcendent or transcendental basis on which universal truths are proclaimed. It is not sufficient, though, in reaction to this, simply to limit ourselves to particular knowledges with no claim to truth. The common cuts diagonally across the opposition between the universal and the particular. Normal usage of the terms common sense and common knowledge captures some of what we have in mind insofar as they extend beyond the limitations of the particular and grasp a certain social generality, but these terms generally view the common as something passive, already given in society. We concentrate instead. Following Spinoza's conception of common notions, and the production and productivity of the common through collective social practices. Like the universal, the common lays claim to truth, but rather than descending from above, this truth is constructed from below. 8. This leads directly to our second guiding intuition, that epistemology has to be grounded on the terrain of struggle that not only drives the critique of the present reality of domination but also animates the constitution of another reality. Saying that truth is constructed from below means that it is forged through resistance and practices of the common. Our conception of the biopolitical and its development, then, is not just analogous to the political passage from anti-modernity to alter-modernity, as we suggested earlier. It is in some sense the same process of struggle seen now through a different attribute, a biopolitical struggle that produces at once a new reality and a new truth. Discovering a basis for knowledge in the common involves, first of all, a critique of the pretense of objectivity of the scientific tradition, but one that, of course, does not search for an outside to that tradition. This critique instead arises from the inside, through what Foucault calls the insurrection of knowledges. Against the centralizing power effects that are bound up with the institutionalization and workings of any scientific discourse organized in a society such as ours. 8. 1. The critique of the objectivity of science, which is allied with the politics of truth that has supported and developed colonial, capitalist, masculinist, and imperial practices of domination, has now become conventional and widely accepted, at least within progressive scholarly circles. What interests us specifically, though, and is revealed especially from the internal, insurrectionary perspective, is that a omen subject is formed here that has nothing to do with the transcendental. The emergence of the common, in fact, is what has attracted so many authors to the epistemological and political possibilities opened by Ludwig Wittgenstein's notions of language games and forms of life. So you are saying that human agreement decides what is true and what is false? Wittgenstein asks himself rhetorically. And he responds, it is what human beings say that is true and false, and they agree in the language they use. That is not agreement in opinions but in form of life, Lebensform. 8.2 We should highlight two aspects of Wittgenstein's operation. First, by grounding truth in language and language games, he removes truth from any fixity in the transcendental and locates it on the fluid, changeable terrain of practice, shifting the terms of discussion from knowing to doing. Second, after destabilizing truth he restores to it a consistency. Gistic practice is constituent of a truth that is organized in forms of life. To imagine a language means to imagine a form of life. 8.3 Wittgenstein's concepts manage to evade on one side individual, haphazard experience and, on the other, transcendental identities and truths, revealing instead, between or beyond them, the common. Language and language games, after all, are organizations and expressions of the common, as is the notion of a form of life. Wittgensteinian biopolitics moves from knowledge through collective practice to life, all in the terrain of the common. 8.4 Numerous other instances in the philosophical tradition of the critique of epistemology are similarly linked to the common. Earlier, for example, we explored briefly that path in phenomenology that leads from Merleau-Ponty to Levinas and Derrida, in which the critique of knowledge is combined with an analytics of Mitsein, being with, which is, of course, another powerful conception of the common. The question, however, is not simply reference to the common but where the common is posed, whether the common is, on the one hand, naturalized or in some other way hypostatized or, on the other, grounded in collective practice. Cider, for example, the kind of hypostasis that is familiar to functionalist anthropology and sociology. Philippe de Scola characterizes such functionalism as a perspective in which all of the constitutive elements of a natural set agree based on a definite place serving to perpetuate a stable totality. 8.5 Just as Claude Lévi-Strauss asserts that every use of the concept of identity must begin with the critique of this notion, that is, the critique of every substantial identity or natural totality, so too every use of the notion of the common must begin with its critique. 8.6 The common is thus in the paradoxical position as being a ground or presupposition that is also the result of the process. Our analysis, then, from this point on our research, should be aimed at not being common but making the common. Some contemporary anthropologists, pursuing a path parallel to ours, arrive at a similar conclusion about the role of the common in an alternative, biopolitical rationality, which goes beyond the division between nature and culture, between Naturwissenschaften and Geisteswissenschaften. Eduardo Viveiros de Castro, for example, uses the unmodern ontology of Amerindians of the Brazilian Amazon as a standpoint to critique the tradition of modern epistemology. He provocatively poses the Amerindian perspective as an inversion of a series of conventional modern philosophical positions to explain the consequences of the fact that Amerindians conceive animals and other non-humans as persons, as kinds of humans, such that human interactions with what would normally be called nature take a form something like social relations. As a result, whereas modern philosophy, from Kant to Heisenberg, posits that the point of view creates the object, here the point of view creates the subject, and whereas modern philosophy conceives of one nature and many cultures, here there is one culture, all are in some sense human, but many natures, occupying different worlds. Viveiros de Castro thus discovers, in contrast to the multiculturalism of modern philosophy, an Amerindian multinaturalism. One culture, multiple natures, one epistemology, multiple ontologies. Perspectivism implies multinaturalism, for a perspective is not a representation. A perspective is not a representation because representations are a property of the mind or spirit, whereas the point of view is located in the body, and what I call body is not a synonym for distinctive substance or fixed shape. Body is in the sense an assemblage of affects or ways of being that constitute a habitus. 87. Multiple ontologies do not imply fixed divisions between beings. Rather, Viveiros de Castro describes, in his study of eroit cosmology, a universe where becoming is prior to being and where the relation to alterity is not just a means of establishing identity but a constant process, becoming jaguar, becoming other. 880 Our aim here and Viveiros de Castro's too is not to advocate an unmodern Amerindian ontology but rather to use that perspective to critique modern epistemology and push it toward an alter-modern rationality. As we saw in the route we took through Wittgenstein, here too what is required is a shift of emphasis from knowing to doing, generating a multiplicity of beings constantly open to alterity that are revealed through the perspective of the body, which is an assemblage of affects or ways of being, which is to say, forms of life, all of which rests on a process of making the common. Bruno Latour arrives by different means at a similar affirmation that the common must be constructed, but he is satisfied at that point simply to conclude, we must organize the tâtonnement, that is, the groping trial and error of experience. We agree with Latour that, between nature and culture, we always experience the world in fragments, but we insist on a much stronger power, not to recompose some lost totalities but to translate them into the fabric of a common experience and through practice to constitute from them a new form of life. 89 When we place so much weight on the common, as we do here, some are likely to object that this amounts to an assumption of sameness or identity that denies or negates difference. We should emphasize, on the contrary, that when the common appears in the thought of Wittgenstein or Viveiros de Castro, it brings with it an affirmation of singularities. Wittgenstein's conceptions of language games and forms of life present the common only insofar as they engage alterity. The common is composed of interactions among singularities, such as singularities of linguistic expression. Same is true for the Amerindian multiple ontologies and the processes of becoming that Viveiros de Castro describes. Differences in perspective mark differences over not only opinions or principles but also what world we inhabit, or really they indicate that we inhabit different worlds. Yet every world is defined by becomings, constantly engaged with alterity. Whereas identity and difference stand. Homine1. Biopoliticalreason. In opposition, the common and singularity are not just compatible but mutually constitutive. We are now in the position to offer provisionally three characteristics that a biopolitical reason would have to fulfill. It would have to put rationality at the service of life, technique at the service of ecological needs, where by ecological we mean not simply the preservation of nature but the development and reproduction of social relations, as Viveiros de Castro says, between humans and non-humans, and the accumulation of wealth at the service of the common. That makes it clear, to move now through the same three items in inverse order, that economic valorization is no longer possible except on the basis of the social appropriation of common goods, that the reproduction of the life world and its physical environment is no longer possible except when technologies are directly controlled by the project of the common, and that rationality can no longer function except as an instrument of the common freedom of the multitude, as a mechanism for the institution of the common. All of this remains lifeless and inert, however, unless biopolitical reason is grounded on the terrain of collective practice, where the state of being in common is transformed into a process of making the common. Collective practice of biopolitical reason has to take the form of strategic investigation, a form of militancy. This is necessary, first of all, because, as we argued in de corpore 1, in the biopolitical context truth is born and dies as an event of being, produced by a omen experience. Spinoza jokes at one point that in order to speak the truth of the sestertius or the imperial, two different coins, that I have in my hand and grasp their value, I have to refer to the common voice that gives them monetary value. Truth can only be proclaimed out loud. In De Homin 1, however, we see that truth must be not only proclaimed but also acted, which Spinoza identifies with the formula experientius of praxis, the principle of a truth formed by the activism of subjects who want to live a omen life. No transcendent or transcendental force can stand between subjects and truth, citizens and their power. With regard to political theory, Spinoza writes, the difference between Hobbes and myself consists in this, that I always preserve the natural right in its entirety, and I hold that the sovereign power in a state has right over a subject only in proportion to the excess of its power over that of a subject. This is always the case in a state of nature. 9.0 Said out loud, the truth is produced in action made in common, without intermediaries. The kind of strategic investigation we have in mind resembles, on the one hand, the traditional Marxist factory investigation that inquired into the conditions and relations of workers with a combination of sociological detachment and political goals, but remained fundamentally external to the situation, in the hands of the party intellectual elite. 9.1 It also resembles, on the other, the kind of interactive production of knowledge common to the teach-ins of the 1960s, which was indeed conceived as a kind of ethical practice entirely invested in the common fabric of the social situation, but one which was not effectively mobilized as political action. 9.2 Closer to the strategic investigation we have in mind is a third conception, which incorporates elements of these two but goes beyond them, Foucault's use of the notion of dispositifs, that is, the material, social, affective, and cognitive mechanisms active in the production of subjectivity. Foucault defines the dispositif as a network of heterogeneous elements oriented by a strategic purpose. By dispositif I understand a sort of formation, let's say, whose primary function, at a given historical moment, is to respond to a demand urgence. The dispositif thus has an eminently strategic function, which means that it involves a certain manipulation of relations of force, a rational and concerted intervention in those relations of force, either to develop them in some direction or to block them or to stabilize and utilize them. The dispositif is thus always inscribed in a power relation union de pouvoir, but always also tied to one or several limits of knowledge, which derive from it and, at the same time, condition it. 9.3 Foucault's notion of strategic knowledge allows us to conceive the collective production of the common as an intervention in the current relations offer aimed at subverting the dominant powers and reorienting forces in a determinate direction. The strategic production of knowledge in this sense implies immediately an alternative production of subjectivity. The dynamic of the dispositif not only extends from a knowledge process to the prescription of subjectivity but also is always open to the constitution of the common, internal, one might say, to history and life, and engages in the process of revolutionizing them. Biopolitical reason is thus defined by a kind of ontological resonance between the dispositifs and the common. We have just said via Foucault, however, has also been reached via a series of different routes through the discussions internal to the movements of the multitude in the last few decades. One of these routes took off from the crisis of the industrial workers' movements and their scientific knowledges in the 1960s. Intellectuals within and outside the factories struggled to appropriate the process of knowledge production from the party hierarchy, developing a method of co-research to construct together with workers alternative knowledges from below that are completely internal to the situation and intervene in the current power relations. 9.4 Another route has been forged by professors and students who take their work outside the universities both to put their expertise at the service of social movements and to enrich their research by learning from the movements and participating in the production of knowledge developed there. Such militant research is conceived not as community service as a sacrifice of scholarly value to meet a moral obligation but as superior in scholarly terms because it opens a greater power of knowledge production. 9.5 A third route, which has developed primarily among the globalization movements in recent years, adopts the methods of core search developed experimentally in the factories and applies them to the entire terrain of biopolitical production. In social centers and nomad universities, ON websites and IN movement journals, extraordinarily advanced forms of militant knowledge production have developed that are completely embedded in the circuits of social practice. 9.6 By all these routes, strategic investigation is ways the production of knowledge through dispositives. It is active engagement with the production of subjectivity in order to transform reality, which ultimately involves the production of new truths. Revolutionary dreams erupt out of political engagement, writes Robin Kelly. Collective social movements are incubators of new knowledge. 9.7 Strategic investigation is really something you cannot talk about without doing it. We keep looking for confirmations and verifications of our practice in reality, hoping they will be revolutionary, Enzo Melandri says, but really there is no shortage of confirmations. What are lacking are revolutions. We have to stop focusing on the haystack and find the needle. This will succeed or fail with the fluctuating fortunes of revolution. 9.8 Therefore we require, and we resolve to take both common land, and common woods to be a livelihood for us, and look upon you as equal with us, not above us, knowing very well that England, the land of our nativity, is to be a common treasury of livelihood to all, without respect to persons. Gerard Winstanley et.al., A Declaration from the Poor Oppressed People of England. The effect of writing in a foreign language on our mind is like the effect of repeated perspectives in a camera obscura, in which the camera obscura is able to render with precision distinct images that correspond to real objects and perspectives in such a way that the effect depends on the camera obscura rather than on the real object. Giacomo Leopardi, Zibaldun. The technical composition of biopolitical labor economic production is going through a period of transition in which increasingly the results of capitalist production are social relations and forms of life. Capitalist production, in other words, is becoming biopolitical. Before we start inventing new tools for this new situation, we should return to Marx's method for grasping the current state of economic life, to investigate the composition of capital, which involves distinguishing the proportion and role of labor power and constant capital in the contemporary production processes. Specifically, we need to investigate first the technical composition of capital or, really, the technical composition of labor to ascertain who produces, what they produce, and how they produce in today's global economy. Determining the general outlines of the technical composition of labor will give us a basis for not only recognizing the contemporary forms of capitalist exploitation and control but also gauging the means at our disposal for a project of liberation from capital. Zion of labor. On the contrary. Effective labor is required of women disproportionately on and off the job. In fact, any woman who is not willing to do effective labor on call, smile appropriately, tend to hurt feelings, knit social relationships, and generally perform care and nurturing is viewed as a kind of monster. Despite their massive entry into the wage labor force, furthermore, women are still primarily responsible in countries throughout the world for unpaid domestic and reproductive labor, such as housework and childcare, as well as bearing a greater burden of informal sector jobs in both rural and urban areas. Women's double workday is a powerful obstacle to greater education and access to better and better paid work. The transformations of labor along the lines of some qualities traditionally associated with women's work and the increasing entry of women into the wage labor force have in most cases resulted in worsening conditions for women, as well as men. The misleading aspects of the term feminization are one reason we find it more useful, as long as we keep in mind the gendered nature of these processes, to understand these shifts as labor becoming biopolitical, which emphasizes the increasingly blurred boundaries between labor and life, and between production and reproduction. 5. The third major trend of the technical composition of labor is the result of new patterns of migration and processes of social and racial mixture. ALL levels of capitalist enterprises in the dominant countries, from huge corporations to small businesses, from agribusiness to manufacturing, from domestic labor to construction, need constant flows of both legal and illegal migrants to supplement the local labor force, and this continually generates ideological conflicts within the capitalist classes, as we will see later, constrained as they are by their pocketbooks to favor migrant flows but opposed to them and their moral, nationalist, and often racist consciousnesses. There are also enormous south-to-south international flows of labor and massive migrations within single countries, often in very specific sectors of production. These migrations transform labor markets in quantitative terms, making them properly global, even though, of course, movements of labor are not free but highly strained to specific routes, often entailing extreme dangers. At the same time, labor markets are also qualitatively transformed. On the one hand, the gender of labor migration is shifting such that women are constituting an increasing portion of the flows, both to take jobs traditionally designated for women such as domestic work, sex work, elder care, and nursing, and also to occupy low-skill, labor-intensive positions in manufacturing sectors, such as electronics, textiles, footwear, and toys, where young female workers are now predominant. This shift goes hand in hand with the feminization of work, often combined with the racial stereotype of the nimble fingers of women in the global south. Ideas of flexibility, temporality, invisibility, and domesticity in the naturalization of categories of work, writes Chandramohanty, are crucial in the construction of third world women as an appropriate cheap labor force. 6. On the other hand, labor migration is, and has always been, characterized by racial division and conflict. Migrations sometimes highlight the global racial divisions of labor by crossing their boundaries, and at other times, especially in the dominant countries, racial hierarchies become flashpoints for conflict. Migration, however, even when it creates conditions of extraordinary hardship and suffering, always holds the potential to subvert and transform racial division, in both economic and social terms, through exodus and confrontation. These three major trends pose significant challenges to traditional concepts and methods of political economy, in large part because biopolitical production shifts the economic center of gravity from the production of material commodities to that of social relations, confusing, as we said, the division between production and reproduction. Intangible values and intangible assets, as economists call them, pose a problem because the methods of economic analysis generally rely on quantitative measures and calculate the value of objects that can be counted, such as cars, computers, and tons of wheat. The critique of political economy, too, including the Marxist tradition, has generally focused on measurement and quantitative methods to understand surplus value and exploitation. Biopolitical products, however, tend to exceed all quantitative measurement and take common forms, which are easily shared and difficult to corral as private property. If we return to Marx in this new light, we find that the progression of definitions of capital in his work actually gives us an important clue for analyzing this biopolitical context. Although wealth in capitalist society first appears as an immense collective of commodities, Marx reveals that capital is really a process of the creation of surplus value via the production of commodities. But Marx develops this insight one step further to discover that in its essence capital is a social relation, or, really, the constant reproduction of a social relation via the creation of surplus value via the production of commodities. Recognizing capital as a social relation gives us a first key to analyzing biopolitical production. Michel Foucault appreciates all the strangeness and richness of the line of Marx's thinking, which leads to the conclusion that l'homme produit un homme. He cautions that we should not understand Marx's phrase as an expression of humanism. For me, what must be produced is not man as nature designed it, or as its essence prescribes. We must produce something that does not yet exist, and we cannot know what it will be. He also warns not to understand this merely as a continuation of economic production as conventionally conceived. I do not agree with those who would understand this production of man by man as being accomplished like the production of value, the production of wealth, or of an object of economic use. It is, and the contrary, destruction of what we are and the creation of something completely other, a total innovation. 7. We cannot understand this production, in other words, in terms of the producing subject and the produced object. Instead, producer and product are both subjects, humans produce and humans are produced. Foucault clearly senses, without seeming to understand fully, the explosiveness of this situation. The biopolitical process is not limited to the reproduction of capital as a social relation but also presents the potential for an autonomous process that could destroy capital and create something entirely new. Biopolitical production and the three major trends we have outlined obviously imply new mechanisms of exploitation and capitalist control, and we will explore these in more detail next, but we should keep an eye out from the beginning, following Foucault's intuition, for how biopolitical production, particularly in the ways it exceeds the bounds of capitalist relations and constantly refers to the common, grants labor increasing autonomy and provides the tools or weapons that could be wielded in a project of liberation. Biopolitical exploitation. By revealing the general outlines of the technical composition of labor, who produces, what they produce, and how we have addressed the first half of Marx's method for investigating the composition of capital with respect to the emerging form of biopolitical production. We turn to the organic composition of capital, which consists of the relation between variable capital and constant capital, or, to put it in terms that suggest the organic metaphor for Marx, between living labor and dead labor, in the form of machines, money, raw materials, and commodities. Investigating contemporary capital's organic composition will have to address the new conditions of the production of surplus value in the biopolitical context, as well as the new forms of exploitation. Organic composition, in other words, refers not only to the objective conditions of capitalist production but also and more significantly to the subjective conditions contained in the antagonistic relationship between capitalists and workers, which are expressed in exploitation and revolt. Capitalist accumulation today is increasingly external to the production process, such that exploitation takes the form of expropriation of the common. This shift can be recognized in two primary guises. Scholars who critique neoliberalism often emphasize that increasingly today capitalist accumulation is a predatory operation that functions through dispossession, by transforming into private property both public wealth and wealth held socially in common. 8. Naomi Klein uses the notion of disaster capitalism, for example, to analyze the model of neoliberal economic policy applied in many countries throughout the world that takes advantage of a moment of shock, whether consciously generated militarily and politically or arrived at due to environmental disaster, to facilitate the massive privatization of public industries, public welfare structures, public transportation networks, and so forth. 9. Scholars studying subordinated regions and especially those countries where state structures are particularly weak, including many parts of Africa, highlight cases in which neoliberal accumulation involves expropriation of the common primarily in the form of natural resources. Extraction processes of oil, diamonds, gold, and other materials thrive in wartime regions without sovereign states and strong legal structures. Foreign capitalist firms, often employing few local workers, extract wealth and transport it out of the country in ways reminiscent of the looting conducted under colonial regimes in the past. 10. It is not surprising, then, that Marxist scholars have focused new attention in recent years on the concept of primitive accumulation, since that concept allowed Marx to understand the accumulation of wealth outside the capitalist production process, through the direct expropriation of human, social, and natural wealth, selling African slaves to plantation holders, for example, or looting gold from the Ameri. Contemporary Marxist scholars generally deviate from Marx, however, as we saw in Part 2, by showing that there is no linear historical relation between such mechanisms of primitive accumulation and capitalist production processes, no progressive history of development in which the former gives way to the latter, but rather a constant back-and-forth movement in which primitive accumulation continually reappears and coexists with capitalist production. And insofar as today's neoliberal economy increasingly favors accumulation through expropriation of the common, the concept of primitive accumulation becomes an even more central analytical tool. 1.1. This first guise of the expropriation of the common, which focuses on neoliberal policies in terms of dispossession and expropriation, however, does not provide us sufficient means to analyze the organic composition of capital. Although it articulates fully the state policies and fortunes of dead labor, it says little about the other element necessary for an investigation of the organic composition of capital, the productivity of living labor. To put it differently, political economists, and the critics of political economy, should not be satisfied with accounts of neoliberalism that pose capitalist accumulation as merely or primarily the expropriation of existing wealth. Capital is and has to be in its essence a productive system that generates wealth through the labor power it employs and exploits. A second guise of the expropriation of the common, which centers on the exploitation of biopolitical labor, allows us to pursue much better a Marxian investigation of the organic composition of capital. The three major trends of the transformation of the technical composition of labor that we outlined earlier all are engaged in the production of common forms of wealth, such as knowledges, information, images, effects, and social relationships, which are subsequently expropriated by capital to generate surplus value. Note right away that this second guise refers primarily to a different notion of the common than does the first. First is a relatively inert, traditional notion that generally involves natural resources. Early modern European social theorists conceive of the common as the bounty of nature available to humanity, including the fertile land to work and the fruits of the earth, often posing it in religious terms with scriptural evidence. John Locke, for example, proclaims that God, as King David says, Sil. CXV 16. Has given the earth to the children of men, given it to mankind in common. 1.2 The second notion of the common is dynamic, involving both the product of labor and the means of future production. This common is not only the earth we share but also the languages we create, the social practices we establish, the modes of sociality that define our relationships, and so forth. This form of the common does not lend itself to a logic of scarcity as does the first. He who receives an idea from me, Thomas Jefferson famously remarks, receives instruction himself without lessening mine, as he who lights his taper at mine, receives light without darkening me. 1. 3. The expropriation of this second form of the common, the artificial common or, really, the common that blurs the division between nature and culture, is the key to understanding the new forms of exploitation of biopolitical labor. In analyzing biopolitical production we find ourselves being pulled back from exploitation to alienation, reversing the trajectory of Marx's thought without, however, returning us to the humanism of his youth. Biopolitical production does present in newly prominent ways the characteristics of alienation. With regard to cognitive and effective labor, for example, capital alienates from the worker not just the product of labor but the laboring process itself, such that workers do not feel their capacities for thinking, loving, and caring when they are on the job. 1.4 But this pull to the category of alienation is also due to the fact that some characteristics closely tied to exploitation, particularly those designating capital's productive role, have faded. Capital, although it may constrict biopolitical labor, expropriate its products, even in some cases provide necessary instruments of production, does not organize productive cooperation. With reference to large-scale industry, Marx recognizes that the essential role of the capitalist in the production process, which is clearly linked to the mechanisms of exploitation, is to provide cooperation, that is, bring workers together in the factory, give them the tools to work together, furnish a plan to cooperate, and enforce their cooperation. The capitalist ensures cooperation, Marx imagines, like the general on the battlefield or the conductor of the orchestra. 1.5 In biopolitical production, however, capital does not determine the cooperative arrangement, or at least not to the same extent. Cognitive labor and effective labor generally produce cooperation autonomously from capitalist command, even in some of the most constrained and exploited circumstances, such as call centers or food services. Intellectual, communicative, and effective means of cooperation are generally created in the productive encounters themselves and cannot be directed from the outside. In fact, rather than providing cooperation, we could even say that capital expropriates cooperation as a central element of exploiting biopolitical labor power. This expropriation takes place not so much from the individual worker, because cooperation already implies a collectivity, but more clearly from the field of social labor, operating on the level of information flows, communication networks, social codes, linguistic innovations, and practices of affects and passions. Biopolitical exploitation involves the expropriation of the common, in this way, at the level of social production and social practice. Capital thus captures and expropriates value through biopolitical exploitation that is produced, in some sense, externally to it. It is no coincidence that as biopolitical production is becoming hegemonic, economists more frequently use the notion of externalities to understand the increase and decrease of value. A well-educated population, they say, for example, is a positive externality for a corporation operating in a specific country, just as a poorly educated one is a negative externality. The productivity of the corporation is raised or lowered due to factors completely external to it. 1.6 We will return in greater detail later to the question of externalities, but we can hypothesize here that economists are recognizing the increasing importance of factors external to capital because in fact, to reverse the conventional economic formulation, capital is increasingly external to the productive process and the generation of wealth. In other words, biopolitical labor is increasingly autonomous. Capital is predatory, as the analysts of neoliberalism say, insofar as it seeks to capture and expropriate autonomously produced commonwealth. To pose this same point in different economic terminology and from a slightly different perspective, the exploitation of labor power and the accumulation of surplus value should be understood in terms of not profit but capitalist rent. 17 Whereas profit is generated primarily through internal engagement in the production process, rent is generally conceived as an external mode of extraction. In the 1930s John Maynard Keynes predicted and welcomed the prospect of the euthanasia of the rentier and thus the disappearance of the functionless investor as a primary figure of capital. He understood the rentier aspect of capitalism as a transitional phase which will disappear when it has done its work. The future of capital belonged to the capitalist investor actively engaged in organizing and overseeing production. 1.8 Instead, in the contemporary networks of biopolitical production, the extraction of value from the common is increasingly accomplished without the capitalist intervening in its production. This renewed primacy of rent provides us an essential insight into why finance capital, along with the vast stratum that Keynes denigrates as functionless investors, occupies today a central position in the management of capitalist accumulation, capturing and expropriating the value created at a level far abstracted from the labor process. One final remark on Marx's concepts, we have found useful at several points in our work Marx's notion of the real subsumption of labor within capital, by which he means a moment when capital no longer simply absorbs within its disciplinary apparatus and production processes pre-existing labor activities created outside capital. This is merely a formal subsumption, but actually creates new, properly capitalist forms of labor, integrating labor fully, so to speak, into the capitalist body. In the biopolitical context, capital might be said to subsume not just labor but society as a whole or, really, social life itself, since life is both what is put to work in biopolitical production and what is produced. This relationship between capital and productive social life, however, is no longer organic in the sense that Marx understood that term, because capital is increasingly external and has an ever less functional role in the productive process. Rather than an organ functioning within the capitalist body, biopolitical labor power is becoming more and more autonomous, with capital simply hovering over it parasitically with its disciplinary regimes, apparatuses of capture, mechanisms of expropriation, financial networks, and the like. The rupture of the organic relationship and the growing autonomy of labor are at the heart of the new forms of crisis of capitalist production and control, to which we now turn our attention. Crises of biopolitical production and control. Capital is in crisis. So what? We read about crises in the newspaper every day: stock market crises, credit crises, mortgage crises, all kinds of crises. Some people will lose money and others will get rich. There once was a time when people believed that the objective disequilibria of the capitalist economy, its cycles, and its endemic crises of production, circulation, and realization would eventually lead to collapse. Instead, as the most astute analysts of capital have long told us, capital works by breaking down, or, rather, through creative destruction achieved by crises. In contemporary neoliberal economic regimes, in fact, crisis and disaster have become ever more important as levers to privatize public goods and put in place new mechanisms for capitalist accumulation. 19 But not all capitalist crises are the same. 20 Whereas objective economic crises can be functional to capitalist accumulation, crises that are subjective and political, or, really, equally economic and political, pose a real threat to capital. Such a crisis is emerging today in the context of biopolitical production, in which the powers of the new technical composition of labor power cannot be contained by the capitalist modes of control. In fact, the exercise of capitalist control is increasingly becoming a fetter to the productivity of biopolitical labor. Before sketching the outlines of the current crisis, we should recall the basic terms of a similar crisis of capitalist control that emerged in the 1970s after the labor struggles and social struggles of the 1960s had undermined the basis of the welfare state model in the dominant countries. The crisis of the state and capitalist production at that time was caused not only by workers' struggles that constantly demanded higher wages, a greater redistribution of wealth, and improvements of the quality of life of the working classes, but also by a generalized insubordination of workers together with a series of other social movements, more or less coordinated, making ever-increasing social and political demands. Samuel Huntington had at least some inkling of the danger when he lamented that blacks, Indians, Chicanos, white ethnic groups, students, and women making demands on the state were creating not only a fiscal and economic crisis but also, and more important, a crisis of control. 2-1 It is important to situate such crises, however, in relation to other crises and to the resulting transformations of capital and the state. The welfare state itself served for several decades as an effective response to crises generated primarily by workers' struggles in the early 20th century, but in the 1970s its mechanisms could no longer control the new social and economic forces that had emerged. In response to the crisis of the 1970s, there was a shift from the welfare state to the neoliberal state and biopolitical forms of production and control. We read these historical developments in terms of a constant, mutually determining relation between capitalist structures of rule and the struggles for liberation. We hesitate to call this relation dialectical because there is no synthetic resolution but only a back-and-forth movement. On the one hand, workers and social struggles determine the restructuring of capital, and on the other, that restructuring conditions the terms of future struggles. In each era of capitalist development, in other words, with each transformation of the technical composition of labor, workers use the means at their disposal to invent new forms of revolt and autonomy from capital, and in response to this, capital is forced to restructure the bases of production, exploitation, and control, transforming once again the technical composition, at which point once again workers discover new weapons for new revolts, and so forth. Our hypothesis, then, is that today we are arriving at another such moment of crisis. For a first approximation of the current biopolitical crisis, we can return to the three general trends in the transformation of labor we spoke of earlier. Each trend indicates strategies of the capitalist control of labor power, but in each case we find that the mechanisms of control contradict the productivity of biopolitical labor and obstruct the creation of value, thereby exacerbating the crisis. With regard to the first trend, the development of cognitive, affective, and biopolitical forms of labor, strategies of capitalist command develop intensively and extensively. Intensive strategies primarily divide and segment the common field of productive cooperation, establishing something like command outposts by which private and/or state agencies monitor and regulate social production processes through various techniques of discipline, surveillance, and monitoring. Other intensive strategies drain the common that serves as the basis for biopolitical production, for example, by dismantling institutions of public education through the privatization of primary education and the defunding of secondary education. Extensive strategies are typified by the workings of finance, since it does not directly intervene in the productive networks but spreads over, expropriating and privatizing the Commonwealth embedded in the accumulated knowledges, codes, images, affective practices, and biopolitical relationships that they produce. Capital's appropriative processes thus stand opposed to the common that biopolitical labor creates socially. In this respect, the financial world, in its relative separation, mimics, or really mirrors and inverts, the movements of social labor power. We recognize the common as not object but subject of development. However, it is clear that the multitude striving to maintain and reproduce its forms of life cannot be treated with the traditional regimes of discipline and control. As the U.S. subprime mortgage crisis and the subsequent global economic crises demonstrate, when the state is forced to bail out banks in order to correct the excesses of private initiative and guarantee social welfare, the conflict between capital and living labor begins to take place on the terrain of finance. Here we run into the first contradiction, because the intensive and extensive strategies of control both destroy the common, the former segmenting or draining the common bases of production and the latter privatizing the common results. The productivity of biopolitical labor is reduced every time the common is destroyed. Consider, for example, the production of scientific knowledge, a very specialized field but one that shares the basic characteristics of biopolitical production as a whole. For scientific knowledge to be produced, the relevant information, methods, and ideas, which result from past scientific activity, must be open and accessible to a broad scientific community, and there must be highly developed mechanisms of cooperation and circulation among different laboratories and researchers through journals, conferences, and the like. When new knowledge is produced, it too must be made common so that future scientific production can use it as a basis. Biopolitical production must in this way establish a virtuous cycle that leads from the existing common to a new common, which in turn serves in the next moment of expanding production. The segmentation and expropriation of the common, however, inevitably destroy this virtuous cycle such that capital becomes increasingly a fetter on biopolitical production. A second strategy of capitalist control, which corresponds to the feminization of work, is the imposition of precariety, organizing all forms of labor according to the infinite modalities of market flexibility. In Europe and Japan, where in the latter half of the 20th century large portions of the labor force experienced relatively stable, guaranteed employment with a strictly regulated working day, the process of labor becoming precarious over the past few decades has been particularly visible. Workers are increasingly forced to move among multiple jobs, both over the course of a working career and in the course of a working day. A central aspect of precariety, then, is that it imposes a new regime of time, with respect to both the working day and the working career, or, to put it another way, precariety is a mechanism of control that determines the temporality of workers, destroying the division between work time and non-work time, requiring workers not to work all the time but to be constantly available for work. 2. The precarity of labor, of course, is not new for women and racial minorities in the dominant countries or the vast majority of workers, male and female, in the subordinate countries, where non-guaranteed, informal labor arrangements have long been the norm. NOW precarity is becoming generalized at all levels of the labor force throughout the world, and indeed taking some new, extreme forms. An anecdotal anthropological example illustrates this extreme precarity. In a neighborhood on the outskirts of Monrovia, Liberia, Danny Hoffman reports, a man named Mohammed organizes and deploys thousands of young men at a time, many of them former combatants in Liberia or Sierra Leone, for a variety of informal occupations. One day he sends men to work temporarily at an illegal diamond mine in southeastern Liberia, another day he deploys men to work on a rubber plantation in another part of the country. He can even send 2,000 men to a specific site to pose as ex-combatants for a disarmament program to receive funds from a UN agency, and his men are constantly available for military operations. These men constitute an extreme case of precarious labor, a population flottant that is infinitely flexible and mobile, perpetually available for any work. 2-3 It is no longer helpful to think of this as an industrial reserve army or a reserve army of any sort, since there is no standing army to which it refers, that is, no guaranteed, stable labor force. Or rather, under control regimes of precarity, the entire labor force becomes a reserve army, with workers constantly on call, at the disposal of the boss. Precarity might thus be conceived as a special kind of poverty, a temporal poverty, in which workers are deprived of control over their time. Labor precarity poses the second contradiction, since it inverts the control of time required for biopolitical production. The production of ideas, images, or affects is not easily limited to specific times of the day, and thus biopolitical production tends to erode the conventional divisions of the working day between work time and non-work time. The productivity of biopolitical labor, and specifically the creativity involved in biopolitical production, requires the freedom of the producers to organize their own time, but the control imposed by precarity takes time away, such that when you are working in a precarious situation, none of your time is your own. You can, of course, think and produce effects on demand, but only in a rote, mechanical way, limiting creativity and potential productivity. The contradiction, then, lies between the productivity of biopolitical labor when allowed to organize time autonomously and the fetters imposed on it by precarity, which strips it of control. A third strategy of capitalist control, which corresponds to the increasing migrations and mixtures of labor power, involves the construction of barriers, physical and social, to channel and halt flows of labor. Reinforcing of existing borders and the creation of new ones is often accompanied by a kind of moral, even civilizational panic. Fears of the United States being overrun by Mexicans or Europe by Muslims are mixed with and support strategies to block labor mobility. The old tools of racism and racial segregation are sharpened as weapons of control in both dominant and subordinated countries throughout the world. Erecting barriers takes place not only at national borders but also, and perhaps more important, within each country, across metropolitan spaces and rural landscapes, segmenting the population and preventing cultural and social mixture. In addition to the walls erected against migrations at the border, we should also focus on the effects of illegal status on populations within the country. Being clandestine not only deprives people of social services and the rights of citizenship but also discourages them from circulating in and mixing freely with other segments of the society. Just as precarity creates a poverty of time, so too geographical and social barriers intensify a poverty of space. The contradiction for production posed by blocking migrations and creating divisions is obvious, at least in one of its aspects. When governments in the dominant countries succeed in keeping illegal migrants out, businesses immediately decry the shortage of labor. Who will pick the tomatoes and apples, who will care for the elderly and do the domestic work, who will work in the sweatshops when there are no illegal workers? It would be easier, where property is well secured, Bernard Mandeville remarked over 200 years ago, to live without money than without poor, for who would do the work? 2. The contradiction regarding movement and mixing is repeated even more intensely at a deeper level. To raise productivity, biopolitical production needs not only control over its movements but also constant interactions with others, with those who are culturally and socially different, in a situation of equality. Contemporary economists talk a lot about creativity, in sectors such as design, branding, specialized industries, fashion, and the culture industries, but generally neglect the fact that the creativity of biopolitical labor requires an open and dynamic egalitarian culture with constant cultural flows and mixtures. 2. Control through the closure of space and the imposition of social hierarchies is a fetter to productivity. The contradiction from this perspective is really a conflict between inclusion and exclusion and is manifest at the governmental level by the crisis of both dominant models of integration, the Republican assimilationist strategy most often associated with France and the multicultural strategy typical of Britain. The United States has experimented with and pioneered both strategies, combining them in different measures. These models are in crisis because, despite claims to the contrary, their shared goal is to create and maintain social hierarchies and close social space, which impedes biopolitical production. 3 of these contradictions point to the fact that capital's strategies and techniques of exploitation and control tend to be fetters on the productivity of biopolitical labor. Capital fails to generate a virtuous cycle of accumulation, which would lead from the existing common through biopolitical production to a new expanded common that serves in turn as the basis of a new productive process. Instead, each time capital intervenes to control biopolitical labor and expropriate the common, it hampers the process, forcing it to limp along, handicapped. This is not, of course, an entirely new phenomenon. Since Marx's time, the critique of political economy has focused on the contradiction between the social nature of capitalist production and the private nature of capitalist accumulation, but in the context of biopolitical production the contradiction is dramatically intensified, as if raised to a higher power. I've had enough of a sober tone. It's time to play the real devil again. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, Faust. The open social relation between labor and capital. In the context of biopolitical production, we have found that capital should be understood not simply as a social relation but as an open social relation. Capital previously has held together within itself labor power and the command over labor, or in Marxian language, it has been able to construct an organic composition of variable capital, the wage labor force, and constant capital. But today there is a growing rupture within the organic composition of capital, a progressive decomposition of capital in which variable capital, and particularly biopolitical labor power, is separating from constant capital along with its political forces of command and control. Biopolitical labor tends to generate its own forms of social cooperation and produce value autonomously. In fact, the more autonomous the social organization of biopolitical production, the more productive it is. Capital thus has ever more difficulty creating a coherent cycle of production and synthesizing or subsuming labor power in a process of value creation. Perhaps we should no longer even use the term variable capital to refer to this labor power, since its productive relation to constant capital is ever more tenuous. Should we thus declare capital doomed, finished? Has the revolution already begun? Or in more technical terms, has variable capital definitively liberated itself from the clutches of constant capital? No, crisis, as we said earlier, does not mean collapse, and the contradictions of capital, however severe, never in themselves imply its demise or, moreover, create an alternative to capitalist rule. Instead, the rupture within capital and the emerging autonomy of biopolitical labor present a political opening. We can bet on the rupture of the relation of capital and build politically on the emerging autonomy of biopolitical labor. The open social relation presented by capital provides an opportunity, but political organization is required to push it across the threshold. When Abbé on the eve of the French Revolution asks what is the value of the third estate, everything. But politically it is worth nothing. He launches a political and philosophical polemic based on a similar threshold presented by the economic situation. The third estate, which was emerging as the center of social production, was no longer willing to accept its subordination and pay taxes to the ruling powers of the ancien regime. What we have to develop after having sketched the broad outlines of biopolitical production, exploitation, and control are the terms of class struggle today. On what resources is it based, what are the primary social lines of conflict, and what are the political forms available for its organization? Let us start with some basics. Emerging autonomy of biopolitical labor with respect to capital, which pries open the social relation of capital, rests primarily on two facts. First is the newly central or intensified role of the common in economic production, as both basis and product, which we have already explored in part. Second is the fact that the productivity of labor power increasingly exceeds the bounds set in its employment by capital. Labor power has always exceeded its relation to capital in terms of its potential, in the sense that people have the capacity to do much more and produce much more than what they do at work. In the past, however, the productive process, especially the industrial process, has severely restricted the actualization of the potential that exceeds capital's bounds. The auto worker, for example, has extraordinary mechanical and technological skills and knowledges, but they are primarily site-specific. They can be actualized only in the factory and thus in the relation with capital, aside from some tinkering with the car in the garage at home. The affective and intellectual talents, the capacities to generate cooperation and organizational networks, the communication skills, and the other competences that characterize biopolitical labor, in contrast, are generally not site-specific. You can think and form relationships not only on the job but also in the street, at home, with your neighbors and friends. The capacities of biopolitical labor power exceed work and spill over into life. We hesitate to use the word excess for this capacity because from the perspective of labor power or from the standpoint of society as a whole it is never too much. It is excess only from the perspective of capital because it does not produce economic value that can be captured by the individual capitalist, even though, as we will see shortly, such production does produce economic value that can be captured by capital at a broader social level, generally as externalities. At this point we can hazard a first hypothesis: class struggle in the biopolitical context takes the form of exodus. By exodus here we mean, at least initially, a process of subtraction from the relationship with capital by means of actualizing the potential autonomy of labor power. Exodus is thus not a refusal of the productivity of biopolitical labor power but rather a refusal of the increasingly restrictive fetters placed on its productive capacities by capital. It is an expression of the productive capacities that exceed the relationship with capital achieved by stepping through the opening in the social relation of capital and across the threshold. As a first approximation, then, think of this form of class struggle as a kind of maroonage. Like the slaves who collectively escaped the chains of slavery to construct self-governing communities and quilombos, biopolitical labor power subtracting from its relation to capital must discover and construct new social relationships, new forms of life that allow it to actualize its productive powers. But unlike that of the Maroons, this exodus does not necessarily mean going elsewhere. We can pursue a line of flight while staying right here, by transforming the relations of production and mode of social organization under which we live. Class struggle does still, of course, involve resisting capitalist command and attacking the bases of capitalist power, which we will address in more detail later, but it also requires an exodus from the relationship with capital and from capitalist relations of production. And although the requirements for resistance are immediately given to workers in the labor relation itself, workers always have the power to say no, to stop providing their labor to capital, and their ability to subvert the production process is constantly present in their very capacity to produce. The requirements for exodus are not so evident. Exodus is possible only on the basis of the common, both access to the common and the ability to make use of it, and capitalist society seems driven to eliminate or mask the common by privatizing the means of production and indeed all aspects of social life. Before turning to questions of political organization, then, we need to investigate more fully the existing forms of the common available in society today. Specters of the common. Specters of the common appear throughout capitalist society, even if in veiled and mystified forms. Despite its ideological aversion, capital cannot do without the common, and today in increasingly explicit ways. To track down these specters of the common, we will need to follow the path of productive social cooperation and the various modes of abstraction that represent it in capitalist society. Revealing some of these really existing forms of the common is a first step toward establishing the basis for an exodus of the multitude from its relation with capital. One vast reservoir of commonwealth is the metropolis itself. The formation of modern cities, as urban and architectural historians explain, was closely linked to the development of industrial capital. The geographical concentration of workers, the proximity of resources and other industries, communication and transportation systems, and the other characteristics of urban life are necessary merits for industrial production. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, the growth of cities and the qualities of urban space were determined by the industrial factory, its needs, rhythms, and forms of social organization. Today we are witnessing a shift, however, from the industrial to the biopolitical metropolis. In the biopolitical economy, there is an increasingly intense and direct relation between the production process and the common that constitutes the city. The city, of course, is not just a built environment consisting of buildings and streets and subways and parks and waste systems and communications cables, but also a living dynamic of cultural practices, intellectual circuits, affective networks, and social institutions. These elements of the common contained in the city are not only the prerequisite for biopolitical production but also its result. The city is the source of the common and the receptacle into which it flows. We will explore more fully the dynamics of the biopolitical metropolis and Decor Part 2, following Part 4. One lens for recognizing the commonwealth of the metropolis and the efforts to privatize it is provided by urban real estate economics, a field in desperate need of demystification. It is useful to remember that ground rent and the value of land presented great difficulties for classical political economists. If labor is the source of all wealth, according to Adam Smith's axiom, then what accounts for the value of land or real estate more generally? Labor is incorporated into the land, of course, by working the soil and constructing on it, but that clearly does not account adequately for the value of real estate, especially in an urban environment. To say that land rent is a monopoly price does not address the central problem either. Real estate value cannot be explained internally but can be understood only with reference to external factors. 2.6 Contemporary real estate economists are fully aware, of course, that the value of an apartment or a building or land in a city is not represented exclusively by the intrinsic characteristics of the property, such as the quality and size of its construction, but is also and even primarily determined by externalities, both negative externalities, such as air pollution, traffic congestion, noisy neighbors, high levels of criminality, and the discotheque downstairs that makes it impossible to sleep on Saturday nights, and positive externalities, such as proximity to playgrounds, dynamic local cultural relations, intellectual circuits of exchange, and peaceful, stimulating social interactions. In these externalities we encounter a specter of the mon. The main preoccupation of these economists is that externalities fall outside the realm of property relations and are thus resistant to market logic and exchange. In efficient free markets, they claim, people make rational decisions, but when there are market distortions, when externalities come into play and social costs do not equal private costs, market rationality is lost and market failure results. The crazy thing is that especially in urban environments the value of real estate is determined primarily by externalities. Market failure is the norm. The most orthodox neoliberal economists thus spend their time inventing schemes to rationalize the situation and privatize the common so it can be traded and will obey market rules, seeking ways to monetize pollution or traffic, for instance, in order to make the social costs equal to the private costs and thus restore logic to market exchanges. 2.7 Parenthetically, we should note that the important and growing role of externalities allows us to rethink some of the standard assumptions of political economy. Just as there is today an inversion of the progression traditionally assumed by political economists from rent to profit, as we said earlier, so too is there an inversion of the presumed tendency from absolute rent, based on mere appropriation, to relative rent, based on the value of labor added to the property, to the extent that work done to the property has increasingly less significant effect in relation to the common work external to it in the general social circuits of biopolitical production and reproduction of the city. The tendency is today moving back from relative toward absolute rent. 2.8 Real estate agents, the everyday practitioners of trading urban value, with their feet solidly on the ground and their hands greedily clutching their pocketbooks, do not need any complicated theories to understand the dominant role of the common. Their mantra: location, location, location is their way of expressing the strategy to minimize the negative externalities and maximize the positive. Location is merely a name for proximity and access to Commonwealth, not only with respect to the park but also the quality of neighborhood relations, the pathways of communication, the intellectual and cultural dynamics, and so forth. Real estate agents do not need to privatize externalities and rationalize the markets. Withn to the common, they are very capable of making money from the metropolis and its irrationality. Our aim, though, is not to give advice on how to get rich with real estate, but to track down the specters of the common. Theories of real estate economics, along with the practices of real estate agents, demonstrate how the metropolis itself is an enormous reservoir of the common, not only material but also and moreover immaterial factors, both good and bad. What the economists do not understand, though, is where Commonwealth comes from. The common may be external from the perspective of the market and the mechanisms of capitalist organization, but it is completely internal to the processes of biopolitical production. Wealth produced in common is abstracted, captured, and privatized, in part, by real estate speculators and financiers, which, as we saw earlier, is a fetter to further production of the common. This dilemma is illustrated by the classic dialectic of urban artist neighborhoods and gentrification. Poor artists move into a neighborhood with low property values because they cannot afford anything else, and in addition to producing their art they also produce a new cityscape. Property values rise as their activity makes the neighborhood more intellectually stimulating, culturally dynamic, and fashionable, with the result that, eventually, artists can no longer afford to live there and have to move out. People move in, and slowly the neighborhood loses its intellectual and cultural character, becoming boring and sterile. Despite the fact that the commonwealth of the city is constantly being expropriated and privatized in real estate markets and speculation, the common still lives there as a specter. 2.9. Finance is another vast realm in which we can track down specters of the common. George Simmel remarks that the qualities of the metropolis are the very same qualities that money demands: a detailed division of labor, impersonal encounters, time synchronicity, and so forth. 3.0 What really underlies these various characteristics to a large extent is the power of abstraction. Finance capital is an enormous engine of abstraction that simultaneously represents and mystifies the common as reflecting it in a distorted mirror. 3.1 Finance capital has long been criticized for amplifying economic risks and for not producing anything, and after the global crisis of 2008 vilification of finance has become extremely widespread. Finance is casino capitalism, its critics charge, little more than a legal form of gambling with no social utility. The dignity of industrial capital, they claim, is that it directly engages productive forces and produces value in material products, whereas the products of finance are fictional, making money from money, remaining abstract from and thus parasitical on the production of real value. Such criticisms are partly true even though financial instruments are used for risk management as well as speculation, and the biopolitical economy is increasingly oriented toward immaterial products. But they do not grasp the essential nature of finance. If financial speculation is to be conceived as gambling, it is an intelligent, informed type of gambling in which the investor, like someone who bets on horse races who gauges the animal's physical condition and that of the racetrack, has to judge the future performance of a sector of production through a variety of indicators, some of them very abstract. Finance capital is in essence an elaborate machine for representing the common, that is, the common relationships and networks that are necessary for the production of a specific commodity, a field of commodities, or some other type of asset or phenomenon. This representation involves an extraordinary process of abstraction from the common itself, and indeed financial products take on ever more abstract, esoteric forms such that they may refer not to production directly but to representations of future production or representations of representations. Finance's powers of abstraction are dizzying, and that is why mathematical models become so central. Abstraction itself, though, is possible only because of the social nature of the wealth being represented. With each level of abstraction, financial instruments grasp a wider social level of networks that directly or indirectly cooperate in the production process. This power of abstraction, in other words, rests on and simultaneously mystifies the common. 3. The role of finance with respect to other forms of capital has expanded exponentially in recent decades. Giovanni Arrighi interprets this as a cyclical phenomenon parallel to the rise of finance centered in Britain in the late 19th century and earlier. Ments. 3. It is more important in our view, however, to link finance's rise with the concurrent emerging centrality of biopolitical production. Insofar as biopolitical labor is autonomous, finance is the adequate capitalist instrument to expropriate the Commonwealth produced, external to it and abstract from the production process. Finance cannot expropriate without in some way representing the product and productivity of common social life. In this respect, finance is nothing but the power of money itself. Money represents pure interaction in its purest form, George Simmel writes. It makes comprehensible the most abstract concept. It is an individual thing whose essential significance is to reach beyond individualities. Thus, money is the adequate expression of the relationship of man to the world, which can only be grasped in single and concrete stances, yet only really conceived when the singular becomes the embodiment of the living mental process which interweaves all singularities and, in this fashion, creates reality. 3. 4. Finance grasps the common in its broadest social form and, through abstraction, expresses it as value that can be exchanged, mystifying and privatizing the common in order to generate profits. We have no intention of celebrating or condemning finance capital. We propose instead to treat it as a field of investigation for tracking down the specters of the common lurking there. Both are examples, the real estate market and finance, reveal a tense and ambivalent relation between abstraction and the common. Before bringing this discussion to a close, though, we might illuminate this ambivalence by looking briefly at Marx's approach to capital's powers of abstraction. Abstraction is essential to both the functioning of capital and the critique of it. Marx's point of departure in Capital, in fact, is his analysis of abstract labor as the determining foundation of the exchange value of commodities. Labor in capitalist society, Marx explains, must be abstracted from the concrete labors of the tailor, the plumber, the machinist to be considered as labor in general, without respect to its specific application. This abstract labor once congealed in commodities is the common substance they all share, which allows for their values to be universally commensurable, and which ultimately allows money to function as a general equivalent. Too many readers of Marx, eager to discern political coordinates from the opening pages of the text, correlate these distinctions to political positions, for concrete labor and against abstract labor, for use value and against exchange value. Marx views abstraction, however, with ambivalence. Yes, abstract labor and the system of exchange are mechanisms for extracting surplus value and maintaining capitalist control, but the concept of abstract labor representing what is common to labor in different occupations is what makes it possible to think the working class. Without abstract labor there is no working class. This is yet another example of the ways in which capital, by pursuing its own interests and guaranteeing its essential functions, creates the tools to resist and eventually overcome the capitalist mode of production. Capitalist abstraction always rests on the common and cannot survive without it, but can only instead constantly try to mystify it. Hence the ambivalence of abstraction. Corruption and exodus. Every social institution rests on the common and is defined, in fact, by the common it draws on, marshals, and creates. Social institutions are thus essential resources for the project of exodus. But we should remember that not all forms of the common are beneficial. Just as, in the language of economists, some externalities are positive and others negative, some forms of the common increase our powers to think and act together, as Spinoza might say, and others decrease them. Beneficial forms are motors of generation, whereas detrimental forms spread corruption, blocking the networks of social interactions and reducing the powers of social production. Exodus thus requires a process of selection, maximizing the beneficial forms of the common and minimizing the detrimental, struggling, in other words, against corruption. Certainly capital constitutes one form of the corruption of the common, as we have seen, through its mechanisms of control and expropriation, segmenting and privatizing the common, but relatively independent forms of the corruption of the common are found too in the ruling social institutions. The three most significant social institutions of capitalist society in which the common appears in corrupt form are the family, the corporation, and the nation. All three mobilize and provide access to the common, but at the same time restrict, distort, and deform it. These are social terrains on which the multitude has to employ a process of selection, separating the beneficial, generative forms of common from the detrimental and corrupt. The family is perhaps the primary institution in contemporary society for mobilizing the common. For many people, in fact, the family is the principal if not exclusive site of collective social experience, cooperative labor arrangements, caring, and intimacy. It stands on the foundation of the common but at the same time corrupts it by imposing a series of hierarchies, restrictions, exclusions, and distortions. First, the family is a machine of gender normativity that constantly grinds down and crushes the common. The patriarchal structure of family authority varies in different cultures but maintains its general form. The gender division of labor within the family, though often critiqued, is extraordinarily persistent, and the heteronormative model dictated by the family varies remarkably little throughout the world. The family corrupts the common by imposing gender hierarchies and enforcing gender norms, such that any attempt at alternative gender practices or expressions of alternative sexual desires are unfailingly closed down and punished. Second, the family functions in the social imaginary as the sole paradigm for relationships of intimacy and solidarity, eclipsing and usurping all other possible forms. Intergenerational relationships are inevitably cast in the parent-child model, such that teachers who care, for example, should be like parents to their students, and same-generation friendships are posed as sibling relationships, with a band of brothers and sorority sisters. All alternative kinship structures, whether based on sexual relationships or not, are either prohibited or corralled back under the rule of the family. The exclusive nature of the family model, which carries with it inevitably all of its internal hierarchies, gender norms, and heteronormativity, is evidence of not only a pathetic lack of social imagination to grasp other forms of intimacy and solidarity but also a lack of freedom to create and experiment with alternative social relationships and non-family kinship structures. 3.5 Third, although the family pretends to extend desires and interests beyond the individual toward the community, it unleashes some of the most extreme forms of narcissism and individualism. It is remarkable, in fact, how strongly people believe that acting in the interests of their family is a kind of altruism when it is really the blindest egotism. When school decisions pose the good of their child against that of others or the community as a whole, for example, many parents launch the most ferociously antisocial arguments under a halo of virtue, doing all that is necessary in the name of their child, often with the strange narcissism of seeing the child as an extension or reproduction of themselves. Political discourse that justifies interest in the future through a logic of family continuity. How many times have you heard that some public policy is necessary for the good of your children, reduces the common to a kind of projected individualism via one's progeny, and betrays an extraordinary incapacity to conceive the future in broader social terms? 3.6 Finally, the family corrupts the common by serving as a core institution for the accumulation and transfer of private property. The accumulation of private property would be interrupted each generation if not for the legal form of inheritance based on the family. DOWN with the family, not, of course, in order for us to become isolated individuals, but instead to realize the equal and free participation in the common that the family promises and constantly denies and corrupts. The corporation is another form in which the common is both generated and corrupted. Capitalist production in general is an enormous apparatus for developing the common networks of social cooperation and capturing their results as private accumulation. For many workers, of course, the workplace is the only site outside the family where they experience cooperation with others and collective projects, the only place where they escape the individualism and isolation of contemporary society. Producing together in a planned way stimulates the animal spirits, as Marx says, and thus generates in the workplace the rewards and pleasures of sociality and productive exchange. Predictably, corporations encourage workers to attribute the stimulation and satisfaction they experience at work to the corporation itself, with consequent feelings of dedication and loyalty. What is good for the corporation, the ideological refrains goes, is good for all of us. It is true, and one should not deny the fact, that work in capitalist society does engage the common and provide a site for social and productive cooperation in varying degrees, of course, and often much less at the lower levels of the workforce. As we have already explained at length, however, the common engaged and generated in production is not only expropriated but also fettered and corrupted through capital's imposition of hierarchy and control. What we should add here instead is that the corporation is remarkably similar to the family in some of the ways it generates and corrupts the common. The two institutions can easily appear as oases of the common in the desert of contemporary society. At work as in the family, though, cooperative relationships are subject to strict internal hierarchies and external limitations. As a result, many who try to flee the horrors of the family run into the welcoming embrace of the corporation, and vice versa, others flee the corporation, seeking refuge in the family. The much discussed balance between work and family is really an alternative between lesser evils, between two corrupt forms of the common, but for too many narcissi. These are the only social spaces that provide access, however distorted, to the common. 3.7 Finally, the nation too is a social institution in which the common is both deployed and corrupted. Many certainly do experience belonging to the nation as a terrain of the common, which engages the collective cultural, social, and political expressions of the population. The nation's claim as the central terrain of social life is heightened in times of crisis and war, when the population is called to set aside differences in the interest of national unity. More than a shared history or a set of linguistic and cultural traditions, the nation is, according to Benedict Anderson's influential formulation, an imagined community, which is another way of saying a deployment of the common. What a sad indication of the wretched state of our political alternatives, though, that the nation becomes the only community imaginable, the only form for expressing social solidarity and escaping from individualism. How pathetic it is when politics can be conducted only in the name of the nation. In the nation too, of course, just as in the family and the corporation, the common is submitted to severely restrictive operations, the nation is defined externally by hierarchies and exclusion. The nation inevitably functions through the construction and enforcement of a people, a national identity, which excludes or subordinates all those who are different. It is true that the nation and its people, along with their centripetal mechanisms that unify the social field, have in some cases, particularly in anti-colonial and anti-imperialist struggles, functioned as part of liberation projects, but even then the nation and national consciousness present pitfalls, as Frantz Fanon says, that may be recognized fully only after the furors of battle die down. Calls to sacrifice for the glory and unity of the nation and the people always have a fascist ring in our ears, since we have so often heard them, in dominant and subordinate countries alike, as the repeated refrain of authoritarian, totalitarian, and militaristic adventures. These are just some of the corruptions the common suffers at the hands of the nation. 3-8 In spite of the revulsion they inspire in us, we should remember that the family, the corporation, and the nation do engage and mobilize the common, even if in corrupted form, and thereby provide important resources for the exodus of the multitude. All these institutions present networks of productive cooperation, resources of wealth that are openly accessible, and circuits of communication that simultaneously whet the desire for the common and frustrate it. The multitude must flee the family, the corporation, and the nation, but at the same time build on the promises of the common they mobilize. Keep in mind that opening and expanding access to the common in the context of biopolitical production means seizing control of the means of production and reproduction, that it is the basis for a process of subtraction from capital and the construction of autonomy of the multitude, and that this project of exodus is the primary form class struggle takes today. Our readers with a taste for combat may be reluctant to accept a notion of class struggle as exodus because it does not have enough fight in it. Not to worry. Moses learned long ago that those in power do not just let you go without a fight. And, more important, exodus does not mean getting out as naked life, barefoot and penniless. No, we need to take what is ours, which means reappropriating the common, the results of our past labors and means of autonomous production and reproduction for our future. That is the field of battle. The gradual crumbling that left unaltered the face of the whole is cut short by a sunburst which, in one flash, illuminates the features of the new world. G. W. F. Hegel, Phenomenology of Spirit. What a multitude can do. The objective conditions are in place. Biopolitical labor constantly exceeds the limits of capitalist command. There is a breach in the social relation of capital, opening the possibility for biopolitical labor to claim its autonomy. The foundations of its exodus are given in the existence and constant creation of the common, and capital's mechanisms of exploitation and control increasingly contradict and fetter biopolitical productivity. But there are also countervailing objective conditions. New capitalist mechanisms find novel ways to expropriate and privatize the common, and the old social institutions ceaselessly corrupt it. Where does all this leave us? Analysis of objective conditions take us this far but no further. Capitalist crisis does not proceed automatically to collapse. Multiplicity of singularities that produce and are produced in the biopolitical field of the common do not spontaneously accomplish exodus and construct their autonomy. Political organization is needed to cross the threshold and generate political events. The kairos, the opportune moment that ruptures the monotony and repetitiveness of chronological time, has to be grasped by a political subject. We propose the multitude as an adequate concept for organize. Politically the project of exodus and liberation, because we are convinced that, in the current biopolitical context even more than before, traditional organizational forms based on unity, central leadership, and hierarchy are neither desirable nor effective. 3-9 The multitude proposition has now been debated in intellectual and political circles for several years, and we can take advantage of these discussions to evaluate and refine the concept. The critiques and challenges we have found most productive center generally on two fundamental questions, one regarding the multitude's capability to take coherent political action and a second about the progressive or erratory character of its actions. The best critics of the concept of multitude regarding the first line of questions accept our assessment that, especially in the biopolitical context, society is composed of a radical plurality, or rather a multiplicity of irreducible singularities. The question is whether and how these singularities can act together politically. At play fundamentally is the concept of the political itself. Pierre Macquarie, for instance, explains quite rightly that politics requires the ability to make decisions on not an individual but a social level. How can the flesh of the multitude become a body? He asks. Intervention of a political entity is necessary, an entity in this case that, while maintaining the rhizomatic structure of the multitude, must itself be collective and refuse any vertical form of ordering, and in that way remain faithful to its immanent destiny that requires it to unfold on a plane of horizontally. How then can the multitude organize itself, without sacrificing the autonomy of the singularities that compose it? 40 Macquarie sees the multiplicity of the multitude as posing a political obstacle or challenge because he assumes that acting as a political body and making decisions requires unity. He thus sees any political project for the multitude caught in a contradiction, either sacrifice its horizontal multiplicity and adopt a unified vertical organization, thereby ceasing to be a multitude, or maintain its structure and be incapable of political decision and action. Ecobedo Lacan similarly considers the immanence and plurality of the multitude a barrier to its capacity for politics. He agrees that today there exists the initial condition of the multitude, the social field is radically heterogeneous. He explains, then, still along the lines of the multitude, that political action requires that the singularities on the plane of immanence engage in a process of articulation to define and structure political relations among them. Lacan diverges, though, when he insists that in order for articulation to take place, a guiding hegemonic force must emerge above the plane of immanence that is able to direct the process and serve as a point of identification for all the singularities. Hegemony represents the plurality of singularities as a unity and thus transforms the multitude into a people, which because of its unity is deemed capable of political action and decision-making. The political operation par excellence is always going to be the construction of a people for one like M.A. Sherry. Lacan sees the multitude as a figure on the road to politics but not yet a political figure. A second line of questioning concerns primarily not whether the multitude can act politically but the direction of its political actions, not the form, so to speak, but the content of the multitude's politics. Specifically, these authors see no reason to assume that the political decisions and action of the multitude will be oriented toward liberation. Paulo Verno, for example, one of those who has most fruitfully advanced the concept of the multitude, considers its politics profoundly ambivalent since the multitude is endowed in his view with roughly equal measures of social solidarity and aggressiveness. Just as a long tradition of political philosophy warns it is naive or irresponsible to assume that humans in the state of nature are unfailingly good, Verno emphasizes the ambivalence of the state of nature characterized by biopolitical production. The powerful new tools in the possession of the multitude, linguistic tools, along with tools of communication, affect, knowledge, and so forth, have no necessary predisposition to the good but can just as easily be used for ill. Verno thus advocates a realist position, insisting that any discussion of the positive political capacities of the multitude be accompanied by a sober look at the negative. 4-2 Etienne Balibar similarly insists that the concept of the multitude lacks internal political criteria that would guarantee its actions a progressive orientation or anti-systemic character. It may just as likely contribute to the systems of global exploitation as resist and contest them. Like Verno, Balibar emphasizes the ambivalent standpoint of the multitude, which he explains, for example, in terms of the double meaning of fear of the multitude. Both the fear the multitude feels and the fear it inspires can lead, in his view, in varying political directions. The multitude may be a sound sailing vessel, to lend Balibar a metaphor, but without a rudder there is no way to predict where it will end up. 4.3 Slavoj Zizek and Alain Badiou take this questioning of the multitude's political orientation one step further, posing it as not ambivalent but aligned with the forces of domination. Zizek charges that the multitude, even in the guise of anti-capitalist struggles, really mimics and supports capitalist power, and he traces the flaw of multitude thinking back to Marx. Marx's error, he suggests, is to believe that capital creates its own gravediggers, that the developments of capitalist society and production create within capital itself an antagonistic political subject, the proletariat, capable of revolution. Zizek maintains, however, that the apparent antagonisms and alternatives that capital produces internally really end up supporting the system. He focuses, for example, on how capital creates proliferating multiplicities in the realm of the market and consumption, through the infinite variety of its commodities and the desires they elicit. From this perspective, then, the multiplicities of the multitude and its horizontal network structures mirror capital's own descente and deterritorializing deployment, and thus, even when thought to be resisting it, the multitude's actions inevitably repeat and reproduce capitalist rule. Radical transformation and, specifically, revolutionary opposition to capitalist rule, Zizek insists, will never emerge, as the multitude does, from within capital itself. 4.4. Whereas Zizek credits the mistakes of multitude thinking to an error in Marx, Badiou traces them to the work of Foucault and his conception of resistance. Since resistance is constantly engaged with power, Badiou reasons, it never escapes power, and moreover, never recognizes the necessity for the event to break with power. Any conception of a creative, anti-systemic multitude, he claims, is only a dreamy hallucination, un rêverie hallucinée. That which goes by the name resistance, in this instance, is only a component of the progress of power itself. The existing movements of the multitude thus amount to little in Badiou's estimation. We've seen are very ordinary performances from the well-worn repertoire of petit bourgeois mass movements, noisily laying claim to the right to enjoy without doing anything, while taking special care to avoid any form of discipline. Whereas we know that discipline, in all fields, is the key to truths. 4.5 Badiou's critique of the multitude is in effect an extension and generalization of Zizek's, whereas Zizek, indicating Marx's error, charges that the multitude in the guise of contesting capital merely mimics and supports its rule. Badiou, referring to Foucault, maintains that the multitude and other projects of resistance are really only components of the progress of power itself. The common nature of the multitude. These questions and critiques regarding the political capacities and orientation of the multitude are useful because they help us focus on and clarify the extent to which the concept is adequate to organizational projects of liberation in our biopolitical reality. In order to respond to these questions, we have to show how the multitude is not a spontaneous political subject but a project of political organization, thus shifting the discussion from being the multitude to making the multitude. Before addressing them directly, though, we need to explore some of the philosophical and political bases of the concept of multitude, investigating in particular the way the multitude interacts with and transforms nature. Like the people, the multitude is the result of a process of political constitution, although, whereas the people is formed as a unity by a hegemonic power standing above the plural social field, the multitude is formed through articulations on the plane of immanence without hegemony. We can see this difference from another perspective by recognizing that these two processes pose different relations between politics and the state of nature. A long tradition of political theory tells us that the construction of hegemony or sovereignty requires a passage from the anarchy of the state of nature to the political life of the civil state. The constitution of the multitude, however, confounds this division between the state of nature and the civil or political state. It is thoroughly political while never leaving behind the state of nature. This is not as paradoxical as it seems once we see the metamorphosis of nature at work in the constitution of the multitude. Feminist scholars, appreciating the political obstacle posed by a notion of nature as fixed and immutable, separate from and prior to cultural and social interaction, have demonstrated how nature is constantly constructed and transformed. Judith Butler, for example, challenges the traditional sex-gender distinction by questioning the fixity of nature. The major stream of feminist theory throughout its second wave investigates how gender is malleable and socially constructed, Butler explains, but assumes that sex differences are natural, biological, and hence immutable. She argues instead that, in addition to gender, sex too is socially constructed, that sex and sexual differences are, following Foucault, discursive formations. This is not to deny that sex is directly linked to biology and bodies, but rather to suggest that what we know and think about sex, our mode of apprehension of it, is inextricably embedded in determinate social discourses. 6 other feminist scholars pursue this argument in scientific and biological terms to demonstrate that nature modulates according to social constructs and practices. And Fausto Sterling, 4in, stance, explores how nature and bodies are constantly transformed through social interactions and, specifically, how what we understand as sex and sexual difference are entirely embedded in social and cultural practices and consciousness. Even human bone structure, she argues, which we think of as one of the elements of the body most fixed in nature, requires specific triggers for development and modifies differently depending on complex relations to bodily practices during growth, many of which are defined by specific gender practices. Culture shapes bones. 7 This does not mean that there is no such thing as nature, but rather nature is constantly transformed by social and cultural interactions. The claim that nature is subject to mutation is closely related to the philosophical proposition of a constituent ontology, the notion, that is, that being is subject to a process of becoming dictated by social action and practices. God, or being or nature, in Spinoza's vocabulary, is not separate from and prior to the interaction of modes in the world but rather entirely constituted by them. 8 These investigations of the plasticity and mutability of nature really refer to the common, and indeed nature is just another word for the common. But it is important to keep in mind the distinction between the two notions of the common we cited earlier. Whereas the traditional notion poses the common as a natural world outside of society, the biopolitical conception of the common permeates equally all spheres of life, referring not only to the earth, the air, the elements, or even plant and animal life, but also to the constitutive elements of human society, such as common languages, habits, gestures, affects, codes, and so forth. Whereas according to the traditional notion, for thinkers like Locke and Rousseau, the formation of society and the progress of history inevitably destroy the common, fencing it off as private property. The biopolitical conception emphasizes not only preserving the common but also struggling over the conditions of producing it, as well as selecting among its qualities, promoting its beneficial forms, and fleeing its detrimental, corrupt forms. We might call this an ecology of the common, an ecology focused equally on nature and society, and humans and the non-human world in a dynamic of interdependence, care, and mutual transformation. We are better positioned to understand how the becoming political of the multitude does not require leaving behind the state of nature, as the tradition of sovereignty insists, but rather calls for a metamorphosis of the common that operates simultaneously on nature, culture, and society. The metamorphosis of the common leads us directly to the problem of the production of subjectivity. It is useful to remember how heated the so-called postmodernism debates became in the 1980s and 1990s around this question. On one side were postmodernists who focused generally on the production of consciousness. In some respects their position repeated the classic Frankfurt School thesis that alienated consciousness is produced in capitalist society, its culture industries, its mandate to consumption, and its commodity culture, but replaced the gloom of the Frankfurt School with a more cheerful disposition. The claim that subjectivity is produced in the circuits of commodified capitalist culture seemed to some to herald a weak notion of freedom based on play and contingency. On the other side were modernist defenders of the subject in the name of not only reason, reality, and truth but also the possibilities of a politics of liberation. A stable subject residing outside the functioning of power was thought to be necessary as a ground for politics and class politics, race politics, feminism, and other identity domains. These two sides, which we have painted in admittedly reductive terms, monopolized the most visible debates, but a third approach, much closer to our own, was developed in the same period by Foucault, Deleuze, and Guattari. These authors focus on the social mechanisms of the production of subjectivity in institutional architectures, psychoanalytic discourse, state apparatuses, and so forth, but they do not greet the recognition that subjectivity is produced through apparatuses of power with either celebration or despair. They regard the production of subjectivity rather as the primary terrain on which political struggle takes place. We need to intervene in the circuits of the production of subjectivity, flee from the apparatuses of control, and construct the basis for an autonomous production. 4.9. The politics of the production of subjectivity helps us understand better the economic process of the metamorphoses of the common, which we analyzed earlier. The biopolitical production of ideas, codes, images, effects, and social relationships directly treats the constituent elements of human subjectivity. This terrain is precisely where subjectivity is born and resides. One might still conceive of economic production as an engagement of the subject with nature, a transformation of the object through labor, but increasingly the nature that biopolitical labor transforms is subjectivity itself. This relation between economic production and subjectivity thus cuts out the ground from under traditional notions of the labor process and creates a potentially vertiginous loop. We can cut through some of these seeming paradoxes, though, by approaching the production process in terms of metamorphoses of the common. It should be obvious that this kind of economic process, central to biopolitical production, is also an ontological process through which nature and subjectivity are transformed and constituted. Multitude should be understood, then, as not a being but a making, or rather a being that is not fixed or static but constantly transformed, enriched, constituted by a process of making. This is a peculiar kind of making, though, insofar as there is no maker that stands behind the process. Through the production of subjectivity, the multitude is itself author of its perpetual becoming other, an uninterrupted process of collective self-transformation. From being to making the multitude. Once we shift our perspective from being the multitude to making the multitude, and once we recognize the multitude as a constant process of metamorphosis grounded in the common, we are in a better position to respond to the questions and critiques of the concept we outlined earlier. The first set of questions deems the multitude incapable of politics because it is not unified by hegemony. A key issue here is whether only hegemonic, unified subjects or also horizontally organized multiplicities are capable of political action. We can answer these questions by referring to our earlier economic investigations. Biopolitical production takes place and can only take place on the terrain of the common. Ideas, images, and codes are produced not by a lone genius or even by a master with supporting apprentices but by a wide network of cooperating producers. Labor tends to be increasingly autonomous from capitalist command, and thus capital's mechanisms of expropriation and control become fetters that obstruct productivity. Biopolitical production is an orchestra keeping the beat without a conductor, and it would fall silent if anyone were to step onto the podium. The model of biopolitical economic production serves us here. As an analogy for political action, just as a wide social multiplicity produces immaterial products and economic value, so too is such a multitude able to produce political decisions. It is much more than an analogy, though, because the same capacities that are set in play, which are necessary for the one, are also sufficient for the other. The ability of producers autonomously to organize cooperation and produce collectively in a planned way, in other words, has immediate implications for the political realm, providing the tools and habits for collective decision-making. In this respect, the division between economic production and political action posed by authors such as Hannah Arendt completely breaks down. Arendt's conception of politics focuses on plurality and freedom, characterizing political action as a realm of singularities that communicate and cooperate in a common world. She distinguishes this from the economic realm of Homo faber, which is separated off in the workplace and driven instrumentally toward making a product. The economic producer, she reasons, is inclined to denounce the action and speech that define politics as idleness and useless chatter. Work is driven narrowly toward a telos, such that the strength of the production process is entirely absorbed in and exhausted by the end product, whereas the strength of the political process is never exhausted in a product but rather grows while its consequences multiply. What endures in the realm of human affairs are these processes, and their endurance is as unlimited, as independent of the perishability of material and the mortality of men as the endurance of humanity itself. 5.0 Arendt is clearly referring to an economic paradigm of material production, with the factory as her primary model, but once we shift our gaze to biopolitical production, we clearly see that all of the qualities she attributes to the political apply equally to the economic: the cooperation of a wide plurality of singularities in a common world, the focus on speech and communication, and the interminable continuity of the process both based in the common and resulting in the common. This is one reason for using the term bio/with IHAI/ to name this form of production, because the economic capacities and acts are themselves immediately political. We should note here that Arendt also distinguishes a third fundamental human activity, which she calls labor. Labor she has in mind corresponds to the biological functioning of the body and thus the production of vital necessities. Both the condition and goal of this labor, she explains, is thus life itself. Arendt primarily uses this concept of labor, of course, as a foil to distinguish the political realm, separating it from the world of needs, but here again we can see that her distinctions are progressively breaking down. Politics has probably never really been separable from the realm of needs and life, but increasingly today biopolitical production is aimed constantly at producing forms of life. Hence the utility of the term biopolitical. Focusing on the making of the multitude, then, allows us to recognize how its productive activity is also a political act of self-making. We are now finally in a position to respond easily to the first set of questions about the political capacities of the multitude. It is true that the organization of singularities required for political action and decision-making is not immediate or spontaneous, but that does not mean that hegemony and unification, the formation of a sovereign and unified power, whether it be a state, a party, or a people, is the necessary condition for politics. Spontaneity and hegemony are not the only alternatives. The multitude can develop the power to organize itself through the conflictual and cooperative interactions of singularities in the common. Even if one recognizes this tendency, it is reasonable to question whether the multitude is ready for such responsibilities, whether it has become sufficiently endowed with the capacities to organize, act, and decide politically. Remember Lenin's warning on the eve of October 1917, never make revolution on the basis of some ideal or imagined population. The Russian people are not ready to rule themselves, he claims, but need a hegemonic force to guide them through the transition period. They have been trained at work to need subordination, supervision, and managers. They have a boss on the job, and thus they need a boss in politics. 5.1 The logic of Lenin's warning puts all the more pressure on our demonstration earlier of both the tendential hegemony of biopolitical production and the contemporary economy, and the qualities and capacities that come with it. If one can realistically establish the capacities for self-organization and cooperation in people's daily lives, in their work, or more generally in social production, then the political capacity of the multitude ceases to be a question. The second set of questions, which regard the political orientation of the multitude, progressive or regressive, resisting the current system of power or supporting it, is not so easily addressed. In earlier chapters we proposed a conception of resistance that is prior to power, since power is exercised only over free subjects, and thus, although situated within and against, resistance is not condemned to reinforce or repeat the structures of power. We also presented a biopolitical notion of the event, different from the conception that events come only from the outside, and thus our sole political duty is to be faithful to them and their truth, to maintain discipline after the event arrives. Those who follow this notion of the event can only wait with a kind of messianic fervor for another event to come. Biopolitical events instead reside in the creative acts of the production of the common. There is indeed something mysterious about the act of creation, but it is a miracle that wells up from within the multitude every day. Resistance and the creation of events, however, do not yet establish the political orientation of the multitude. The characteristics of the common and the multitude's relation to it give us some indications of how to proceed. Pierre Macquarie identifies the rebellious character of the common, which always exceeds the limits of power. By common life, he writes, one must thus understand all the figures of collective creation that put to work cooperation and collaboration, the network that, once set in motion, can extend infinitely. That is why common life exceeds every system and every fixed order, to which it is necessarily rebellious. 5. 2. The fact that the multitude, based in the common, always exceeds the limits of power indicates its incompatibility with the ruling system and its anti-systemic nature in that sense, but does not yet establish its liberatory political orientation. One facet of the political direction of the multitude lies in its exodus from all corrupt derivations of the common accumulated in social institutions, including the family, the corporation, and the nation. The multitude must select the beneficial and flee the detrimental forms of the common. What is corrupt about the common in these institutions, we can see now, is that through hierarchies, divisions, and limits, they block the production of subjectivity and, moreover, the production of the common. Through its selection and exodus the multitude must set the common in motion, opening up again its processes of production. The political orientation also should be defined in the making of the multitude, conceived not only as its political constitution but also as its economic production. In the context of biopolitical production, by working on the common and producing the common, the multitude constantly transforms itself. This brings to mind Marx's admiration for Charles Fourier's utopian insight that the proletariat is a subject in transformation, transformed through labor but also and moreover through social, cooperative, inventive activity in the time left free from the constraints of work. The process, Marx explains, extending Fourier's insight, is then both discipline, as regards the human being in the process of becoming, and, at the same time, practice, experimental science, materially creative and objectifying science, as regards the human being who has become, in whose head exists the accumulated knowledge of society. 5. 3. The self-transformation of the multitude in production, grounded in the expansion of the common, gives an initial indication of the direction of the self-rule of the multitude in the political realm. All of these elements, however, animated by biopolitical events, fleeing corrupt forms of the common, and dedicated to furthering the production of the common in its beneficial forms, do not yet specify adequately the political orientation of the multitude. We need at this point to engage directly with the question of organization, because that is the terrain on which the progressive, liberatory, anti-systemic character of the multitude will have to be verified and consolidated in its own durable institutions. This will be one of the primary tasks for us to address, first to singularitate one and the intermezzo that follow the section, and then throughout the second half of the book, a theory of political organization adequate to the multitude. The terrain of organization is where we must establish that the multitude can be a revolutionary figure, and indeed that it is the only figure today capable of revolution. Let your loves be like the wasp and the orchid. Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari. All the theoretical elements we have accumulated thus far, from the multitude of the poor to the project of alter modernity, and from the social productivity of biopolitical labor to the exodus from capitalist command, despite all their power, risk lying inert beside one another without one more element that pulls them together and animates them in a coherent project. What is missing is love. Yes, we know that term makes many readers uncomfortable. Some squirm in their seats with embarrassment and others smirk with superiority. 5. For love has been so charged with sentimentality that it seems hardly fit for philosophical and much less political discourse. Leave it to the poets to speak of love, many will say, and wrap themselves in its warm embrace. We think instead that love is an essential concept for philosophy and politics, and the failure to interrogate and develop it is one central cause of the weakness of contemporary thought. It is unwise to leave love to the priests, poets, and psychoanalysts. It is necessary for us, then, to do some conceptual house cleaning, clearing away some of the misconceptions that disqualify love for philosophical and political discourse, and redefining the concept in such a way as to demonstrate its utility. We will find in the process that philosophers, political scientists, and even economists, despite the imagined cold precision of their thinking, are really often speaking about love. And if they were not so shy, they would tell us as much. This will help us demonstrate how love is really the living heart of the project we have been developing, without which the rest would remain a lifeless heap. To understand love as a philosophical and political concept, it is useful to begin from the perspective of the poor and the innumerable forms of social solidarity and social production that one recognizes everywhere among those who live in poverty. Solidarity, care for others, creating community, and cooperating in common projects is for them an essential survival mechanism. That brings us back to the elements of poverty we emphasized earlier. Although the poor are defined by material lack, people are never reduced to bare life but are always endowed with powers of invention and production. The real essence of the poor, in fact, is not their lack but their power. When we band together, when we form a social body that is more powerful than any of our individual bodies alone, we are constructing a new and common subjectivity. Our point of departure, then, which the perspective of the poor helps reveal, is that love is a process of the production of the common and the production of subjectivity. This process is not merely a means to producing material goods and other necessities but also in itself an end. If such a statement sounds too sentimental, one can arrive at the same point through the analysis of political economy. In the context of biopolitical production, as we have demonstrated in the course of Part 3, the production of the common is not separate from or external to economic production, sequestered neither in the private realm nor in the sphere of reproduction, but is instead integral to and inseparable from the production of capital. Love in the production of effective networks, schemes of cooperation, and social subjectivities is an economic power. Conceived in this way, love is not, as it is often characterized, spontaneous or passive. It does not simply happen to us, as if it were an event that mystically arrives from elsewhere. Instead, it is an action, a biopolitical event, planned and realized in common. Love is productive in a philosophical sense too, productive of being. When we engage in the production of subjectivity that is love, we are not merely creating new objects or even new subjects in the world. Instead, we are producing a new world, a new social life. Being, in other words, is not some immutable background against which life takes place but is rather a living relation in which we constantly have the power to intervene. Love is an ontological event in that it marks a rupture with what exists and the creation of the new. Being is constituted by love. This ontologically constitutive capacity has been a battlefield for numerous conflicts among philosophers. Heidegger, for instance, strenuously counters this notion of ontological constitution in his lecture on poverty that we read earlier. Humanity becomes poor to become rich, he argues, when it lacks the non-necessary, revealing what is necessary, that is, its relation to being. The poor as Heidegger imagines them in this relation, however, have no constitutive capacity, and humanity as a whole, in fact, is powerless in the face of being. On this point Spinoza stands at the opposite end from Heidegger. Like Heidegger, he might say that humanity becomes rich when it recognizes its relation to being, but that relation for Spinoza is entirely different. Especially in the mysterious fifth book of Spinoza's Ethics, we constitute being actively through love. Love, Spinoza explains with his usual geometrical precision, is joy, that is, the increase of our power to act and think, together with the recognition of an external cause. Through love we form a relation to that cause and seek to repeat and expand our joy, forming new, more powerful bodies and minds. For Spinoza, in other words, love is a production of the common that constantly aims upward, seeking to create more with ever more power, up to the point of engaging in the love of God, that is, the love of nature as a whole, the common in its most expansive figure. Every act of love, one might say, is an ontological event in that it marks a rupture with existing being and creates new being, from poverty through love to being. Being, after all, is just another way of saying what is ineluctably omen, what refuses to be privatized or enclosed and remains constantly open to all. There is no such thing as a private ontology. To say love is ontologically constitutive, then, simply means that it produces the common. As soon as we identify love with the production of the common, we need to recognize that, just like the common itself, love is deeply ambivalent and susceptible to corruption. In fact, what passes for love today in ordinary discourse and popular culture is predominantly its corrupt forms. The primary locus of this corruption is the shift in love from the common to the same, that is, from the production of the common to a repetition of the same or a process of unification. What distinguishes the beneficial forms of love instead is the constant interplay between the common and singularities. One corrupt form of love is identitarian love, that is, love of the same, which can be based, for example, on a narrow interpretation of the mandate to love thy neighbor, understanding it as a call to love those most proximate, those most like you. Family love, the pressure to love first and most those within the family to the exclusion or subordination of those outside, is one form of identitarian love. Race love and nation love, or patriotism, are similar examples of the pressure to love most those most like you and hence less those who are different. Family, race, and nation, then, which are corrupt forms of the common, are unsurprisingly the bases of corrupt forms of love. From this perspective we might say that populisms, nationalisms, fascisms, and various religious fundamentalisms are based not so much on hatred as on love, but a horribly corrupted form of identitarian love. An initial strategy to combat this corruption is to employ a more expansive, more generous interpretation of the mandate to love thy neighbor, reading the neighbor not as the one nearest and most like you but, to the contrary, as the other. The neighbor is therefore only a placekeeper, says Franz Rosenzweig. Love is really oriented toward the embodiment of all those men and things that could at any moment take this place of its neighbor. In the last resort it applies to everything, it applies to the world. 5. The mandate to love thy neighbor, then, the embodiment of each and every commandment for the monotheistic religions, requires us to love the other, or, really, to love altruity. If you are not comfortable with scriptural exegesis as explanation, think of Walt Whitman's poetry, in which the love of the stranger continually reappears as an encounter characterized by wonder, growth, and discovery. Nietzsche's Zarathustra echoes Whitman when he preaches that higher than love of neighbor is love of the farthest. 56. Love of the stranger, love of the farthest, and love of altruity can function as an antidote against the poison of identitarian love, which hinders and distorts love's productivity by forcing it constantly to repeat the same. Here then is another meaning of love as a biopolitical event. Not only does it mark rupture with the existent and creation of the new, but also it is the production of singularities and the composition of singularities in a omen relationship. A second form of corrupt love poses love as a process of unification, of becoming the same. The contemporary dominant notion of romantic love in our cultures, which Hollywood sells every day, its stock in trade, requires that the couple merge in unity. The mandatory sequence of this corrupted romantic love couple marriage family imagines people finding their match, like lost puzzle pieces, that now together make, or restore, a whole. Marriage and family close the couple in a unit that subsequently, as we said earlier, corrupts the common. This same process of love as unification is also expressed in many different religious traditions, especially in their mystical registers. Love of God means merging in the divine unity. And it is not so surprising that such notions of mystical union often use the conventional language of romantic love, evoking the betrothed, divine marriage, and so forth, because they are aimed at the same goal, making the many into one, making the different into the same. Similarly, various forms of patriotism share this notion of setting, or pushing, aside differences and alderity in order to form a united national people, a national identity. This second corruption of love as unification is intimately related, in fact, to the first identitarian corruption of love, love of the same, love making the same. One philosophical key to our argument here, which should be clear already, is that the dynamic of multiple singularities in the common has nothing to do with the old dialectic between the many and the one. Whereas the one stands opposed to the many, the common is compatible with and even internally composed of multiplicities. This compatibility between the common and multiplicity can be understood in simple terms, perhaps too simple, when posed in the field of political action. If we did not share a common world, then we would not be able to communicate with one another or engage one another's needs and desires, and if we were not multiple singularities, then we would have no need to communicate and interact. We agree in this regard with Hannah Arendt's conception of politics as the interaction and composition of singularities in a common world. 5.7 Promoting the encounters of singularities in the common, then, is the primary strategy to combat love corrupted through identity and unification, which brings the production of subjectivity to a halt and abrogates the common. Sameness and unity involve no creation but mere repetition without difference. Love should be defined, instead, by the encounters and experimentation of singularities in the common, which in turn produce a new common and new singularities. Whereas in the ontological context we characterized the process of love as constitution, here in a political context we should emphasize its power of composition. Love composes singularities, like themes in a musical score, not in unity but as a network of social relations. Bringing together these two faces of love, the constitution of the common and the composition of singularities, is a central challenge for understanding love as a material, political act. We began this discussion by claiming that economic production is really a matter of love, but we are perfectly aware that economists do not see it that way. Economists, in fact, have long celebrated Bernard Mandeville's early 18th century satire The Fable of the Bees as an anti-love anthem, proved that there is no possible connection between economics and love. Mandeville tells of a beehive that is wealthy and powerful but ridden with all order of private vices, including deceit, greed, laziness, and cowardice. The hive moralists constantly rail against vice to no avail. Finally, the god of the hive, weary of the constant harping, makes all the bees virtuous and eliminates vice, but as soon as he does so, the work of the hive comes to a halt and the society of the hive falls apart. The fable is a imed, obviously. Mandeville, like Machiavelli and Spinoza before him, insists that, instead of preaching how people should be, social theorists must study how people are and analyze the passions that actually animate them. Mandeville's fable scandalized 18th century English society, as it was meant to, but some, including Adam Smith, read it as a confirmation of capitalist ideology. Smith takes Mandeville's polemic that vice, not virtue, is the source of public benefit, people work out of greed, obey the law out of cowardice, and so forth, to support the notion that self-interest is the basis of market exchanges and the capitalist economy. If each acts out of self-interest, then the public good will result from market activity as if guided by an invisible hand. Smith, of course, a stalwart advocate of sympathy and other moral sentiments, is not advocating vice but simply wants to keep misplaced moral imperatives and well-intentioned public trawl out of the economy. What Smith bans most adamantly from the marketplace is the common. Only from private interests will the public good result. It is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, or the baker, that we expect our dinner, Smith famously writes, but from their regard to their own interest. We address ourselves, not to their humanity but to their self-love, and never talk to them of our own necessities but of their advantages. 58. Our love for one another has no place in the realm of economic exchanges. We get a rather different, updated fable of economic life when we focus on not the society within the hive but bee pollination activity outside it. For honeybees, flowers located within flying distance of the hive constitute a positive externality. Bees fly from one apple blossom to another, one cherry blossom to another, gathering nectar to transport back to the hive. As a bee collects nectar, its legs rub pollen off the anther of the flower, and when it proceeds to an other, some of the pollen from its legs rubs off the stigma of the next flower. For the flowers, then, bee activity is a positive externality, completing the cross-pollination necessary to produce fruit. The economic fable of these bees and flowers suggests a society of mutual aid based on positive externalities and virtuous exchanges in which the bee provides for the needs of the flower and, in turn, the flower fulfills the bee's needs. 5-9 We can imagine Mandeville and Smith frowning at this fable because of its suggestion of virtue and purposeful mutual aid as the basis of social production. We are hesitant about the bee pollination fable too, but for a different reason, the kind of love it promotes. Bees and flowers do indeed suggest a kind of love, but a static, corrupt form. We know, we're anthropomorphizing the bees and flowers, projecting human traits and desires onto them, but isn't that what all fables do? The marriage between bee and flower is a match made in heaven. They are the two halves that complete each other and form a whole, closing the common down in sameness and unity. But isn't this union a model of the productivity of the common, you might ask? Doesn't it produce honey and fruit? Yes, you might call this a kind of production, but it is really just the repetition of the same. What we are looking for and what counts in love is the production of subjectivity and the encounter of singularities, which compose new assemblages and constitute new forms of the common. Let's switch species, then, to write a new fable. Certain orchids give off the odor of the sex pheromone of female wasps, and their flowers are shaped like the female wasp sex organs. Pollination is thus achieved by pseudocopulation as male wasps move from one orchid to the next, sinking their genital members into each flower and rubbing off pollen on their bodies in the process. So wasps fuck flowers. Felix Guattari exclaims with rather juvenile glee in a letter to Gilles Deleuze. Wasps do this work just like that, for nothing, just for fun. 60 Guattari's delight at this example is due in part to the fact that it undercuts the industriousness and productivism usually attributed to nature. These wasps aren't your dutiful worker. Bees, they aren't driven to produce anything. They just want to have fun. A second point of interest for Guattari is undoubtedly the way this pollination story reinforces his lifelong diatribe against the corruptions of love in the couple and the family. Wasps and orchids do not suggest any morality tale of marriage and stable union, as bees and flowers do, but rather evoke scenarios of cruising and serial sex common to some gay male communities, especially before the onslaught of the AIDS pandemic, like passages from the writings of Jean Genet, David Wojaneroas, and Samuel Delany. This is not to say that cruising and anonymous sex serve as a model of love to emulate for Guattari, or Genet, Wojaneroas, or Delany, but rather that they provide an antidote to the corruptions of love in the couple and the family, opening love up to the encounter of singularities. WHE and the Wasp and Orchid story appears in print in Deleuze and Guattari's 8,000 Plateaus. Several years after Guattari's initial letter, the fable has been refined and cast in the context of evolutionary discourse. Deleuze and Guattari insist, first of all, that the orchid is not imitating the wasp or trying to deceive it, as botanists often say. The orchid is a becoming wasp, becoming the wasp's sexual organ, and the wasp is a becoming orchid, becoming part of the orchid's system of reproduction. What is central is the encounter and interaction between these two becomings, which together form a new assemblage, a wasp-orchid machine. The fable is devoid of intentions and interests. The wasps and orchids are not paragons of virtue and their mutual aid, nor are they models of egotistic self-love. Deleuze and Guattari's machinic language allows them to avoid asking what does it mean, and focus instead on how does it work. The fable thus tells the story of wasp-orchid love, a love based on the encounter of altruity but also on a process of becoming different. 6.1 Mandeville's bees, at least according to Smith's reading, are the model for a capitalist dream of individual free agents trading labor and goods in the marketplace, intent on their own self-interest and deaf to the common good. The dutiful worker bees, in contrast, joined with their flowers in a virtuous union of mutual aid, are the stuff of socialist utopia. These bees, however, belong to the bygone era of the hegemony of industrial production. Wasps who love orchids, instead, point toward the conditions of the biopolitical economy. Could these wasps be a model for economic production, you might ask, when they don't produce anything? The bees and flowers produce honey and fruit, but the wasps and orchids are just hedonists and aesthetes, merely creating pleasure and beauty. It is true that the interaction of wasps and orchids does not result primarily in material goods, but one should not discount their immaterial production. In the encounter of singularities of their love, a new assemblage is created, marked by the continual metamorphosis of each singularity and the common. Wasp-orchid love, in other words, is a model of the production of subjectivity that animates the biopolitical economy. Let's have done with worker bees, then, and focus on the singularities and becomings of wasp-orchid love. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. William Shakespeare, Hamlet. As a motor of association, love is the power of the common in a double sense, both the power that the common exerts and the power to constitute the common. It is thus also the movement toward freedom in which the composition of singularities leads toward not unity or identity but the increasing autonomy of each participating equally in the web of communication and cooperation. Love is the power of the poor to exit a life of misery and solitude, and engage the project to make the multitude. As we continue our study, we will have to identify how this march of freedom and equality can be made lasting, strengthened, and consolidated in the formation of social and political institutions. All of this sounds good, you might say, for a political theory designed for ancient